Hello and welcome, everyone. This is, of course, your good old pal Tom, the Chosen One, and we are here for another wonderful Tomcast. I'm joined, of course, by my good pals, Andrew. Andrew, what's up?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How about yourself there?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad.
Oh, good.
Just another day. Nice here. It's starting to get a little colder up here in Italy, so it's weather to keep myself at home and in a blanket, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, same here. Although I imagine it's probably worse in other places, but we have others who can speak on that account.
Yeah. Anyways, and Wiggz, how are you doing, my friend?
Yes, coming to you live a few hundred kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. The snow is finally here, and it's like minus 20, so...
My gosh.
Yeah, that friggin' stinks, man. Either way, we are here to greet another beautiful day, because we are going to talk about one of my favorite freaking games ever made. Or at least one of those series. That's one of my favorite freaking games ever made. And tonight we're going to be having a discussion, a DrunkardCast on Danganronpa, Trigger Happy. Don't throw that out. Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc. My goodness. Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc.
The alcohol's already starting to get to you, isn't it?
I didn't even I take one sip. I take one sip. And I'm like, okay, I'll take 2 sips. Maybe that'll fix it.
It's because it's not Buffalo Trace. You're not locking in.
It's not Buffalo Trace. Today, I'm drinking, like I did last time, I'm pretty sure, Pampero, which is a aged rum from Venezuela in Margarita in Pampatar, which is where we're from. So it's just a good, it's nice and cheap, and it's cheap and good. So that's usually what I drink. What's everybody else drinking today? What's with the poison that we have today? Andrew?
As per usual, because it's still fairly early in the day, I'm trying to convince myself I'm trying to pretend that I'm at least making somewhat healthy decisions by drinking my glass of mimosa prepared with Prosecco and Tropicana orange juice. And I've also got a few cans of twisted tea that I brought over from the States when I made my trip down to Montana for Oddfellows. So those been taking up space in the fridge, so I figured now is the perfect time to finally get rid of them.
You mean you went down to Montana and didn't act as my tobacco gremlin? What the fuck over?
I apologize, man. Didn't have an opportunity to do so.
Double rip.
Yeah, that's because you live too far up north and nobody cares about you. You're sicken everybody by your distance, ignoring the fact that we're talking. There's a man who's on the other side of the damn planet in this call. Yeah. We will not elaborate on that.
Well, of course not.
No, of course not.
And to his defense, I did make the pilgrimage north over the summer, so I did take the time to finally put my money where my mouth is and make that great trip to northern Alberta.
Yeah, that's true. I will eventually do that trip up myself to come visit. And now that it's on here on the record, it means that I have to do it or else I will be killed immediately.
Yes.
If I don't fulfill that. But
For any futures lads trips, I'm probably just going to help assist people in flying from Edmonton, because there was so much driving to and from the airport that it was like, what was it? I had to go down, pick Andrew up, drive back same day, and then we had to drive down so I could fly home. And then spent a couple weeks down there, flew back up with Mom, and she made me drive to the airport again. Flew back up, drove back up after once again driving around the that area. She was up here for a bit. I went into the territories, go see our old rail yard up there and whatnot. Drove back once again same day, and then had to drive her back to the airport and drive back the same day. And I was like, there's a sign, and I always get a chuckle out of it because it's a 1 kilometer stretch and there's an old closed down motel there. And so there's a sign that Andrew will probably remember because it says high level 100 kilometers.
Yes.
High level 99 kilometers. And usually it feels funny But on my last trip back, it felt like it was taunting me, and I was just like, get me out of this fucking truck. I've spent like 25 hours in this truck in the last 3 weeks. I'm so sick of it. Get me out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who are unaware, it's like a 4-hour drive from Grand Prairie to High Level. And you reach a point where there's just like nothing, no civilization whatsoever. So like it feels longer than it probably is.
Yeah, between Manning and High Level is 2 hours of nothing. Forests and trees. And that's it.
That's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere, Alberta. And High Level's like really is like middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's quite high up there. So high up that it's very close to the border with the Northwest Territories. And for any of the people out there that like aren't aware of Albertan geography in general, for any like normal European or something like that, when you drive up, like if you drive from Lethbridge, which is where I used to live and where Andrew lives, and you go up to our provincial capital of Edmonton, that's like 5, maybe 6 hours. You've kind of reached central Alberta. You haven't even like reached nowhere near close to the border with Northwest Territories. And so like this town is like pretty high up there, so it's quite literally high level. So it is a humongous distance. It is a frankly disgusting distance. And since it's the New World, there's nothing.
Yeah. Edmonton is an 8-hour drive.
Yeah.
For me.
With that, Wiggz, what are you drinking today?
Because it is the season of Christmas. For any of my other Orthodox boys and ghouls today, the Phillips Fast has started. So I am drinking some delicious Evan Williams Original Southern Eggnog. A delightful mixture of Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, blended whiskey, rum, and brandy.
Ooh.
I live off of this stuff during this seasonal time.
Yeah, that's I don't really care for eggnog. I never got into eggnog, but some Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, and you know that works for me. But it seems to be that everybody has some nice thing with them to sip. So with that, we should probably get into just what in the hell is Danganronpa. So Danganronpa, developed by the fine folks over at Spike Chunsoft, is what's called a visual novel. So a visual novel, for the fellows out there that don't know, haven't seen my videos on either a prior Danganronpa or this year, as in 2024, though this Tomcast will probably come out in alcohol's already sitting in 2025. Next year's 2026 is probably when this Tomcast will come out. But if you didn't see my video on the 100-line Last Defense Academy, that is also another visual novel done by the same director, Katsutaka Kodaka. And this is also a murder mystery visual novel. So basically, people get moited and you gotta figure out who the moider is. And so the basic premise of Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc is that you play the role of Makoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student. And so this ultimate lucky student is being enrolled over at Hope's Peak Academy, which is the best academy in the whole of Japan, where all the best of the best students end up going to. The best people, the best programmers, the best swimmers, the best motorcycle gang leaders, the best dog shit rom-com writers, everybody. So the best of the best goes to this academy to basically propagate the best of the nation and push it forward. But on the first day that Makoto Naegi arrives to the academy, something weird happens and he passes out. After passing out, he wakes up in this academy. Something's very eerie. Things are going wrong. And he notices that all the windows are bolted shut. There's nothing around. And he finds signs of life of other people around. And there's other students in this academy. And basically, it is revealed through MONOKUMA, which is our wonderful mascot of Danganronpa, which is a big bear that has a very high-pitched voice. Thank you, beautiful day. That sort of stuff, reveals that they are all in a killing game. So all 16 of the students that are made up of Aoi Asahina, the ultimate swimmer, Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny, Celestia Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler, Chihiro Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer, Ifumi Yamada, the ultimate fat-fic creator, as I called it, Junko Enoshima, the ultimate fashionista, Kiyotake Ishimaru, the ultimate moral compass, Kyoko Kirigiri, the ultimate question mark, Leon Kuwata, the ultimate baseball player, Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader, Sakura Ogami, the ultimate martial artist, Saika Maizano, the ultimate pop star, or idol sensation, Toko Fukawa, the ultimate writer, Yasuhiro Hagekure, the ultimate clairvoyant, and of course, the player character himself, Makoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student as in the fact that in a lottery of all the students in Japan, he was the one that won to join Hope's Peak Academy and made his way into it. And so basically, these people are trapped in this academy for all time. They can never leave. They are going to die in that academy, and they'll never see the outside world ever again. Nobody seems to remember what the hell happened, how they got in there. They only know that they were going to Hope's Peak and they finally made it in, and then this happened. But Monokuma gives them one simple rule, and that's basically, if you want to make it out, it's pretty easy. You just have to kill somebody else and get away with it. What does he mean by get away with it? It means that when you kill somebody, there will be a class trial held and the rest of the students get to decide who is the murderer. If the person gets the choice right, or if the other students get the choice right and pick the right murderer, then the murderer gets punished and killed. If everybody else chooses the wrong person, then everybody else will be punished besides the blackened. It's funny, every time he says blackened, I always think of the Metallica song. But basically, everybody else will die, but the person who murdered the other person will get to leave the academy. And it's basically the premise of Danganronpa, is that from there, you're going to receive a series of heartbreaking events where the friends that you get to know along the way kill your other friends that you also got to know along the way. And you don't know who's going to kill who, or who's going to die. And it's that till the end of the game. But we will get to that. And so with that, gang, I do want to elaborate, or at least ask a question on what is everybody's history, or their personal history, with visual novels and just investigative games in general. Have we played them before? Is this a new thing for us, or what are we going to go into? And so, Andrew, if you don't mind speaking on it, I'd like to ask you first. So,
sure. I probably don't have a ton of experience in a lot of these visual novels or investigative games, really. There was a brief phase in like my last year of high school, first year of university, where I had played some like fairly forgetful visual novels that were available on the Android store, Google Play. But until recently, no, I hadn't really interacted with the genre. When it comes to investigative games, I haven't really played anything that's like strictly, purely detective, mystery, investigative. Probably the closest thing I would say would have been like the side quests, the murder mystery side quests that were available on Assassin's Creed Unity, the one in France, and Assassin's Creed Syndicate, the one in London. They had these murder mystery side quests where you would go through and you just scan for different clues and try to piece together what happened. Fairly simple stuff, nothing elaborate, but enjoyable nonetheless. Probably my most recent experience with anything mystery related would have been like mystery style tabletop games or murder mystery parties with friends from work. And
those are a lot of fun. Those are a lot of fun. I've been into a few myself, and those can be a huge amount of fun, especially if everybody's in on it. If everybody's like kind of in and they want to, be part of the mystery and all that, then it's a lot of fun.
And they're willing to participate, actually play the character. It goes a long way.
Have you ever played LA Noire?
Oh my gosh, that completely skipped my mind. Yeah, no, I had played L.A. Noire. I didn't get very far though. No, I the last time I played it was back when. Oh my gosh, it would have been back when Blockbuster and video rental services were still a thing, because I had rented it. That is a.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
It is a long, long time ago.
Oh boy.
For if there's any youngins in the audience, yes, once upon a time, if you wanted to watch stuff or play games that you didn't own, you could go to a physical location, pick up a physical copy, and borrow it for a week. But no longer, no more.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that sadly we do not have anymore. And many a great game I had picked up using Blockbuster just by going, I wonder what I'm going to play this week. There's a lot of stuff that came up, but yeah, L.A. Noire is one of those games where a lot of people I know, they don't think of it like as an investigative game, even though it's mostly investigative.
It's literally what it is, yeah.
They think it's like, okay, it's, kind of like Goofy's 1940s, like Grand Theft Auto, because it uses the same engine in that. But anyways, Wiggz, what's your personal history with visual novels and or investigative games in general?
So I, as far as visual novels go, like I've played a number of them. I'd be hard pressed to remember the titles of most of them. As far as investigative games go, I'm a huge investigative shill. A lot of the books that I read, a lot of the movies that I watch are like investigative detective kind of crap. Yeah, L.A. Noire was one that I had played and enjoyed very thoroughly back in the day when it first came out. As we just talked about a couple minutes ago, well, my one-up on Tom the Chosen One is having played the Somnium Files, also a Spike Chunsoft game first. It's the only one I've got. I've got to take it.
You gotta have something.
Hey, you gotta take one. You gotta take it. You gotta take it where you have them.
And then also to Tom's great chagrin, the other investigative game that I'm playing currently, having just completed Danganronpa, is of course Vampires the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I'm expecting a tactical Tom drop at my location at any time for my transgressions.
Yeah, projectile vomit. My goodness. Yeah.
But so yeah, very, very long history with investigative and Danganronpa games. And I sort of knew about Danganronpa before, because back when we used to play games at the Oppression Palace, at one point we did get into Danganronpa.
Yeah, we did like the first chapter.
Yeah.
We just kind of stopped.
Yeah.
I think we, at that time, prior to that, we had, Wiggz and I, we had worked together at Walmart in the Tire Lube and Express section of it. Okay, basically putting tires and changing lubes and doing all that stuff and trying to not do any of the other work that they demanded of us in the actual store itself, no matter how dog shit it was. So that was that. But I think by that time, I might have gotten hired on Goop Truck. So my time was way more limited. I think that's what might have happened.
Yeah, I think that was
around
right
at the end of our like, basically, to the audience out there that didn't know, we used to basically hang out every single damn day because our schedule was the same. So we'd play like Persona 3 or all these other games. So it's that was probably around the end of that when we kind of didn't go our separate ways, but we just did different jobs and did different times. But we did do the first chapter of Danganronpa and then kind of dropped it.
Yeah, I think that was around the dissolution. So I don't remember if you had left the fireplace first or if I had, because I went back to working at the Walmart that was closer by accident. But it was around that time that, yeah, we all started getting busy. So yeah, we did play the first chapter. We got to the first event, so to speak. And then I don't think we even completed that first investigation.
No, we definitely did complete it, because I remember very distinctly making a comment about how cruel
you're right.
and unusual the conclusion of that was.
Yes, you are right. We did complete it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And I remember Tom having this big goofy grin over my comments about that. And I think you were alluding to how we had not seen anything yet at the time.
You ain't seen nothing yet. And we will get to that, but Andrew probably knows we ain't seen nothing yet out of that first one. But I guess to kind of wrap up this section with me, oh man, trying to think of like my first investigative game like that, and it's probably hard to. There's a lot of like MSIM games where you have to figure things out, like figure out information and things like that, and then sometimes like, oh, how do you kill somebody, like Deus Ex or something like that. But the first probably big one that did try to get me into that genre is probably LA Noire, which is a very well done series of investigative, most of the murder mysteries that just go through the spectrum and figuring out things that happen in 1940s post-war Los Angeles in the time of high noir. So it was it's a wonderful game, and if nobody else has played it, I would highly recommend that you go and pick it up, especially if you like the era, if you like the cars and the music and how people talk and, you know, the sort of like things that happen in that era. It's definitely a great game. But specifically for visual novels, I remember way back I was doing traveling. I went to Panama with like mom and my brother and stuff like that, and I had picked up recently a PS Vita, and on that I got it for for Persona 4 Golden is what I got it for. But then after that I started working for a company installing security systems, and so we were going all over the country, and so I brought that Vita with me and bought a whole bunch of games with it. One of the games, which was a game that was highly acclaimed for that platform, was Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. And so I had played that, and I have been hooked ever since. Pretty much most things that Spike Chunsoft makes or Katsutaka Kodaka has directed, I've just been eating that up as it goes. And it's funny that Wiggz mentioned the Somnium Files, another Spike Chunsoft production. That one done by another incredible director of murder mysteries, the maestro Kotaro Uchikoshi, who has done the Nonary games, which are just like 9 Room, 9 Doors, 9 Lives, Zero Time Dilemma, and then Zero Time Escape, I think. They're like escape game murder mysteries. They're really good. And now, as of recently, Katsutaka Kodaka, the guy who did Danganronpa, and Kotaro Uchikoshi, the guy who did the Somnium Files, have actually collaborated. And that collaboration is the 100-line Last Defense Academy, which is this giant, sweeping, visual novel, like turn-based tactics epic that took me 210 hours to beat all 100 endings. Just, but since then, no, I've been knee deep into visual novels, and I really do quite like them. So much so that I have homies that create visual novels, and even I have like played a little bit with like Ren'Py to like make a sort of visual novel. These are like joke ones, because I was gonna make like, there was a time where I wanted to make like April Fool's jokes, like a Tom the Chosen One visual novel, but that's then you figure out the game development's hard. It takes a lot of takes a lot of time, and I'm like, you know what? I don't have time to do both. So, but who knows? Maybe they might show up sometime. But that's my personal experience with visual novels and just investigative games in general. So, with that, gang, do we want to head over and talk about just our overall thoughts on Danganronpa?
Sure.
That works for me.
Yeah, so, Wiggz, what do you think of it? This is just like, when I mean overall thoughts, like, what do you mean, what do you think of the game in general? Not like specifically talking the negative, just like if somebody said, hey, you ever play Danganronpa? It's like, what would you say? It's like, oh yeah, this is good, or whatever. So, go right ahead.
Obviously, I enjoyed Danganronpa, otherwise I'd probably still be talking about it if I was trashing on it. I enjoyed it. As we talked a little bit earlier today, of just being like, this was a PSP or PSP game, wasn't it? Like, while I was playing it, I noticed as I was playing it, it has a lot of the similarities to the later game, the Somnium Files. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed the narrative. Some gripes, just in how characters react to certain things, but I'll probably bring that up a little bit later when we're in the cases themselves. No, I thought it was fantastic. I thought it had a lot of good writing that was campy and fun without being too Marvel, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, it has Danganronpa. It has its own sense of humor, and it can be pretty damn funny at times. Especially like this one's a little subdued, but like the other games can be really, really damn funny. And with like Last Defense Academy and The Somnium Files, as you know, is full of jokes and kind of wacky and goofy things that go on in it. But Andrew, what do you think? What's your overall opinions on, now that you've beaten it, after I banged your head with a hammer to try and finish it right now? What do you think of Danganronpa?
Yeah, so yeah, the question really is, would I recommend it to someone on the street, whether random or someone I knew? I think the answer would be yes. I would recommend it. Wiggz is right. It does show its age in some respects. It's very apparent that this was designed with a handheld in mind, and with it being the first entry of the franchise and probably still finding its footing in some respects, it does rely on a lot of like anime tropes that some people may find a little annoying. But if you can get past all those sort of little writing ticks or the game or the little gameplay hangups, then you will find a story and an investigative experience that is well worth diving into.
Yeah, I generally agree. For the audience out there that's not aware, Trigger Happy Havoc, it released in Japan originally on the PlayStation Portable in the year 2010, and that's where it originally came out. Then it released on PS Vita, both in Japan and in the West, as I think still Trigger Happy Havoc on the PS Vita in 2014. And that's basically the copy that we're playing today. So, I usually say this, and it is actually genuinely 100% true. This is a port of a PSP game. So it is very, it's very, one, you can tell obviously it's a PSP game, like just how the environments look and things like that, and how it's pretty simple. Things like it having sprites and stuff like that, that's pretty standard for the genre, so that doesn't bug me as much. But after having played Last Defense Academy recently, which was a game from this year in 2025, one of the things that like it left me is how it feels so quaint. It's like when we did our discussion of Knights of the Old Republic, where it's like after all these years of all these BioWare games and going back to KOTOR, it feels a little quaint. It feels like so small, and it's like, oh, so this is where it began. And so Danganronpa very much feels like that. That being said, Danganronpa, just straight up out of all of the things, it is my favorite like visual novel series. It's the visual novel that got me into the genre of the games, and it's one of the few games out there that like during that period when I played it, I kind of was a little like down, a little bit like kind of tired with a lot of video games, so that kind of reignited my passion for playing a lot of games. But generally, I think like there's some things with like the narrative stuff like that, but to me they're such minor gripes. But really, it's like a combination of like Katsutaka Kodaka's like writing, Rui Komatsusaki's like the design, like the character design, the look of like how the characters dress, when something happens, somebody gets murdered, like the bright hot pink blood, and Masafumi Takeda's soundtrack, that when you mix them all together, it makes like a truly unique experience that I just don't really think you really get anywhere else. Like, the only one that gets close to it is, as we've mentioned before, is Kotaro Uchikoshi, who in a lot of his games, like for example in The Somnium Files, he does use Masafumi Takeda as the composer for that soundtrack. And while it's not the same, because this game, it's developed under an idea and a concept of what's called psychopop, is what like they call the entire aesthetic of like the art style and a lot of like the designs and stuff like that, and the soundtrack, they call it psychopop. So, The Somnium Files is not Psychopop. It's its own thing. It's great. Everybody that would want to get into something like that is very much pointed to something like that. But no, it's a pretty damn good game. And so, I guess since we gonna talk about the fact that it's like a PSP game, should probably go into the gameplay of Danganronpa, which very much feels like a PSP game. So, Andrew, if you're ready, do you want to take that away?
Sure, I can talk about the gameplay. Right, so as Tom had explained in the beginning, you, of course, are taking the role of one Mr. Naegi, first name Makoto. So everything you are experiencing is through his eyes. And the gameplay is split between 3 major elements once you're locked away in that school. The first element is the daily life, which is a date sim light mode where you spend time interacting with your fellow classmates, or maybe inmates is probably more apropos, to learn more about them and potentially unlock skills that you use later on. These skills are acquired by gifting little trinkets that are received from a gacha machine, which I will admit is one of my first gripes. It was a bit tedious to use, as it is fed by these coins that are found or earned throughout the game, and it only spits out one item at a time, and it has to play a little animation each and every time you use it. So interacting with that element was a bit tedious, but it is what it is. It's just probably a sign of the time. Anyway, the skills you unlocked from this mode don't have too much use if you're playing on a lower difficulty, but they can become very handy if you're playing with everything set to max, which I ended up doing, probably for better or for worse. But really the main draw of this part of the game is the unlocking new sort of, I guess, side stories or chapters of each of the characters. So if you want to learn more about your favorite character, this is the system in which you engage with that. The second major element of the game is called the deadly life, or the investigation period. Now this occurs after a murder has been committed in the story, and there will be plenty of those since that is the whole premise. At this point you will spend your time examining, gathering clues and evidence and different witness testimonies in order to try and piece together a narrative that led up to the murder, because of course you want to solve and not die. In later chapters, the evidence you collect will often be insufficient to solve the murder by itself, but everything you collect is usually enough for you to start to formulate running theories, running scenarios, and then of course you will expand them further on in the final segment, that being the class trial, the real meat and potatoes of the game. So this, for anyone who's ever played like an Ace Attorney game or any sort of like investigative game, they will appreciate this element the most. This is like a pseudo courtroom drama element where all the evidence is brought to light. There's new information that may be revealed by the other characters, and you, the player, have to use all of your wits and your cunning to solve the case and continue the game. This section is usually split between 3 sort of major gameplay loops. The first one, and probably the one that gets the most attention, is the endless debate, and where all the characters will rapid fire different thoughts or arguments in real time, and your job is to find any flaws or contradictions in the argument in order to uncover the truth of the case. The second major gameplay element is known as the Hangman's Gambit, where you literally just play a game of timed hangman and destroy floating letters in a sequence to spell out a word that reveals some important clue to the case. And then the final important aspect is what's called the bullet time battle. And this is like a pseudo rhythm game that crops up at different points of a trial when characters, typically towards the end, when characters need to have their dismissive arguments essentially shot down before you're able to hit them with your irrefutable facts and logic. So those are the 3 major gameplay elements. And then finally, when you're winding up the case, you usually get to a point where you need to
your closing remarks, I believe it's called.
Yeah, closing remarks, exactly. And string out the events of the case in the form of a comic book panel where you're recreating the scene of the crime, the moments leading up to the murder itself, and moments after the murder in order to finally come to the truth of the case. So yeah, that's the gameplay in a nutshell, I think.
Yeah, that pretty much covers most of it, and pretty much all of it at that point. The gameplay itself, it's another case where you can tell like it's really quaint and it is like a PSP game. Not just there's some like technical aspects of it that I find a bit annoying, like how the cursor moves and stuff like that. It feels like from a PSP game, but for its first try, I don't think it's not too bad. The only real one that I don't like in the class trial is the bullet time battle, because eventually when you do the bullet time battle, not for the first few, but I think after the second event or case, they start to do this thing where like they can hide the entire like rhythm section of it, so you can't see anything. So I usually pop my own special so you could just kind of brute force it all the way there. But Andrew, what do you think? What do you think generally of like the gameplay? What's your gripes or grievances or things that of ranking it?
Yeah, well, I think in terms of like when we say how this has clearly felt like it was designed with the PSP in mind, I think, at least for me, it's that element where, especially when you're wandering around the school during the daily life and the investigation, where your movement is very much like tank control movement. Because the PSP, for those who don't remember, only had one stick. So you're essentially moving and turning with the one stick, or aiming down the cursor with the right stick, which was added when the game was ported to PS Vita and now to all different sorts of consoles. So it's that sort of awkward disconnect where the left stick both turns and moves, and then the right stick also is a way to turn and aim the cursor. So it's a little janky at first, but you get used to it pretty quick. I think what annoyed me the most in terms of that aspect was how when your cursor aims at certain things to interact with, it has a tendency to very, very closely stick to that object. So if you want to move away from it, you have to fight against essentially the auto aim in order to get it to turn. So
yeah,
that was kind of...
Or you gotta like angle your camera a bit differently, like if there's two of them really close to each other. Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, you'll find yourself sometimes clicking on the wrong thing one or multiple times in order to progress. And then probably the last thing that really annoyed me with the more with the visual novel element of the game was how sometimes a character will say something and you'll get a flash of this purple text, and you can investigate further on that text with a button prompt. But after you're done investigating that, it kicks you out of the dialogue. And sometimes there's multiple of these purple things, so you need to go all the way back to that point in the dialogue. And this is the worst in the prologue. It's not so much in the other parts of the game, but like it's just those little things like that are just a little bit annoying to deal with, but it doesn't detract too much. I would agree with you that the when you get to the class trials and you have the bullet time battles, it just feels like the beat of the music isn't clear enough for you to follow that, especially when the enemy starts to, or not the enemy, when your opponent starts to hide the downbeat or the button prompt, and it just feels slightly off when you're trying to listen to the music itself. So I wonder if that element was maybe a bit rushed.
As far as I know, from reviews of the era, they also said that it's like if you try to use it like a rhythm game and actually listen to the soundtrack itself to use it in a bullet time battle, that it didn't really quite work out as well as it should. It's more for you to look at the visual of like where you're supposed to hit than the actual beat itself.
Yeah, and it's kind of annoying in that respect, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Probably the breakout star for me, and I think for a lot of people, is the endless debate and having to pick apart arguments and find the flaws in logic. And a lot of these, they're not always like immediately obvious, right? Because
sometimes you gotta absorb something that somebody else says and then redo it again to get to the bottom of it. And I will say, not here now in Trigger Happy Havoc, but they expand that in the sequels quite a bit, where like sometimes you have to do that, and then sometimes they'll add like a truth bullet that's actually like a lie, and they call it perjury. And you actually have to like lie to somebody to get like to pull something out of them.
Interesting.
Or something like that. It's really neat, but that's
it's interesting.
That's another one, but
You know, it's interesting that you say that, because I think that was sort of alluded to, not in gameplay, but in terms of like dialogue between characters in one of the chapters. So it's good that they actually turn that into an actual gameplay element in the later releases.
Yeah, there's a couple times in a narrative where you don't necessarily lie, but you say something and somebody trips over something that nobody else should have known, or they shouldn't have known. But anyways, Wiggz, what do you think of the general the gameplay and stuff like that? Now that we've kind of explained it, and any gripes or things that you liked about it?
I had something, but it's flown right out of my brain.
Take another shot, Nog.
As we
get that
kind of
noggin jogging,
like,
if you will.
Yeah, obviously it was a game designed initially for a portable device. You can feel that, especially as Andrew said, just walking in the daily life sections or just going from point to point, where it just, the movement is just kind of like, this feels old.
It feels old. It is. It's 15 years at this point.
I suppose one of the issues that I did have in regards to like the movement and the visuals, the sprites are all rendered well, and obviously since it is for a portable device, and the graphics are relatively well done. Granted, this was with the PS4, the Danganronpa 1 and 2 version. Graphics were all done relatively well. Obviously, the 3D environments were more simplistic, but they were done in such a way where you have such like kind of monocolored areas that it works. They don't look as old as they should, but the issue that I had was because you had the sprites, like your fellow inmates, classmates, whatever the heck you want to call them, like they move in areas, and if they're in a room, it's generally fine. But within the hub, so to speak, so if you're outside of the dining hall, like in the dorms or in one of the hallways, I did experience an issue just sometimes where their sprites track to you, but only from a certain kind of distance. And so if you're standing far away and maybe you want to go talk to Sakura, or you want to go talk to Hiro or any of these various characters, but you're standing kind of far away, the map will say, oh yeah, they're in the dorm main area. But if you're too far away, they turn sideways. And so they're two-dimensional, you can't see them. And so you end up like running around for an extra 2 minutes trying to find in what hallway or area that they're positioned, getting close enough for them to actually track to you, so that way you're like, I ran past that corner 6 times and they weren't there, but I got close enough this time, and all of a sudden, oh look, there they are. They've been there the whole time.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. As far as other gripes for gameplay, especially with the class trials, I was trying to rip through it pretty quick, so I just went on like the casual or storyteller difficulty, whatever, so I didn't have to deal with a lot of the white noise or whatnot, so to speak. But as you touched on in the bullet time battles, there are portions of it where you can run it kind of like a rhythm game where it will line up, but especially when you have the periods where you're nailing it, and so it picks up the tempo. The second it does that, it's gone. And then it just becomes purely a visual mechanic.
It's kind of a mess,
as opposed to more of a musical mechanic.
When
it was like,
it does like tempo
this was
up
a
and
good
tempo
idea,
down, and
but
like they throw way more statements at you and all that. It kind of becomes a mess.
Yeah, and obviously there's ways to allay that. I don't remember if we touched upon the fact that through interacting with your fellow inmates, you can gain skills for use in the class trials that will help out. It'll slow things down. And in the bullet times, the one that really assisted me, I don't remember whose skill it was. It might have been Hina's, where you can select multiple statements all at once in a bullet time battle.
Oh.
So you have 3 or 4 coming at you at a time, and so you just hit the select the statement. It's like, I think it's X, and then you hit the triangle to blow them up, and so you blow up like 5 at once.
Oh, well, that would have been handy to have.
Yeah, so you have these extra mechanics that come from, they incentivize you within the school life dynamic to actually not just try to rip through the narrative as quick as you can, but to actually interact with your fellow inmates to gain some of these skills. I believe they carry over to New Game Pluses, so you can get all of them. I'm not sure about that.
It does.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I figured they would. And the extra part that feeds into that mechanic is trying to prioritize who you're going to try to get skills from and who you're going to talk to, essentially for how long you think they're going to be alive.
Yeah.
Or maybe you say, I'm gonna leave this one till the next person, or I'm gonna leave this person till the next chapter, and then, they're dead.
That's honestly the worst.
For them.
Yeah, but that's I think all I have for thoughts on the gameplay.
Yeah, in general, apart from basically you guys kind of hit the nail on the head on basically everything I want to say. It's not bad, but it's like. It just kind of feels a little quaint, a little janky at times, and that's more just kind of the age of it showing. Like, I quite literally think this month in November is like we're recording in November 2025. I quite literally think it is the 15th anniversary of Danganronpa this month. So
I did remember my thought. If you'll allow me to plunge into it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because we were speaking about age, this was one of the things that I definitely noticed in between this versus like investigative games that came out later, such as like LA Noire and kind of stuff, and the Assassin's Creed investigations. So in rooms and whatnot, and this may have been a limitation because it was a portable title, when you have investigated something and there's nothing else to do with it in a modern game, you can no longer like interact with it. They usually take away the option just to be like, okay, idiot, next thing. You've gathered what you needed from here. And it does actually introduce a little bit of a challenge where in certain investigations, I got stuck in rooms because when you click on something and you investigate it, usually that icon will
Chapter
will
3
remain.
tarp for me. Chapter 3 tarp.
Mine was I want to say it must have been chapter 2 in the library with Byakuya. And you try to leave the room to continue on your investigation, and it's like, and Naegi will say, I've still got stuff to look for. But you still have 13 icons, and you're like, son of a biscuit. And so you have to then go back through all 13 icons to be like, what did I miss? Did I miss anything at all? And sometimes it actually involves even going into like adjacent rooms to look at something again. Whereas in modern investigation games, they tend to make it easier where they'll take the icon away. But that mechanic is very common to like older games. Like I remember way back, it's like 2003 maybe. We had a CSI game for the original Xbox, and it was like this, where it did not matter how many times you had investigated something, the icon never went away. And at some point, we had gotten soft locked on an investigation that I later found out was possible to soft lock yourself on, because if you did something in the wrong order that they weren't expecting you to, the game couldn't progress because you were missing whatever piece of evidence. So it's a more modernization to take the icons away to make it a little bit easier for kind of your more average, more casual player. But it was definitely something that was in the genre at the time. And I don't know if I miss it or not, because sometimes it is kind of annoying, especially when I'm trying to, I know we're recording on this Saturday. I've taken my day off of work. I'm trying to rip through to get it done as quickly as possible. And then Naegi's just like, I can't leave the room yet. I'm still looking for shit. And I'm like,
yeah, there's
you've
still
looked at everything 2,000 times, fucker. Like, let's
go. No.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Or go ahead, Andrew, sorry.
I was just gonna say it's interesting that you pointed that out. Like for me personally, like I didn't think that was too much of an issue. But then again, I wasn't usually like rushing to get through segments because I'm not on call. So maybe for people with like less free time, maybe that genuinely is like an actual thing. So I wonder if maybe for like the easier casual difficulty, they should have added a thing where it does take away the stuff after you interact with it. But in the harder difficulties, it leaves it to kind of throw you off, and then maybe it gives you like a penalty.
That may be just a facet of the fact that older consoles, and especially portable ones, just had lower memory space. I don't know anything about programming. I don't know if you need to have a separate subroutine or line of code that says, if this button pressed is take away, disappear, or something like that. So it might have been a facet in that regard that just because of the age and the memory, they weren't able to write that in with versus more advanced consoles of today, which are essentially just slightly less specific computer or more specific computers. You have more power to do that kind of thing. So
yeah, but what else do I got here? I was thinking of. Oh yeah, one thing I like, and this is something that it is a mechanical thing through the gameplay and through especially the class trials that happens, and a lot of like investigative games are like this. They make you feel so freaking smart and clever for solving them.
Yes.
Like, you get through them and you discover things, and it's like, oh, it's that, like, you know, you're doing sometimes these Hail Marys, or sometimes like, you know exactly what's going on, and and you figure it out yourself. It does feel very, very gratifying. It's honestly probably my favorite part of these games, where it's like you beat some of these trials and it's like, yep, I'm a freaking genius. I'm so smart.
This game is also very good for like red herrings. Where
yeah, for sure.
It's not as bad. It's not as bad as like a Dan Brown red herring, which is like purposefully meant to mislead you to think, oh, it was this guy. But instead, it's a lot of the evidence and the way people are reacting. It's like, well, that makes me suspect that guy. Or you could have it right the entire time, and you think, he did it because of this. And you could be right, but at the same, like, you could have the right suspect, but at the same time, there have been times in the trials where I'm like, he did it because of this, obviously, this kind of thing was going on. And then during the trial, like, the motivation comes out, and you're like, oh shit, like, that was totally different from what I was expecting. Like, he still did it, but for a completely different reason than the conclusion that I had come to. Yeah, they were very good for red herrings in that they were obvious in a way that didn't feel heavy-handed.
Yeah.
No, yeah, for sure. And then, yeah, how I feel. Anyway, what do you think about that? Do you feel smart playing these damn games?
Me?
Yeah. Sorry, I might have slurred my
sorry.
words. Whiskey slurred it.
That's okay. Had to be sure there. Make sure the alcohol isn't getting to us. You know, it's kind of like two sides of coin. There are moments where I feel like really, really smart because I found the flaw to their argument, or I've managed to piece together the majority of the thing before I even get to the trial. Then there are other times where I just feel like a complete fucking moron because like either I'm just for whatever reason lost because the clues aren't immediately apparent, or I missed some little detail about one of the things we found that was actually very pertinent to the topic at hand. And there's other times where like I was on the right train of logic, I just came about it completely wrong. And there are those moments where I felt a little bit frustrated because like I was already there. I just didn't realize that this clue tied to this instead of this clue. So there are a few moments like that, but overall, yeah, when you do get it, it is cathartic, and you do feel like a pretty smart guy when you do it.
Yeah, sometimes I felt like, damn, how did I miss that? Are you for real? Like, what? I didn't even think about that. And then it's like, and then you think about it, it's like, you know what? This damn game's pretty damn clever. But
yeah. With hindsight, there isn't a case where it's like it feels like it cheated. Everything lines up
for sure
in a way that makes sense.
For sure. That's one thing I have a lot of problems with. Like a lot of, what's funny, less in games. Maybe like in some like really bad adventure, like point and click adventure games, but in a lot of books and sometimes like whodunit movies and stuff like that, it's really bad. Where it's like, oh yeah, of course I wouldn't have figured out who done it if you didn't reveal that specific thing that I couldn't have known. Like it, trying to think exactly what it was. I think it was the Glass Onion, like one of those like Knives Out movies, where there was something. I forget what it was exactly, but it was like, there's no way that I could have figured that out because you didn't put that information out there. And so you just kind of pull it out of your butt to like seem more clever, but it really wasn't. But right beside the point. That's a whole freaking different other discussion. But we're ready to move on. Game?
Yes. I think so, yeah.
Yeah. This one here, it's kind of, first was our overall thoughts on Danganronpa. This one's like, overall thoughts on the kind of the narrative as a whole of like ironically, out of all the notes, I didn't have this in my notes because I must have done this. I must have written the docket way before and then completely forgot to put that in my notes. But if you guys do have notes for that, I would be very much willing for somebody to piggyback off. But it shows how good of a host I am this time around. But I guess in general, I really do like the narrative for Danganronpa. I think it's a very I think the central mystery is pretty damn clever. I think the concept of like having 15 students that are like the ultimate of their thing, and even though that can kind of come across as like a Planet of the Hat sort of like trope where they're good at this singular thing, I think if you take these 15 students, you put them in an environment and then start to give them the motivations to start killing each other, I think it's like really cool. And I think it's a really cool concept that they have done numerous times, and each time they do it is pretty damn good. So I really liked it. It has like quite a few like kind of twists along the way. Usually every chapter has like its own twist that works for varying degrees. Like some chapters it's like, oh really? Like that's the big thing. And then other chapters it's like, what? Say what?
Say what?
Say what? Oh, Saber. Oh. And then you get to the ending and it's just like, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. And it's just like, you clever. You're so clever. And it's like incredible. But anyway, what do you guys think? Just on the narrative in general. I'll go, Wiggz, we'll start with you.
Yeah, as you stated, it is interesting, like especially with the motivations, because maybe somebody's done like some kind of psychological study on this before, but you take these people or these 15 students, what have you. Is it 15 even? Ooh. You take these 15 students and put them in this environment, and then you kind of have to ask the question of, if you put somebody like that, or if you set up the scenario, like, would they just start killing each other? And then introduce the motivations that are different per chapter, which is essentially them trying to be like incentivizing, where you want to get out of here, kill somebody, you'll obtain this or you'll prevent this. And that does make sense for motivations. However, anybody who has spent amounts of time trapped, like confined in smaller spaces with other people, just knows like how much tensions rise purely based off of the fact that you are stuck seeing these same people in smaller areas without getting a break. Like there have been times where I was on tour with a choir or whatnot, and so you're stuck seeing the same 20-ish people every day, and you're stuck on like a bus with them for 2 weeks, and tensions actually do start to like kind of rise, where somebody who normally you get along with really well just starts pissing you off for no reason. Something that you usually think is funny, all of a sudden you're just like, you need to stop talking.
But
and seeing how that kind of like plays
Kyle,
out.
Women are the fakest thing out there.
yes, exactly. Will you two shut the fuck up? As everybody in Costco
nobody
looks
will get
at us.
that. We're not gonna elaborate on it. Screw you. You ain't never gonna know unless you ask us directly.
Or as like Andrew would know, you'd even have at the top of that. Obviously, Andrew and I went through the Canadian Cadets program. Would know that like when you're at the camps and you're in the barracks, it's a little bit different because it's more of a military environment. You have the more disciplined roles and whatnot. But still, somebody who like during the first week or two you got along with great, but then by the third week something that they did started to get kind of annoying, and then by like the fourth week or fifth week or however long you were at one of these bases, you didn't even want to look at them. You were like disgusted by them when you saw them. Just because you were stuck seeing this same person with no variety, or this same group of people for weeks at a time. I even had that when I was training for my current job. They put us in a hotel in Winnipeg, and we got bused to the campus every morning, and there was a few people who like I was okay with at the start of it, and by the end of it, I never wanted to see their faces again. They pissed me off so bad, even though we got along relatively well when we first met. So it kind of seeing that interplay, it's like, do they even really need the motivations? Because I'm pretty sure that if you locked me in a school, which is where I was at, with some of those people, I don't think I would have needed much motivation to kill them. I think they would have just needed to keep talking. Do you need to offer me $10 million? I don't know. I'd do it for free. But seeing that like the motivations do make sense in terms of, you know, these are supposed to be the ultimates, so maybe they're supposed to be like the ultimate virtuous people as well. So they need this extra motivation to get out, and then obviously the various twists that kind of play into that later in the narrative as we encounter them throughout this discussion. And that's my piece.
Oh yeah. That's a good one. Good one. Andrew, what do you think?
Before I go into my thoughts on the narrative, Wiggz, for the summer camp cadets thing, were you perhaps alluding to a certain peanut head-shaped individual?
Yeah, some fucking peanut head-shaped moron. That retard dropped his fucking trumpet on the last day.
Oh my god!
Don't even get me started.
I bore no ill will to him, at least as far as I recall. But I totally understand why anyone who had to spend any length of time with this individual, because I wasn't.
Yeah, you were in a separate division. You didn't have to deal with him every single day.
I totally get it. Oh my gosh. Memories. Anyway, the topic at hand, the narrative. Yeah, I would agree that I think overall the narrative did a good job at getting its themes across. Although I will admit it was a little heavy-handed, especially towards the end when it has that anime tropey moment where everyone announces very loudly and proudly their will to live or something. This is just, I guess, common for Japanese
get to it,
media.
But that's
with
fine,
high schoolers
man.
facing big bads.
When the main theme kicks in and everybody's like, "Yeah, I'll live on," I was like, "Come on, man." It's pretty tropey, but that's fun. That's fun.
Oh look, no, it's there for a reason. It's a trope for a reason. It's a good trope. That's why you see it in everything. In this, you see it in Persona.
I was gonna say, are we talking about the Persona 5 fight against like Yalbadeoth or whatever?
Oh, there's so many of them. It is such a, like in anime, the general trope, especially like in shonen stuff, where like the main theme for the show will show up in the final battle, or like stuff like that. Or like in RPGs where the main theme for the game will show up in the final battle. Like that's a common trope that you see that all over.
Yeah, and it also has like some of the usual anime hijinks suspects. It's like the hidden scene where you can where the guys want to go peep on the girls in the bathhouse. You get some moments where you get flashes of extra cleavage or underwear. So for those who are familiar with like anime in general, like it's not a surprise, but it's, for those who are unaware, I guess it should be stated. But overall, yeah, I think the narrative was pretty good. I do agree with your point there, Wiggz, though. If you spend a long enough amount of time with people, you will eventually find gripes that eventually become inexcusable. But considering how the game itself, like the gameplay, takes place over a course of like less than a week, maybe a week total, maybe the no motives were needed in order to actually drive the plot, because you weren't with the characters you weren't interacting with the characters for long enough for maybe those little gripes to come up between people. But who knows?
Well, the timeline is somewhat inconsistent in that it at times implies that quite a bit of time has passed, but at other times implies that it's like the next day that somebody is moid. And you're like, so was it like 2 months, or was this,
I think
that yesterday afternoon? Like,
yeah,
I think the whole game takes place something within like, I think like 2 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't take over a long period of time.
Okay. That was something that I had just noticed while I was playing, is that it was kind of inconsistent, where at times it implied, seemingly to me anyways, that like a month had elapsed since the last one. But then, like I said, at other times it's like, oh, like, yeah, a week and a half. And you're like, huh?
Yeah.
So, that's something I would have to dig deeper into. I would probably need another run through the game, paying more attention to that aspect to make more of a decisive determination on.
Yeah. I think, if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure like technically chapter 2 takes the longest, since I think that one had the most times where you can interact with the other characters. But I think that one actually takes place over like 2 or 3 days, whereas everything else is like 1 or 2. So yeah, it's not too long. At least assuming, of course, that everything we experience is strictly 1-to-1 in terms of days, and not, there hasn't been any jumps in between. So yeah, it's just something to I guess muse on. I remember I remember discussing with Tom about this, how like it was interesting how number 2 is getting a remake and not the first one. And I think after going through it, I wonder if this one could actually be greenlit today, because it does touch upon some topics in a way that is maybe not, I don't know, acceptable for today's standards, especially around like themes of mental illness. I mean, there's literally a moment in chapter 2 where you're calling out someone's condition and you literally like spell out their word in Hangman.
Yeah.
Schizo. Which is A, wild to just hear these days, and B, doesn't even accurately explain their actual condition. So it's just one of those things where it's like, if they did remake this, I wonder if they would have to make major changes to some of the characters where it's not even like the same game at that point. So it's just something I thought interesting.
A little aside to that is, I think in the last couple of years, no, it couldn't have been. But once again, forgive me, Tom, for playing Vampires, Bloodlines 2. I have noticed that is starting to the pendulum. I'll take it. The pendulum is swinging back a little bit in the other direction, where there is a character, and she was like, "It's amazing what you can blame on mental illness in this day and age." And I was like, "Oh shit, they actually went there? Like, interesting." So it's something that, yeah, they went with number 2, and maybe the first one. I think you would still have to wait a little bit, specifically with the second case, with the state of being of the victim, so to speak, and how they chose to live their life. You would probably still have a little bit too much pushback currently, but in the next couple of years, that's definitely something that I could see them being like, yeah, we don't care anymore. We're gonna go for it. So
yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. In that regard.
Times do be a change.
I will say for Danganronpa 2x2, there is a specific reason why they chose that one, and I did end up searching it, and that's because there's a reason it could play out differently. Instead of, because it is not just a remake, but also a second scenario of the game, where you take the same characters and they do different people murder each other, sort of thing, and a different story. So there is a reason to that narrative why it can allow it and still be what's called canon, so to speak. There's a reason they did that. I still think it's lazy, and they should have probably done this first, because this really needs it. Every Danganronpa after that, not counting like Ultra Despair Girls, but
or any of the other side content,
or any of the side stuff, it really could use like a remake, or at least some sort of like sprucing up. But that's just me. But we ready to move on to chapter 1?
That's correct, Oprah.
I think so.
Yeah. But anyways, let's move on to chapter 1 / the prologue, as I have here, because I kind of written the notes for the prologue. Super short. It's just basically like introducing Makoto and then getting into the actual game itself.
Oh, I have words about Makoto's introduction.
Oh, really?
Oh, well, yeah.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
So when I first booted up Danganronpa, I was streaming into some of my old Staples buds, kind of in a similar vein to how we ran through the first chapter in all together at Wiggz' place before everyone moved away and left me. And we just found it hilarious how they was literally like a textbook case of our protagonist being just this absolute nobody. Like he waxes poetic, spending the entire time describing himself as being this literal rando with no discernible skills, no talents, no traits that would make him stand out from a vegetable garden. we were joking that how the Easter egg tofu character from Resident Evil had more character than this kid at the time. But with hindsight being 2020, in the end, it ended up being very good, because it turns out that he actually has a lot going for him.
Oh, absolutely.
So I just
we'll
found
reach
hilarious
that at the end, but we'll
yeah,
talk about it.
Of course, at the very end. But no, I just found hilarious how he went on about how he had absolutely no reason being there in this school with the best of the best in everything from, I don't know, programming and sports to biker gang leaders.
Yeah, exactly. But chapter 1, basically, this is the chapter where it doesn't, not just introduces what's going on, what's like, you know, what's the central sort of conflict, which is being stuck inside of this school for all eternity until people start murdering each other. But it's also especially like this first case, it's a great like kind of exclamation point to show what the stakes are, what kind of betrayals can happen, what can happen to people, how it can happen out of nowhere, and is basically like, usually in Danganronpa, every case has like what I call the first case twist, which is like something happens in the case that's like, no way, that can't be. And so with that one, we'll get to it soon, but basically everybody kind of goes like, I don't really know. What, you know, it's kind of like they don't really do much until MONOKUMA, which is our headmaster in this school, our wonderful, very wonderful headmaster, which is funny because when MONOKUMA says Barry or bear puns, I don't want to kill him like I want to kill Teddy.
True. Real mood.
But I love MONOKUMA. I also love Teddy for other reasons, mostly because my hate for him is lower than others, and to see others suffer brings me joy. But anyway, before long, the motives are like revealed in these tapes, where MONOKUMA's like, hey everybody, get these tapes, and you plug the tapes in. And so for Makoto's case, it's the tape, and it shows like his mom, his dad, and his sister Komaru Naegi, and it's like, hey, everything's good, everything's wonderful, we're happy to see you over at Hope's Peak. And then it shows a time lapse, and the house is trashed, everybody's missing, what the hell is going on? And then MONOKUMA leaves with the message that's saying, oh, you want to find out? Well, you gotta get out of here. And so it starts with that, and so it hits people to general degrees, but the one person that gets hit the most is Sayaka Maizano, who it is revealed in this chapter that Sayaka is the only person that Makoto actually knew before the events of the game, even just briefly, which we'll get to it when we get to my notes on her. But basically, she also receives something and then flies off the handle. And then from there, her murder happens, and it goes through this whole rigmarole. Maybe we should switch rooms. Okay, we'll switch rooms for this night or whatever. And the next morning, when you wake up, you go to your room and you see her moited in your bathroom. So it's there. And basically, what do you guys think of the first chapter for right now? The moited and all that. The moited, the moiterer, the betrayals, the twists, the drama.
Well, to hop on a little bit quickly. Sorry, Andrew.
No, go ahead.
It's one of those things where we did kind of miss something sort of out of the prologue, so to speak, which is initially this game kind of presents as just like a standard kind of VN, and you're like, okay, you're just playing, you're talking to people and whatnot. And I think we've alluded to it, but I don't think we've specifically gone into kind of the detail, which is you're all talking to MONOKUMA, and he's explaining to the inmates, the students, whatnot, like the idea of the killing game, which is you're stuck in here. One of you is allowed to leave as long as you become a blackened. Like, you have to kill somebody else and not get caught, at which point everybody else dies and you get set free. And everyone's kind of like, what? This doesn't make any sense. And what kind of really kicks everything off and makes you realize, oh shit, this is all serious, is I think it's Junko.
That's right.
And she kind of tells him to go fuck himself. And then she like kicks him or something, or stomps him down. Step on me, mommy.
Oh yeah.
And then he calls like Gungir, yeah, whatever it is. And then all of a sudden she just gets fucking murked. And like there's quite a long like scale up to close up of her just like impaled by spikes. with like, yeah, the bright pink blood and everything, and she's just like in shock, and then everybody else is like, yo, what the fuck? And even the player is like, yo, what the fuck? And that's when you really know that it's kicking off. That, yeah, this little bear, this isn't just like some kind of fever dream. This isn't some kind of weird like little prank. This is real. She's actually fucking dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, yeah, building into the inciting incident, so to speak, of, yeah, here's these things. And yeah, Sayaka freaks the fuck out and runs out. And as Makoto, you knew her. You kind of be getting close by talking to her and being like, oh, hey, we actually knew each other. And she's like, oh, yeah, maybe I remember you. Or maybe she says she really remembered him.
If you do her free time event, she does know you. And she elaborates.
Yeah, she does.
Exactly.
She does.
That she quite remembers Makoto, actually. And there's a lot of stuff in that chapter as well correct. That goes to show that in that chapter, like Makoto, he doesn't really trust anybody. He doesn't distrust anybody, but the only one he attaches himself to is Sayaka.
Yeah. And so, yeah, through kind of being friends with her and having that prior relationship, then he goes to go kind of figure out, and then, yeah, you build upon the previous relationship of she's like, oh, well, this happened. I'm pretty sure. No, it's after she's been moited that you get to watch her tape and kind of see what she saw. But she does, you can kind of see the sprinklings of what kind of ends up being one of like the twists later on, where she explains her life as an idol and how important it is to her and how much like she really values that, and that really plays into the motivation for certain actions later. But in chapter 1, yeah, there's a lot going on that you can kind of miss if you're not necessarily fully paying attention.
No, absolutely.
I'll let Andrew make some comments while I'm formulating more thought.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. Well, speaking on like the whole feeling about, oh shit, this is now real. There actually is another moment even prior to that, right as you start the game, where like the feeling of dread already starts to build. Because when you start a new game, you open up with this cutscene where this man, you don't know who he is thrown into a death trap and executed just right off the hop. And then it opens up with Makoto introducing himself and then going to the school. So already, like, the player is somewhat familiar that there's gonna be some weird shit going down. But then they spend a long time, actually longer than expected, with the prologue in chapter 1, just introducing the characters and not yet getting to any of the proper killings, so that you get used to everyone and you can have time to interact. And then they open up with the whole Junko getting stabbed and Sayaka end up getting murdered. Mm-hmm. So both those things thrown at once, that makes it very, very real.
Sorry, to butt in very quickly.
No, go ahead.
For the audience out there, Sayaka dies first, and then Junko ends up biting the dust, and then doing that. So, in that sense, it's a very like stark and very real. Like, the stakes are real, because not just your good friend died in your own room, and there's already implications of that. Another person that's like, nah, screw this shit, I ain't dealing with that, gets horrifically like impaled on a bunch of spikes.
Yes. I got my timelines mixed up because I did like the prologue in chapter 1 like 3 months ago, and then you were like, don't do it yet. And so I held off and finished the game like 2 weeks ago. So that was my bad.
Me they were waiting on. That's my bad.
No, it was not at all. That's fine.
I thought you said there was a bar here.
Implicate myself into further nonsense. When they started and we decided on this game, I was playing freaking Last Defense Academy.
All right.
And
yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, we'll start on this after I'm done. 210 hours later. Okay, I'm done.
210 hours later.
Yeah.
And then here we are, and we're here now. But yeah, no, that's fine. I was just clearing up how the sequence of events happened. But
Yeah, for sure.
Now, probably the most interesting element of this chapter, and it kind of draws back to the points that you guys made earlier about this being very good with its use of the red herring, is that because the murder ends up taking place in Makoto's room, Makoto himself starts the game running as the first red herring that everyone is aiming towards. But you, the player, know for a fact that you are innocent because you were in a completely different place. And it becomes this neat game of both who done it, but also how are you going to convince everyone that it wasn't for sure you, and how exactly are you going to get the other couple to reveal themselves through the trials and the investigation. So it's a very strong start to the game. I felt, at least, in terms of like establishing the red herring twist elements that are going to be peppered all throughout the different chapters.
I did not moiter him.
I did not moiter him.
What was that from? That was from Robot Chicken.
Robot Chicken.
Yeah.
Robot Chicken doing the Jetsons.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, with the
with the whatever the robot's name was.
Yeah. Oh, you think these windows are like bulletproof? And then he flies out the window. Oh boy. Anyways, so what happens end up in this murder? I'm not gonna go through every single detail and things like that because play the game, you lazy asshole. Whoever's listening.
Yeah. But entering spoiler territory. Play the fucking game if you don't want to know.
As with every drunkardcast, I guess by now. Because like there's some people
at an hour and a half in.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop and go play the game.
Yeah, go play the game. If you don't want spoilers, go play the game.
I mean, we already spoiled the one, but that's
we
the one.
spoiled 2 people, but it's the first chapter. Okay, so there's still 5 more chapters of goofy shit to go through. But anyway,
goofy. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, goofy. But anyways, what ends up happening, without going into full detail, is that like the one that killed Sayaka in your room was Leon Kuwata, who is the ultimate baseball player. But through the investigation and figuring out what's going on and like the sequence of events and like figuring out through different like eyewitness accounts, like Aoi or Hina seeing her in the kitchen grabbing the knife and stuff like that, is that Sayaka actually intended to kill Leon in Makoto's room, and in doing so attacked Leon, failed in doing so, got horrendously hurt. I think, if I recall, her arm got broken, her wrist got broken.
Correct.
And then sealed up in the bathroom, and then Leon came back and finished the job, and then continued as normal, and then the trial starts, basically. And then eventually you end up figuring out that Leon, that killed her. And then from there, so on and so forth, Leon, because he is the blackened, and of course, and pretty much, spoilers, every single one of these, when you figure out what happens, the blackened does end up getting killed. Usually in a very ironic execution that has to do with their ultimate ability. Or some sort of theme that ties to them. In this case, Leon is tied to into a pole and basically is thrown like a bajillion baseballs at him until he dies. So with that, since we're talking about Leon, what do we think of Leon Kuwata? And whichever ways or whatever. Andrew, what do we gotta say?
Well, he's very much like the trope of kind of like that womanizing bad boy figure, which I suppose is what made him the perfect sort of I don't know victim for Sayaka, because if you interact with Leon, you come to figure out that A, he's obviously got a thing for the ladies, and then B, he has maybe a little bit of a crush or a thing for Sayaka. So with that in mind, for me it's like there probably couldn't have been anyone else to hit the ground running for the first chapter, just because those two elements just fit together so nicely. So Leon, he's kind of an okay character, a little bit generic, but if you're into fiery rebel bad boys, then maybe you'll get a kick out of him. For me, Sayaka was way more interesting obviously because you spend way more time with her.
Yeah.
And they sort of set her out to be kind of like the female co-lead to your character with the amount of time and how she like makes herself out to be your assistant, only for that to get flipped completely on its head with her ending up being one of the first victims. So I liked that little bit of subversion for her character, and I thought that was far more compelling mystery to unravel when the actual murder does turn up.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting in Leon that he is one of the few, if really the only ultimate in this one, that he doesn't really like his ultimate ability. He's good at baseball, but he's actually really passionate and wants to get into music.
Yeah.
Which is because he's that way, because he's a womanizer. That's why I think Sayaka picked him, because he's an easy target to fool into. You know, if a hot girl who was an idol star told you, hey, come meet me in my room at like 2 a.m., Leon would be one to fall for that, like hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, yeah.
And
well, especially in regards to that, if I can butt in, that was one of the things that I thought, which is like, why wouldn't Sayaka pick one of the other women characters, or alleged women characters, who would have been on a much more even playing field as opposed to like the athlete? Like, I don't like baseball, but most baseball players are quite athletic. Like, why would she pick this guy? Especially if you go into their, how you call it, the report card or whatever. Leon was like quite a big dude, whereas Sayaka was quite a small person. She was 5'4", 5'8", something like that.
Oh yeah,
Leon was like closer to 6 foot. Like, why would she pick that one? And if you actually think into her scheme, it would make a little bit more sense if it was a female character, because for the same reasons as to why Leon bought into it, would be a similar reason as to why it would work for her whole setup of Makoto, where it's like, yeah, Makoto invites one of the women to his room or whatnot, and he's a very small dude.
Oh yeah, he's
so
like 5'3",
a woman,
5'4".
Yeah, he's like 5'3". He's a manlet.
He's our short
so
king.
Like as to he's a short king.
Yes.
as to like a woman may not necessarily view him as kind of threatening. So maybe she would accept his invitation, as opposed to Leon, who was a big dude, where it was like, why would he have been in his room in the first place? But obviously it's because, yeah, Sayaka come to my room or whatever. And so I thought that was kind of interesting, because that's ultimately kind of what leads to her downfall. Is she has the setup, she has everything very good, but the second she lost the element of surprise, it was kind of game over. Whereas if it had been, you know, she may have won against like Hina, not Sakura, or Chihiro or Celeste. She may have had that opportunity where it's like a relatively even playing field to actually succeed in her murder, but she picks the big athletic dude, and then it's like, oh, she got murdered. Rip.
Yeah. I think it sort of touches on that a little bit towards the end of the chapter, where it sort of suggests or maybe hints that it ultimately she would have succeeded if she hadn't hesitated towards the end.
Yeah, specifically, if I recall, she hesitates because it has to do with Makoto. Because she didn't want to basically implicate him in the murders. And so that doubt actually went against her. And it's interesting that, it doesn't go her way. That still makes Leon a cold-blooded killer.
Yes.
Because in the case, one of the most interesting parts of it is that, like, well, I had to, well, I did whatever, she tried to kill me or whatever. And it's like he went back to his room to get the toolkit to try and unlock the door to kill her anyways. And it's like, that's murder.
He had the opportunity to walk away.
Absolutely.
And would it have made things potentially even more interesting? Yeah, possibly. But it's like, you won. You walked away. You may never have trusted her ever again. It may have led to a lot of friction and tension in between all the rest of the people. But you could have walked away, and you came back.
Yeah. And another element, too, that's interesting. Leon, at the end of the trial, when he's about to be executed, he's the only killer in the game that actually grovels and begs for mercy.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
He's the only one that does it. Everybody else kind of understands what they did, and that's part of the game, and yada yada. But he's the only one that grovels and begs for mercy in front of Monokuma, and it's funny, nobody buys it because he killed somebody. He absolutely did kill somebody.
Yeah.
So it makes his character tragic, but also kind of like a lot more interesting in that way too, where he comes across and he doesn't have a lot of time in the limelight, but there's a bit more to him. There's especially like if you go in the expanded materials, there's like a lot more stuff like the motives. I believe in Ultra Despair Girls, like you're going to find all the motive people, so the people that would have showed up in their motive videos. So like for Sayaka, it was like, yeah, one of the members. For Makoto, it was Komaru Naegi, who's actually the protagonist of that game. His sister and all that. Yeah, his sister. And for Leon, it's actually his cousin who's in love with him. And it's like some weird thing like that. It's like, it's Danganronpa. It goes weird. It's crazy and weird.
I bought all of the Danganronpa games to play through now. So
yeah, and you feel like a fool because there's going to be a brand new remake of it.
Yeah.
And come next spring, or sometime next year, but we'll see. Anyway.
Well, what little money I have left after the Canadian government takes my taxes can always go towards new video games.
After you so graciously gave everybody your money. But anyways.
Yeah, after I graciously granted them with $37,000 last year.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on, we should talk about Sayaka as well, because she's the person that got murdered and the other person in this case. And Sayaka's a really interesting character. She doesn't have a lot of screen time, but she says a lot in that time. And through her actions and what happens, it makes a huge impact. So, like, Andrew, do you got anything to say?
I think I've already said my piece about her. I spent more time interacting with her, in part because that's what they were pushing, and in part because I wanted to see what skill she got. And I forgot just how little time I had with the other characters. So I tried to maximize the amount of skills I got from those who were gonna end up going. So I didn't end up interacting with Leon a whole ton. Until after the fact, when I finally learned about him being the punk rocker. But again, just to reiterate, like I liked how they had her out to be this your female co-lead, your assistant, as she describes herself. Her dialogue with Makoto, though brief, it's there's decent chemistry written there, and there's like of course the obvious hint bait at her potentially having like a crush on Makoto to really get the male players in the audience to really gun for protecting her, only for it to completely wind back on her. And it turns out that maybe she was not as truthful as she started, because I mean, at the end of the day, she plotted to murder someone in your own room and pin it on you, and then only had that last moment of fleeting doubt that resulted in her getting killed. So yeah, no, I don't have anything else to add, really.
That's I have a bunch of notes on Sayaka, but since we're right there already, we'll talk about this element of it. And it's one of those things, did Sayaka really care for Makoto, or was it all a ruse? And that's like a huge question, a huge doubt that is kind of that kind of capstones that chapter, and then you take that doubt with you in the rest of the game, and that kind of clouds every single character, every single motive, every single thing that happens in the rest of the game, because it's like, okay, is this a means to end, or things like that? What do you think, Andrew? What do you think? Do you think she really did care for him in the end, or was it just all kind of a ruse?
I mean, ultimately, you'll never truly know. I get the feeling that she may have cared for you a bit, because I didn't see her character as particularly vindictive. So, when it comes down to discovering who the killer is, one of the major clues that she leaves is that she literally spells out the killer's name on the wall behind her in her own blood. It's not immediately apparent at first because some of the marks are faded away, so it looks like a bunch of random numbers and characters.
Yeah, 11037.
But then once you see it, yeah, 11037. But then once you see it, you can never unsee it, and you'll always just see Leon's name. So, like, if she was, well, I guess no. Even if she was vindictive, then she could have just been writing that just to get back at him. But somehow that I don't get that feeling from the interactions they had. So I think in some small measure she was trying to protect not just Makoto, but maybe some of the others as well, to prevent them from getting axed in the event that Leon got off scot-free. So I think she did care, maybe just a little bit at the very end. I don't think it was a complete and total ruse to make you feel better about yourself. I think she did end up caring.
Wiggz, what do you think? Do you think she cared in the end, or was it just a ruse?
Well, it's a little bit of 50-50, right? So if you know anything about like idol culture in Japan, which I only know a little bit, I'm not like a super J-pop fan or anything like that, but like it is very intensely competitive and like dog eat dog, so to speak. And Sayaka does go a little bit into that in some of her conversations and discussions with Makoto, where it's hard work. Like, most idols aren't allowed to have boyfriends and stuff like that. If they do get caught with a boyfriend, a lot of times they essentially lose their career. And so she has been steeped in this ultra competitive culture of everybody is out to stab everybody in the back. Same thing in Hollywood. It's the same thing in Vancouver. Anywhere where there's films to be made or stardom to be had, people will step all over other people if they need to. And I think that is really what began with her kind of interactions with Makoto, which is like she knew who this guy was, and then preyed upon that, where it's like, oh yeah, we did know each other. And yeah, maybe she had an inkling because it's kind of like, oh, he had a bit of a crush on Sayaka, but she was so much more popular. Makoto was just an average guy. He never had a chance. And instead it's, maybe I had a little bit of a crush on you too, which gonna get most guys' blood a pumping, for lack of a better term. But through the interactions, especially with her having seen this video, and am I okay to spoil what the video is? I'm just gonna
go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, as we said, Makoto's video is his family is gone. He doesn't know what happened. The house is in ruins. Sayaka's video is essentially like all of her bandmates are either incapacitated or dead, and she is forgotten. And so she's, like I said, she's been in this culture of hyper competitiveness, stay at the top kind of thing, and then sees that. And as she expounds to Makoto, like, essentially her co-stars are a lot like what she has left of a family. So she takes them very seriously. And for them, at least, she does definitely have a genuine amount of caring. And I think you see where the doubt and the hesitation in what ends up getting her killed comes about from how Makoto reacts, where she is used to everybody stepping over everyone else. But after she sees the video, Makoto has no idea what was on it, but still comes to her and just kind of freely offers consolation and comfort and care. And they actually do have like a kind of a nice touching moment that is a real point of connection. And to some extent, it may have been a bit of a realization of like, oh, right, this is how people behave. This is how normal human beings interact, not what I've been exposed to in this last little bit. And so, yeah, when she comes to the murder, maybe she intended, well, it's heavily implied that she intended to kind of frame Makoto. But that's where that last minute doubt may have came to, which is, who is this? This is the only person here who has shown me a genuine kindness, and I'm doing this to them, and could have implied that amount of regret that then led to essentially her giving it away, so to speak. When she's in the bathroom, she's dying, she's been impaled or whatnot, and paints the name of her killer upon the wall, however poorly, so that way I would say she would have a genuine care, because had she not had a genuine care, there's an amount of vindictiveness. Maybe I'm not going to let Leon get away with this, but from a certain point of view, it is also well, like, my plan may have failed, but I'm not going to let Makoto go down for it.
Yeah.
You know, this one person, like, she has that hesitation, and then she has the wherewithal to then identify her killer in writing straight up, so that it essentially saves Makoto's life. So I would say that there is at least a little bit of a genuine care there. Had she been successful and killed Leon, maybe it would have went a different way. But unfortunately,
and this
she was
is
not.
where
So
this is one aspect of it where you have to be really pay attention to the timeline of how sequence of events and stuff like that. I'm of the opinion that Sayaka did really care about Makoto, and in this case, she did use him because she needed to go out and figure out what happened to her bandmates. But we need to take care and attention to know she didn't know at this point that if she murdered somebody and got away with it, that everybody else would have died.
Oh, right.
yeah,
It was not revealed until the MONOKUMA file got revealed, and that what would happen to the Blackened if they failed, or if they succeeded. That was not revealed at the time. And if you take how Makoto treats her, how she has been treated her life in this dog-eat-dog world of being an idol, things like that. That also goes back to Leon, where Leon wanting to be punk rocker, getting to music, comes across as very, like, tropey, very, like, kind of fake. Like, oh, I just want to get into this or whatever. It comes across as very, to me, shallow compared to the sacrifices that Sayaka would have probably had to do to get into that business. And so, ultimately for me, and especially leaving that message for Makoto, if she was vindictive, like, yeah, they do that angle where it's like, it could just be a final, like, screw you to Leon to get him killed. But I do genuinely think that she cared for Makoto in the end, especially when you talk to, it is a crane that in her free time event that is what Makoto saved. And because it's revealed in her free time event that the impression that Makoto left on her in middle school was really great, because he saved a crane that didn't know what got into the school and needed to get out. And the crane is very much and related to Sayaka in that way, where it's like it's a legend of, like, the crane and the wife, where a hunter or something like that saves a crane, and then that crane turns into a human and becomes the wife of this hunter or something like that, and is the basically is lays the golden egg, so to speak, for the husband every year, and is her prosperity. And then when she dies or ends up something like that, or separating or something like that, the hunter ends up figuring out that the wife was the crane that he saved all those years ago. And so that is that legend is very central to Sayaka and Makoto's relationship.
that also makes actually a lot of sense now that I think about it, because crane imagery is all over traditional Japanese wedding. Like, it is uncommon to see a bridal kimono that does not have a crane. So that makes a lot of sense. And I would generally be in agreement with you that I do think that she had at least an amount of care at the end.
Yeah. For other things that I have here, we already mentioned that, yeah, she's the only one that Makoto actually knows outside of the killing game, because they had a prior history. Some technical things that I ended up figuring out doing my research and shit like that into notes. She's the first female character they designed in Danganronpa.
Really?
And she's very generic, and that's because they made her as not like a placeholder, but as a template for all the other women in the game.
Okay.
And it's there's also like there's a meme gif out there where it shows like every single like Ruiko Matsusaki female character like interplaced or like placed on top of each other, like kind of with different transparency, so you could see them all. Mm-hmm. And it's like they all got same face. Her. They all had same face basically.
Yeah.
That being said, she is the most expressive character in the game. With the amount of sprites, with the amount of like how she expresses herself in her sprites, she is the most expressive character. And so I found that
real actually.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like everybody has
now that you mention it, I do remember that where like Hina only has a handful, Celeste only has a handful, whereas it's one of those things that leads into, as Andrew said, the setting up of Sayaka as your kind of co-lead, where yeah, besides Makoto, she's the one who has like the most sprites. So you're like, okay, I'll have these two characters and whatnot, and then it's like, nope, she's dead.
Yeah, and that's like a really good like technical red herring.
Yes.
If you like, like a production red herring where it's like, there's no way somebody 100%. With so many sprites would not be able to make it.
Yeah.
Dies.
No, that's interesting. Although I think there is technically one character who has as much sprites as her, but that's going into spoiler territory.
We'll get there. Get there.
Yeah.
Dude, we'll get there.
But as far as chapter 1 goes, are we all good here, gang?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. It's clear that you guys have way more. I fucking hate this phrase, but really, it's the only thing I can call it. Media literacy in terms of like the whole crane imagery and sub story. Like I knew about the crane being a thing that she had referenced, but like I didn't bother reading more into that legend. So sounds like I need to do a little bit more independent research.
See, I will say to the benefit of your doubt, the benefit of the doubt on your end, I guess, with the Pomperos kind of kicking in a little bit. Me as the host, it is my job to research this trash. It's like I've sent like snaps to like you and a lot of other people. It's like, here's all my notes.
Yeah.
I got a lot of freaking notes on this game because there's a lot. To be fair, as well, I've already played this game, so I knew all the things. So I was really paying attention and trying to like note things down as they did. The crane thing, it was so important to the free time event, I really didn't understand what it meant until I kind of researched it. I'm like, oh yeah, I have heard of this legend before. And it makes a lot of sense, but that is what it is. So, we go with chapter 1, go to chapter 2.
Yes.
I think we're good.
We'll reveal a terrible twist at the end of this video. But, I guess moving on to chapter 2. In chapter 2, basically, now you know what the stakes are. You know what's going on. You know what, like, this shit is real, basically. Mm-hmm. And on the whole, apart from the murder and things that happen, not a whole lot happens in chapter 2. Apart from, like, every other chapter has, like, these kind of, like, side things that are going on that, like, oh, they're revealing this, they're revealing that. Oh, we're going into this avenue. Chapter 2 doesn't really have that, mostly because I think on a technical end, the chapter needs you to decompress after the first chapter, I think. Mm-hmm. I think, like, the first chapter, as it is in a lot of Danganronpa games, there's so many twists, there's so many, like, red herrings, there's so many things that, like, you need to get into your head and figure out that it's like, okay, you need to decompress a little bit. But under the hood, there is some stuff going on. But, the motive this time around, Monokuma basically reveals that, like, if, or the motive that's going to happen soon is that everybody's deepest, darkest, most embarrassing secret is going to be revealed. And so for our wonderful Makoto Naegi, his secret is that he wet the bed until 5th grade. So it's one of those where it's like, oh, well, it's like, it's embarrassing, but it's like, is that really worth killing somebody over? No. And so he goes into that chapter with that same opinion that, like, okay, there's really nothing embarrassing to get into. Mm-hmm. And so, but as we come to find out, there are actually some secrets that are dark and embarrassing that people would kill over and things like that. And so it ends up coming out that a couple days later, poor Chihiro got killed and killed in a really graphic way. Like the body discovery, like CG for it is like really graphic and like, frankly for me kind of upsetting to look at, like seeing them will be general strung up.
Yeah.
It's strung up like that. It's actually kind of upsetting to see. But
yeah, like strung up with a bloated face and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it is quite intense.
yeah. And so the chapter and the investigation kicks off, and this time around we have one aspect that we didn't really talk about in chapter 1 is that by the point that the class trial starts is when everybody actually starts talking to each other. Because before then, some people talk to each other, like Hina and Sakura kind of like become friends and things like that.
Yeah, they're inseparable. They're glued together at the hip, essentially.
Yeah. But most other people are kind of off on their own. But through the trial, basically everybody has to interact with each other, and through it, they start to come together a lot more. And one of them that is still, like, there's two people that are off to the side that do not want to be included. Toko Fukawa, who's a nasty, stinky, mean, stuttering girl who writes romance novels. And the other one is Byakuya Togami, who is basically Andrew if Andrew was a snobby guy.
Oh my god!
A super
like,
snob.
I'd kill him.
You say
I'd
that
kill him.
like as
He'd
a
be dead.
joke, but honestly, like he became my favorite character. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
I love
fucking
Byakuya.
despise
Byakuya is pretty awesome.
He irritates me because he's just me.
that's why I love him so much. I'm like, I'm just seeing all my friends in this guy.
Yeah. This is like, Byakuya is like lawful neutral. Well, at first lawful evil, then lawful neutral, like Q Andrew.
Yeah.
And for the gang out there that don't know who Q Andrew is, screw you. You ain't gonna know. We're not gonna elaborate because that would take
Those
so
who
long.
know.
That would
We
take
appreciate
but
those
for
ones.
those that know. Yeah. And so what's interesting is that for this investigation, when Chihiro ends up getting killed, Byakuya actually like takes us under his wing and kind of like starts like, we need to investigate here, we need to investigate this, and you know, through his typical like Byakuya nonsense, like, you know, oh, you should have seen that one, or you should have whatever, but starts to
Why aren't you paying attention?
Yeah, why aren't you paying attention? Starts to implant the idea that maybe, just maybe, this murder is committed by a genocide jack. Which, this genocide jack is a real world to the setting, real world serial killer that outside of where they are now had killed a lot of people. And so he's trying to get into it. It's like the real genocide jack is with us right now. And this is one of those, like, this is one of those class trials when we end up getting to it, where like, kind of like with the first class trial, that like a lot of stuff gets revealed through the trial. And so like even I have here where it's like there's 4 good twists basically in this, which is find out that Genocide Jack is real. Genocide Jack is among them as Toko's alter ego. The stinky weirdo writer girl has an alter ego that is like Genocide Jill. Byakuya altered the crime scene to incriminate her. The Mondo ended up killing his brother to disserve the gang, which basically goes into spoilers that he ended up killing Chihiro. And the big one is that Chihiro was a man this whole time?
The ultimate trap.
That was the ultimate trap. The ultimate trap. That was like, what? I remember when I watched, it's like, no way, this freaking game can't be real. Like, it's funny because like the game hooked me way back when I first played it. It hooked me like, by the first chapter. It's like, okay, I gotta keep going. And you think it's like, it ain't gonna top that. It tops it. It tops that first one. It's like, what? It's not even like the red herrings they're red herrings, but they're true still. That's the part that's messed up, where it's like, there's the red herring
this
of
chapter
Genocide Joe.
especially has like this chapter has like fucking 3. It has like 3 red herrings as to like, oh, it was this dude. Actually, maybe it was this dude. Maybe it was that chick. Maybe it was this dude. Like there's like a whole bunch of red herrings and like misdirections and whatnot that all lead you in. This chapter was a really good chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is probably one of the better chapters.
Yes, absolutely.
Like chapter 1, 2, and 6, I think especially, or 5 and 6 are my favorite chapters. But it's a really like wild chapter. But basically, I guess to go through the murder and what ended up happening, there's 2 big secrets, or 3 big secrets, that would have been revealed by Monokuma if it came to pass to it. The big one is, really, I guess in the terms of the killing game, it would have been that Toko has an alter known as Genocide Joe, who is an actual serial killer. That Mondo, in trying to be better than his brother, caused an accident and killed his brother, and in doing so, that's how he became the leader of this biker gang, the biggest biker gang in Japan, and that Chihiro was actually a man. And that sets up the central conflict where for Toko, it's not really clear what would have happened if the secret got revealed anyways, but it's not really clear how she would have dealt with it or what would have happened. But the central conflict of this case is how Chihiro and Mondo react to their secrets and how they're about to be revealed. And it's one of those where it's really interesting. I guess to start off, if we really want to, let's start off with Toko, because Toko is she's there, but she's also like, she's the red herring of this chapter, but also like, we'll lead on to it. So, Andrew, what do we think for Toko? Toko Fukawa.
For Toko as a character in general?
Yeah, just in general. It's like, every chapter we're going to do the murdered and then a series of characters. So this is characters throughout the whole game and just in the chapter as well.
She's a Fujijoshi. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, she's a Fujo shit. That's for damn sure.
Fujoshi, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting how like she spends all of chapter 1 and most of chapter 2 locked up in her room. So speaking back to what you said, Tom, about how a lot of the characters don't really interact outside of like the class trials, there is actually one other moment where a lot of the characters do interact, and that's during the morning breakfast meetings where most of the characters will get together and discuss how they're going to potentially escape from the school, with the only people being noticeably absent being Byakuya and Toko.
Absolutely.
Now, Byakuya obviously he was always absent because he felt himself above everyone else and didn't want to bother interacting with the peasants, whereas Toko, on the opposite spectrum, doesn't want to interact with people because she's afraid of being rejected in some small measure. But at the same time, she does want to interact, at least with a few key people as we later come on. So in that respect, I thought originally she was just kind of I didn't engage with her too much because she was always out of the way, and you have to go out of your way to go to her, and sometimes I just want to interact with other people that I found particularly interesting. So when at this point, Toko, before it's revealed how she's got the alter ego, wasn't all that interesting to me. But as the story went on and we learned more about her character and a little bit more about her quirks, some of which become a little bit tiresome, I did warm up to her by the end of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where like I have here written on my notes that it's like, it's a good idea that she has like the split personality, because if there was one character that was 100% Toko all the time or 100% Jill all the time, they'd get tiresome really fast. But if they're 50-50 between one person and with split personality, it makes it more palatable and also like more what's the word, like you don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah,
it's way more like you don't know if something happens and it's like, oh shit. It's like, is it gonna be Toko or is it gonna be Jill?
Is Dusty in here?
A small.
Oh yeah. For those who are just for context, her personalities switch whenever Toko comes across blood or a body and faints, or when she sneezes, a la Launch from Dragon Ball.
I love that trope. I love that freaking trope, man. I have that like listed down. A big sucker for the split personality that changes on a sneeze. I love that trope so much. It's not even funny. So it's like, even though it's really tropey and like cliche, I really do like that trope. And so, Genocide Jill also has my favorite sprite in the entire game.
Oh my gosh.
That's the one where she's like laughing. She's like grabbing her belly and like she has the sharp teeth and like her tongue is poking out. That's my favorite sprite in the whole game. I never get sick of seeing it. I love that one. I love that one. That one makes me like smile every time. But Wiggz, what do you think of Toko Fukawa or Genocide Jill?
Making me be specific. Toko's an interesting character, especially when you get into the later chapters where she's like more of a masochist weirdo. And yeah, as we established, she's a fujoshi. She doesn't just write novels. She specifically writes like weird gay porn novels almost.
Yeah. And she kills boy toys. She kills like the pretty.
So
Jill
that
kills...
actually kind of goes. That goes into the investigation and the class trial itself, where the whole time, Byakuya is kind of like leading you on this Genocide Jack character, and then when that comes out in the class trial, she's like, "You think I would kill this person? Why the fuck would I do that? I only kill like." And at this point, nobody. I think at this point you haven't revealed that Chihiro was actually a dude.
That's correct.
So she's like, "Why the fuck would I kill a woman? I only kill twinks." And you're like, okay. But it's like actually a very big break in the case where you're like, you're right, that doesn't make any sense. But then it does kind of make more sense because Chihiro is a very like the ultimate trap. It's a very like feminine presenting male. But at the same time, nobody knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of like, it contradicts itself, but at the same time, because Genocide Jack themselves is like, or Genocide Jill as it were, whatever you want to call them, he's like, yeah, I only kill men. Also, that's not how I would kill them if I was going to kill them. I only kill them in this specific way. And really kind of like builds upon that, like
all that stuff,
Yeah, with the scissors and like an actual like kind of like impalement crucifixion as opposed to being tied up and whatnot. But overall, she's actually like quite an interesting character who I got to appreciate a little bit more, and I did get obviously a good kick out of the sneezes too, the changes or like the fainting blood, because that plays into other cases where it's like, how do you know which one you're dealing with at any given time, or if a body was discovered that was covered in blood, were you dealing with this person or were you dealing with this person? Because she passes out when she sees blood and then changes over to Genocide Jack, as it were. So that does come into play later on. So like this chapter is very good, and I'll go into this a little bit. I'll go into this a little bit after when we're talking about some of the other things, but specifically relating to chapter 2. Like, for as much as it's relaxed in some parts, it's also really good at setting up a whole lot of stuff.
Absolutely. Like, in later chapters, the fact that like you send out Toko and Jill comes back is a huge deal. And it's like, oh no, like it's really interesting. What else do I got here? Basically, I love how much of a bitch she is.
Yes.
She's such a like nasty, annoying bitch that's always like, she's always making fun of Hina because she's got big boobs. She's always like getting whatever. Another sprite I really like when she's like Jill, it's like when she's biting your thumb.
Oh yeah.
She's biting her. I love that sprite quite a bit.
I bite my thumb at you, sir.
Yeah, bite your thumb at you. And so how much of a bitch she is, and then being incredibly frank on how she kills people, like as Jill.
Yeah.
But it also makes it interesting that like they don't share memories.
Yes.
So in later chapters, it becomes quite apparent. But, and she's one of those characters that like gets way more development and stuff revealed to her in different games.
Oh yeah.
So like in Ultra Despair Girls, she is the Deuteronomist or side protagonist. Whatever. Hell, I don't care. I'm boozed
Deutero
up.
antagonist.
I'm boozed up. Yeah.
No, Deutero protagonist.
Deutero protagonist. Yeah, there we go. Moving on.
Jenny.
Do we want to talk about Mondo first or Chihiro first?
Oh boy.
Let's do Mondo first because I've got some words.
Okay, let's do Mondo first. Okay, so yeah, go ahead if you got some words.
So as you'd kind of, as I've just mentioned and you expanded upon, like chapter 2 is very relaxed in the beginning, but at the same time it does set things up because I don't quite remember if it's in the very early stages of the chapter or after the murder. No, it's before. It's before the murder. You have the interaction between Mondo and Taka, right?
Yeah.
Taka, yeah. Which, if you're paying attention, which like I wasn't, admittedly at first, this was an afterthought, but it really sets up the pride that Mondo has.
Yeah.
In the interaction with Taka, because like we'll go into it, but there is like an interlude almost where Taka and Mondo are kind of like arguing with each other because Taka is very by the books, like disciplinarian, whereas Mondo is more intense, but he's a loose cannon, so to speak. And they have their little competition for, who's got the biggest dick. So let's see who can stay in the sauna for the longest period of time. And it does actually play into the solving of the case later because Taka goes into the sauna just like with his bath towel or what have you, whereas Mondo stays in his clothing for the entire time. And you build into this amount of pride that Mondo has, where it's like they're both obviously struggling because they've been in there for hours.
Oh yeah.
And Mondo remains fully clothed, which goes into the investigation later. But like neither of them capitulates to the point where you get up the next morning because you're like, yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys to whatever like homoerotic fan fiction this is building up into. You leave and then talk to them the next morning, and the next morning there is absolutely no animosity between them, which also goes into Taka's character for the next chapter. They are bros. They are bonded for life. They have had their male bonding moment. Neither of them will tell you who won, which just kind of implies that they both probably passed out in the fucking sauna. But they're super tight. They are the ultimate bros now, which does set up stuff later in the investigation. But like Mondo, that his pride is established right there, where he's too proud to admit defeat, even though he's struggling almost as much as Taka is. I had another point to this, but it just sets up how proud he is. That was the other part of it, where Taka is still willing to kind of like disrobe. There is a certain amount of insecurity as well that's usually viewed in, and this is something that most men who have gone through junior high and high school gym classes, where it's like, yeah, you have to go into a change room and you got to undress in front of dudes and like change into your PT gear, into your gym gear.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, once again, going back to our times on bases.
Oh yeah.
You see that with the guys who are brand new and whatnot for basic or whatever. They're usually new. There used to be a guy in our barrack who used to like hide in the closet to change clothes, whereas the guys who had been there at least once before or who had been there for a while or whatnot, you just like whip everything off in the middle of the room and put your new shit on because who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
So there is a certain level of like insecurity that's built into that you see from Mondo because he doesn't. Taka goes into this sauna, and as some people would know, this is where you really need Corey. As some people would know, like in a lot of traditional Japanese bathhouses, saunas and whatnot, if you're not like in a towel or a yukata, you're usually naked. You're just free balling.
Yeah, exactly. It's
so like Taka goes in there in the bathrobe, whereas Mondo, it could speak to some amount of insecurity that he remains fully clothed, which some people may argue is more of like he's a tough man kind of thing, but other people may argue that that's his pride, that's his insecurity, that the things that he is kind of like worried about, doesn't want coming out, his secret and whatnot, could also play into this fact of he doesn't want to go into this sauna disrobe. That maybe he feels protected in the clothes, because that is a thing for some people. That's enough of my thoughts. I'll let somebody else go retard for a couple.
Andrew, yeah, you go ahead. Go retard.
Oh my
for
gosh,
a couple
no,
minutes.
you put that very well. I like, it didn't even occur to me that it was him not disrobing may have been tied to his insecurities. For me, it was a matter of it's established pretty quick that the clothes he's wearing, namely the jacket that he's wearing, is the jacket of the biker gang. And that, for me, I thought it was like this whole thing about how, well, maybe they have this code or something where they're very, very much tied to the gang identity, and that he can't strip himself of that. Or it's just because he needed to prove that he was stronger than Taka, or maybe he was just a bit neglectful, which may play a little bit into the actual case itself. But regardless, that's interesting how you drew that little nugget from that little side story, essentially, and then with them becoming the bros. It's very apparent. Or it becomes very apparent very quickly into the case that the past struggles or the past whatever events that happened outside of the game do lead to his insecurities, which result in his eventual with him murdering Chihiro. So obviously, like, insecurities play a main thing, but like, yeah, it didn't occur to me to even think of it as far back as that. No, that was good.
Yeah, from my end, to kind of develop off that, I guess for a little bit of context, I did write my notes for Chihiro first, and we'll get into that soon. But my gist on Chihiro, and I'll elaborate further on that, is that Chihiro is actually probably the strongest character of the whole cast. Not in the sense that strong as we think of it, as like genuine feats of strength, but strength and will. In that sense, Mondo is the weakest character. And if strength, like, for my definition, is like power with the virtue to relent, Mondo, in this moment of weakness, used it to kill somebody else who had the strength and courage to challenge their secret and change for the better. And in that sense, that to me, like, I don't want to be like, kind of too modern or whatever and saying it's toxic masculinity, but it is very much like for Mondo, it is very much like, not toxic masculinity, but this is what a man is. A man wears the stupid jacket. A man wears this stuff. And it's like, no, motherfucker, you are like the weakest person in this entire thing because you killed a little wrinkly little twink boy who tried to do better in a fit of rage.
Yeah.
And in that sense, it's that fear that comes from like a misguided sense of duty, that if it was to reveal that secret, that it would have killed the whole gang. And it's ironic because if you do his free time event after or before the fact or whatever, it's insinuated that the biker gang would have broken up after high school anyways, after everybody would have gone their own separate ways. So it's very, like, to me, like, I don't mind Mondo. I like similar characters with similar tropes and traits in other Katsutaka Kodaka games, but I actually, like, in this game, I don't like Mondo. I think he, like, what he did to Chihiro is, like, very, very cruel and awful, and at the very least, at the end of it, unlike Leon, like we said before, who's the only person that grovel, pretty much after this, everybody goes like, yep, I did it. I did it. And
they kind of take it with their chin held high, so to speak.
And
especially when you build into the fact that Mondo brings up the fact that, like, oh, it was a man's promise, which leads into, like, his own secret, which is that, you know, he killed his brother through an accident. Of course, it was his brother, valoriously sacrificing himself for the life of Mondo, because otherwise Mondo was going to get murked while they were racing, because he wanted to best his brother. And he made him make a promise between men that it was like, had he maintained the illusion that Chihiro was a woman, he never would have killed her, because that was unacceptable. But
because he doesn't lay a hand on women.
Yeah, but because Chihiro came out and was like, I was a man, that lends actually a lot more credence into, like, what you said, where Chihiro is the strongest, or at least has the strongest will in the game. Where Chihiro is like, I've been a man living as a woman for so long because of my weaknesses, but I'm going to become stronger. I will embrace this identity. And because he does that, Mondo kills him for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then is like, oh, I failed the promise between men. And it's like, yeah, Troy Baker, you did a good job with this character, and I hate you. And that's like a testament to you, Troy Baker. Fuck you, you fucking asshole. Like,
yeah.
It's funny that you guys
Troy Baker
have
is the voice actor for him?
Pretty sure it was.
I don't think it is.
Sounded like Troy Baker.
Oh, maybe.
Was
it
it
sounds
not?
like him, but
we can look at it after. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's interesting that you guys have, like...
I'm looking it up.
Oh, look at it right now. All right.
Amy, pull that video up.
Anyway,
I'll just sit here and stew.
To move on while we're doing this, I guess we should move on to Chihiro.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, like, I found it interesting that you guys have such strong hatred for Mondo because of his act. When I'm of the opinion that this is the chapter where it really is like a tragedy, like a genuine tragedy of what took place.
For sure.
Because Mondo's identity is tied very much to traditional ideals of strength, in a man being the strongest person in the room and able to face all battles, with it coming out ironically that he can't actually face the worst demon of all, and that's his own insecurities. Whereas Chihiro, and this will tie more into the murder case, tries to face those insecurities head on, and if you interact with Chihiro, maybe a little bit from nudging from Makoto, which double ends into the tragedy. But yeah, no, it's interesting how you're getting these two very much opposite characters in every respect. One person who sees himself as the absolute pinnacle of manly strength, the other person who sees himself as the absolute in weakness, when in reality it's completely opposite in terms of their internal
reversal.
Strength. Reversal in terms of their internal strength and character.
A quick plug. I was totally wrong. It is Keith Silverstein, not Troy Baker.
That makes a lot of sense.
Sounds like fucking
That
Troy
makes
Baker.
sense.
So he too wants to make Hope's Peak Academy great again.
Oh my. But it's funny
No
you
comment.
mentioned that, Andrew, because like the first note that I have for Chihiro is that this is the most tragic death in the entire game, in my opinion. It really, to me, it really is, because it is. This is somebody that, when faced with the adversity of the shame, of the embarrassment, of all this thing, of the secret being revealed, was like, I'm going to make myself better. I'm going to make myself stronger. Oops. To the audience out there, I'm Italian, so I talk with my hands and I'm knocking shit all over the fucking place.
I knew that's what it was. As soon as you went, I was like, he knocked something over. He broke something.
I was talking to like Mike or something like that or whatever, and I was talking, and it was like, like I launched something with my hand, and he was like, it's like, you totally just like, we're talking with your hand, you launched something across the room. It was like, I'll kill myself now. But as I have here, Chihiro's probably the strongest person in this game in willpower, in the sense that faced with this task, he wanted to better himself for the better. Him being a boy is actually a really good twist. Like a really good, like, what the hell? What the frick? Like an actual really good twist. And what else do I got here? His legacy lived on in Alter Ego. which is
Yeah.
being one of the most consequential characters even in death, which is crazy. But if I had to say one thing that I didn't like, and I know it's done for effect in the middle of the class trial, but it's one of those where like it's hard for me to take that out of it in the sense to me it was very cruel what Kyoko did into trying to in revealing that he was a boy. The way that he did it, like, yeah, it's for a game, right? It's for like the most effect, the most like for Sakura to not fondle him, but basically like
Get a little peek.
get his measurements and, you know, figure out whatever. And then it's a boy. And it's one of those things where it's like, I understand this is for a game. This is a very cruel and kind of like really disrespectful thing to do to somebody's body. And it's like, that kind of, as a lot of women would say, that it gave me the ick. So I was like,
It does end up playing into her character later
it
on.
does.
So
It does though. And we will get to that. So that's all I got to say about Chihiro for here. So yeah, you guys got anything more to add?
In terms of Chihiro, I admittedly didn't interact with him a ton during the day elements because I didn't think he would go so soon because like he's presented as this innocent, sweet little girl, and while you might think that they'd be the first target, you wouldn't think that the developers would be so cruel as to get them out of the way so soon. It might be one of those things where it happens later on, but no, it's so quick.
Editor's note: they were that cruel.
Yeah, very much so, doubly cruel. And even though I didn't interact with them a whole ton, when you see their body presented in that horrific manner, you can't help but feel just like a real pang of like sadness or sympathy for this, because like this is a person who literally wouldn't hurt a fly, and this is how they're presented in this pseudo crucifixion type way. It's harsh. It was kind of tough to get through.
Like another layer of his innocence that in the first investigation, he stays to look after Junko. At this point, Junko's body, because it's like he said he couldn't leave her alone with it, and it's like that's part of his character. That's part of his innocence. That's part of like it. Yeah. And it's one of those, like, it's little things like that where I think it's like the idea of like his body was strung up like that for how many hours until somebody discovered it. Like, just really, makes me shiver. But damn, what a good game this is. What a great game this is. But yeah. Go on.
I have some more things to say about Chihiro, but that'll get more into the case itself. So maybe I'll reserve that until after Wiggz has had his time to talk a little bit more about the character.
Yeah, so I had a good point, and then as soon as you passed it over to me, it flew out of my brain.
Sorry.
Oh, right. So I did. No, it's all good. That's I have less than like a fifth of my bottle of eggnog left. So
that'll do it.
that'll do it to you. It's only when you're at about a quarter of the bottle left that you get the lock in. Anything past that's when I start shooting bad and darts. No, so I actually did one of the interactions with Chihiro before he was murdered, and it does allude a little bit to, as far as I can remember, of course, take that with a grain of salt, where you do kind of go into a lot of that like inner strength that he possesses, where he like still doesn't really want to talk about it with you, but at the same time, part of that is the fact that, as we kind of established earlier, Makoto himself is like not effeminate, but he's a very small man. He's not like this big protector, whereas Chihiro, like similar to Chihiro, who is obviously a very small man masquerading as a young girl. So Chihiro doesn't really want to talk about it with you, but that kind of goes into the building for this chapter that happens ahead of time, where it's very natural after you've completed this free time event with Chihiro, you'd spend some time with him, as to why he goes to hang out and reveals his secret to Mondo. This manly macho man, Randy Savage, who's like a kind of like a very protector. Why that would make him kind of like feel safe. This is a safe person I could talk to. You get a little bit of that. It's a little bit. I don't remember it perfectly, but I do remember having that kind of occurrence when I had completed chapter 2. I was like, oh, that makes a little bit more sense now. Why Chihiro wouldn't necessarily want to talk to you, but at the same time would like to talk to Mondo. And then, as Tom mentioned as well, alter ego, which is kind of the true exemplar or symbol of that inner strength, where it was in at the same time that he was trying to better himself through becoming stronger, the ability to protect himself, protect maybe those he cared about, introduced this system where even if he passed, which is what ended up happening, it was still there to help.
Yeah.
It was still there to kind of assist. As long as somebody found it, which of course in the next chapter we'll find out somebody did, obviously. But he left that behind and didn't leave like a kill switch where it's like, we're sorry, alter ego, Chihiro's dead, and be like, oh, all this stuff that I was looking into, fuck you, I'm not going to tell you what it is. Instead, it was like, oh no, like, since it was imprinted with his own personality, it's like, well, that makes me sad, but I'm still going to do what I can to help the rest, which builds into later stuff, with considering them friends. Blah. But, yeah, that's it for me.
Damn.
All right. Andrew, you said you had something to do with the case that you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, so when it comes to light that it was Chihiro was murdered, and Chihiro was a boy, and that they were murdered in the boys' locker room, in the boys' version of the gym, seeking assistance from Mondo. And after Mondo gives himself up, I found it really striking, I guess, when he just gives himself up, when most of the other characters in the later chapters do as well, but he's the first person who just gives himself up and accepts his fate. And it comes to light that the reason why he killed Chihiro in the first place was there was no premeditation. This wasn't, I'm going to kill this little girl, which, I mean, Mondo wouldn't have in the first place.
Boy.
Yeah, this little twink boy, because this is now the perfect opportunity to do so. And when it's funny, when you're making the comics in each chapters, each of the panels always show the characters in the worst possible light. They're making them out to be kind of like these monsters with the facial expressions that you're doing in the comics. But the reality of the situation was the murder was an accident. Mondo was challenged by Chihiro in terms of Chihiro wanting to better himself and seeking Mondo out to help because he admired Mondo, and Mondo misinterpreted that as a challenge. And in a fit of blind rage, he lashed out, and it just so happened that because Mondo is one of the strongest characters, if not seconded by another character, that he lashed out and he killed Chihiro. And then by his manly promise, he kept Chihiro's identity a secret by tampering with the crime scene. Again, not really as a way to hide himself, but mostly as a way to hide and protect Chihiro's identity because of this great shame.
That's right.
That he felt.
That's right.
Oh, Rizzle.
Yeah, so that's why, like, I can't hate Mondo because I'm sure it was his fault, but it was all these external circumstances that caused him. I mean, for every character, it's external circumstances, but it really, I think, doubly so for him, because again, it wasn't something that he planned. It wasn't meditated. He didn't pick out a victim, anything like that. It was just Chihiro said the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Yeah, in a moment of weakness.
In a moment of weakness, he lashed out. And I had done the Chihiro interactions and the Mondo interactions after the fact, because, yeah, you can go back and get them. And when it comes to Chihiro, he asks Makoto outright how he feels about insecurities and who could he potentially go to help better himself. And you recommend Mondo. So in some small measure,
that's
if you
right.
go through that
That's
side
right.
story, it's kind of your fault that those two are dead because you're the one who essentially brought them together. So it's just, man, this chapter, man, was hard.
This is a good chapter. This is a really good chapter.
Yes.
And it's why I say, like, this is the most tragic one. Because, like, at the heart, there's something to be said that Leon, okay, maybe doesn't have the best out for it. Sayaka, whatever. We were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
For Chihiro and Mondo, that was a moment of weakness. And as I always say, like, it is in those moments of weakness that defines strong characters, so to speak. And it's why I said, like, Mondo is, compared with Sakura, one of the strongest physically characters. But willpower-wise, he's one of the weakest. And his moment of weakness, he murdered somebody. But even then, he knew what he did was wrong. He knew and gave his man's promise to make sure that his secret wouldn't have been revealed. Even though it would have been revealed anyways. Even though that was a promise between men. And so he upheld that. And so, another aspect I have, it's a really small one, but it's like, it's interesting that the bullet time battle into convincing somebody that the case is the way it is not with Mondo, but it's with Taka. Taka was the one that could not accept that his bro did that. His bro.
Yeah, my bro would never do this. You're wrong. You're lying.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
leads
no,
into
Mondo-
chapter 3 and how he develops that way. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh boy. Anyway, moving on. We're back from our intermission. Scumbag Andrew here is going to talk about chapter 3 if he wants to. Or
Hey, that's
do you need
my
me to
title.
moderate?
Sure. Yeah, I can lead us off. If I stray, feel free to jump in and lead me back onto the path. But yeah, so chapter 3 opens up, and if we're keeping in theme with the previous ones, this time this case is a double murder. There's 2 victims this time, not counting the chapter 1 because Junko's death doesn't count in that respect. This is genuinely a two-person murder. Our victims or our players this time are Hifumi, the ultimate fanfic doujin smut writer.
I'll
We
save her.
have
The Beagle.
oh the what?
The one guy that I can voice pretty damn well, apparently, according to Andrew.
I will save her.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, no, that's good. So yeah, our players this time are Hifumi, as I said, Kiyotaka, the ultimate moral compass, who does undergo a little bit of an evolution following the death of his bro Mondo, and then
Becomes Kiyomondo.
Celestia becomes Kiyomondo. That's right. The fusion of the two, and then Celestia Lunenburg, the ultimate gambler, and also known as the Queen of Lies in many circles, which comes into very important play in this chapter.
Yeah. Only thing I want to add is just some stuff leading up to chapter 3. Let me get my notes.
Thank you.
Basically, starts off with a reveal of alter ego that before Hina is basically going to the kitchen to see some stuff, sees a weird glow in the bathhouse change room, and turns out it's alter ego. Then weirdo relationship stuff develops with alter ego and Hifumi and Taka. As in, we'll start with Takemaru. Not Takemaru, that's from Last Defense Academy. Yutaka.
Kiyotaka, my brother.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, maybe we should lay off the moon mug for a little bit. Basically, with him, alter ego. So for the gang out there, I guess we should have probably explained this better.
Yeah.
Alter ego is like an artificial intelligence program that Chihiro made in order to help solve the mystery of what's happening at Hope's Peak Academy.
Mhm.
And so this was an old laptop that they had found in the library, which every time there's a new chapter and after a new mystery, the school opens up. So there's a new floor of the school, and then you go and explore. The laptop was one of those things. Chihiro used that laptop to start developing Alter Ego, and with it, try to start to get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding Hope's Peak Academy. One of the episodes that happens is that our two main people that get moited in chapter 3, Kiyotaka and Hifumi, both develop a really weird relationship with Alter Ego. With Kiyotaka, it has to do with the fact that Alter Ego uses what it knows about Mondo to create a avatar of Mondo to tell Kiyotaka to basically man up and become the better man. To which he digivolves into Kiyomondo, and
essentially because Kiyotaka is also like catatonic.
Yeah.
Which is something we didn't mention at the end of chapter 2. When Mondo goes kaput, Taka kind of freaks out, and he doesn't say anything, and he has this very shocked sprite, like traumatized sprite, that he doesn't say anything. After that, he doesn't say anything at the morning meetings, despite being formerly very vocal, and he doesn't speak again until Alter Ego imitates Mondo.
Yeah, until he figures out that Alter Ego is a thing, and asks if is this real? Is this a person? So he could ask the forgiveness of Chihiro in Mondo's stead, which is how that develops. And then Hifumi, being the fat bastard, pathetic person that he is, develops a relationship with Alter Ego just because it's the only person that will talk to him. Even though Alter Ego just wants information and will take it in any way that he can. And Alter Ego is based on Chihiro, who's a generally very chill and very nice and very innocent person.
All right.
But quickly, Alter Ego goes missing. And so that sets basically sets the events of the chapter with Super Taka and Hifumi to butt heads against each other, which leads to our murder.
Mm-hmm.
So, anybody want to take into that, or do you want me? If people want me to continue?
In terms of discussing the details of the murder itself, or do you just want to go into the character profiles?
Well, we could go to the murder, I guess. What did everybody think of the murder? Because I got a few things to say about the murder. That it's But Wiggz, you got anything to say about the murder?
The murder was overall it was a relatively interesting little investigation and whatnot, but at the same time, it wouldn't have worked had Taka been the twist as opposed to Hifumi. But it becomes very evidently obvious early on in the little pseudo investigation that Hifumi is involved.
Yeah.
As opposed to because he is so big. Who's gonna move him? Nobody. Hifumi's gonna be able to move Hifumi. Only Sakura is the only one left that could move him in the short amount of time. But at the same time, it was very interesting as to whether or not you notice some of the details, where when you discover the body or whatnot. And so there is a mechanic as well that we didn't touch on, where if 3 of the inmates, characters, however you want to call them.
That's right. The body
discover a body.
BDA. Yeah.
Then there is a body announcement. This is an announcement. A body has been discovered.
A body has been discovered.
Yeah. So if you're paying attention, it doesn't give the case away, but it kind of gives the twist away relatively early on, where if you realize, oh yeah, we found this one body or whatever, but then there's no announcement, but then you encounter the other at around the same time, and it's like, a body has been discovered, and you're like, if you're paying attention, you could kind of pick up on that.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, it doesn't really come into play until the class trial when you're like, wait a minute.
It's one of those things where
wait a minute. something don't feel right.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, in the moment, you're caught up in the moment of all the events going on that you don't really catch it. And then in the class trial, you really get all the details. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enrique.
Yeah, you know what? We were kind of dancing around the point, but for the benefit of those listening, it comes to light that when you first discover the first body being Hifumi's, it turns out that actually wasn't a body, and Hifumi was just playing an act. And in reality, he had been involved in a murder with an accomplice of Hirotaka. And then after that murder takes place, Hifumi himself ends up getting killed by his accomplice in an act of betrayal. And the motive for this one is actually fairly simple. It doesn't have to do with like any interpersonal or outside relations with people or family or friends or anything like personal secrets. It's just straight up, whoever does it will get this lump sum of $1 million, which
$10 million.
Or no, $10 million. What good? The amount doesn't matter. It's a lot of money that's on the line for this one.
I got a lot more on that, but we will get to it. We will get to it.
Yeah, more will come up, but that is kind of the inciting incident for at least one of the perpetrators. And then, of course, it comes to light that the mastermind behind this whole double murder betrayal thing was the Queen of Lies, Celestia Ludenberg. And that's how we get into the trial proper.
I do have one other thing to kind of add about the case and whatnot, in that this is one of the most predictable ones.
Mm-hmm.
The second I saw Robo Justice or whatever, I was like, oh, Hifumi's a rat of some kind.
Yeah.
Because only a big fat fucking nerd loser like that is going to come up with
exactly.
Robo Justice.
Exactly.
I was like, this is so predictable. I was like, because there has also been allusion to the Celestia or Celeste using Hifumi before, where she like demands he makes her tea and then he makes it wrong and she like fucking throws the cup at him or like smashes it or whatever and demands it again. So there is a lead up. Now, granted, this is one of those ones where they kind of twist somewhat of the motivation, but if you've been paying attention to the characters at all, it was like, oh, this Robo Justice, and you're like, fucking nerd, you're in on it somehow. And then Celeste is like, I took this picture, and you're like, this is a setup, this is fake, I don't believe this for a second.
Yeah.
They
in case
tried
it isn't
to
obvious, this is one of the weaker chapters.
And the whole setup with like alter ego and whatnot, and you're like, oh, okay, so this. I had it figured out like a quarter to half of the way through. Like this is one of the ones that's much easier to piece together, just because some of it has much bigger tells than other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those where they try to implicate in this in trial. They try to implicate that it was Yasuhiro or Hiro that was in it, and I did not buy it for a single second.
No.
I did not buy it for a single second. It's like, there's no way that Hiro... One, I did not believe that Hiro... Until the next chapter, anyways.
Yeah.
That would be willing to do something like that. But two, it's like, there's no way they could do that. And so, what I got here is that, like, while it's technically a fun case to solve, the story behind it is kind of the most boring out of all of them. Yeah, tries to immediately frame Hiro as the killer, but I didn't buy it at all. This is one of those where, like, the quaintness of Trigger Happy Havoc kind of comes into effect, in that, like, the characters aren't given enough time to shine, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like, especially with Hirotaka, like, where it's like, he's one of those, in a different Danganronpa, he would have survived, like, way longer and had way more character development, but it's, he gets all this character development and then gets offed, like, immediately.
Yeah.
While Hifumi just gets none, basically, and then goes through this stupid, like, arc. There's also something to be said that, like, it's funny we were talking about, like Schizo, and, like, how this game might not be... or might be changed to be remade or something like that. I feel like Hifumi's probably one of those characters that would probably might be changed. It's a very dated character. This like idea of like the fat fuck otaku of that scale.
He'd get a much different treatment in a modern.
That's like we're at the point where some of the like otakus that I know, or like some of the most like weeb ass people I know, are built jacked people. So it's like it's a very old trope. But the other thing too, this has to do with like the note that Hifumi uses to get Taka to go into the room at like 2 a.m. or 2 in the morning or something like that. I forget. I feel like Taka would have told somebody about the note.
Yeah.
I really do feel like
Rizzle. Yeah.
Taka's not the smartest like socially, but he's not stupid.
Yeah.
He's not stupid, and I feel like he would have told somebody about the note, and so that's kind of my big problem with them, or with the chapter.
You're absolutely right, because like even though Taka undergoes this little bit of development and absorbing some aspects of like Mondo's character and becoming the whole new persona, it becomes very apparent that he's still stuck by his old system of adhering to the rules, because like even when he's cursing, like
he doesn't swear.
He doesn't curse. He doesn't swear exactly. So like he definitely would or should have told someone that this, or everyone else, that someone called to him to meet after hours when it was pre-established that they wouldn't explore after dark for safety reasons. So it is definitely like a convenience for the plot, and that's why this is one of the weaker chapters. It involves too much kind of running around between the different floors.
Oh, absolutely.
Whereas
like on a technical sense, for sure.
Yeah,
it's incredibly
sense,
contrived.
Very, very, very much contrived. And if you just think about it for a second, like there's just way too much movement for all the characters that are involved, and it just so happens that this person, Celestia, is always in the right place at the right time to find this supposed mysterious perpetrator. Yeah, her very dramatic scream for a girl such as her.
That was such a fucking big giveaway. They beat you over the head with that. That's a very dramatic scream, even for you, and they bring it up like 12 times. I got so sick of reading it, and I was like, okay, we get it. She's probably the bad. Like, fuck Deke.
Yeah. No, for me, like, all the running around, it, even me after playing this game before, it took me so long to advance to, like, the part where, like, Byakuya gives you the note to go find Hiro or go to Hiro's room or whatever. Because I forgot, like, I got the tarp in the room where both the bodies are, but I didn't look at the tarp in the, like, repository, or not the repository, like the other room by, like, the big physics building.
The equipment room. Yeah,
the equipment room. I didn't see that tarp, so I was running around the whole school with my chicken, with like a chicken with its head cut off, and I was like, how do I advance this stupid thing? And then I looked at the stupid tarp, and it's just like, there we go. And it's like, oh, hey, come look at Yasuhiro's room. And it's like, oh, finally, I'm freed of this torment. It's neat. It's neat in a way where it's like, oh, there's all these events, there's all this stuff going on, but like in hindsight, it's just stupid, man. This is the weakest chapter in the whole game, in my opinion. Even though there are some aspects that I do like about it quite a bit, but it's it's pretty weak.
Yeah. Honestly, the most interesting aspects are like the side story with the introduction of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego is promised to help out, and it's Chihiro's, I guess, final hurrah against this oppressive situation they find themselves in. So that's the interesting part, is those elements, the story as a whole, but the actual case itself, not the best.
But anyway, I guess we should probably move on. The first character I have here is for Kiyotaka Ishimaru. So, anybody got much to say about him?
I think you had mentioned earlier how you brought up how this character would be far more interesting if he was developed more, especially in this incarnation after he's sort of taken on the traits of his friend. That's when he got fairly interesting for me, beyond just the very strict by the book trope that we've seen a million times. I thought that him taking on a little piece of his friend was fairly interesting, and I was excited to see where that was going to go, and I was really bummed out that it was just cut so short.
Yeah, this is one of those where like similar characters in Danganronpa 2 and Danganronpa V3, where they have a similar thing happen to them or a similar reveal or whatever, a lot of them end up living to the end. And so you have a lot of character development with it. And so this one, it does feel like it's cut short. Like it's like, okay, this is how you feel like this is his phase and he's going to get into another phase. And then it's like, nope, time to get cut short. So, Wiggz, you got much to say?
Not really. I think I covered a lot of the Kiyotaka where he kind of goes catatonic and then becomes Kiyomondo.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then like you both have said, there's not a whole lot of development because he goes from Kiyomondo to dead in like the matter of a scene or two.
Pretty damn quickly.
You spend a very short period of time with him.
True final form.
I was sad to see it because I liked Taka. I'd done a couple of his school life missions or interactions for the Moida. So it was kind of disappointing to see, but at the same time, I understood why they did it. But this case is just like so fucking predictable in terms of the setup that you're just like, why? Like, why you do this, BB, why you do this to me?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
One part of the case that I remembered, and it's like, for a lot of people out there that are going to listen to this, you might be somebody who don't care about the game, or you're coming to the game after the fact and listening to what we have to say. If that's the case, I really, really, really hope when Sakura asks, hey, do you want me to tell you about this entire case? I hope you said no. Because I thought I was stuck, and I said, it's like, okay, maybe this has to do with something. And literally, like, frame for frame, dialogue per dialogue, shows you everything that happened up until you start investigating. It's the most, like, slog, nasty nonsense. But, we pretty much talk about a lot of stuff that I have to say about Kiyotaka. The only other notes that I have, basically, are... it's funny that he has like Mondo's crassness, but he still doesn't want to swear.
Yeah.
He's like, you're a poop butt, like, you know, like stuff like that. I think it's really funny, kind of cute. And the other one is that, like, probably due to the fact that, like, they didn't discover his body, like the gang, like Makoto, Hina, and Kyoko, or I guess in this case it would have been Celeste. They weren't to discover it. It felt a little bit wrong that the gang was more sad over Hifumi's death than Taka's death. That like kind of rubbed me the wrong way, where it's just like, you're sad about him twice and nobody cares about him. Taka just dies. And it's just like, okay. They just whatever. But I guess that's that. Do we want to move over to Hifumi?
Sure.
Yeah, Hifumi Yamada. Basically, I kind of mentioned this before. He suffers from like that first game and era quaintness in the sense that like he's just a pretty common stereotype and trope for the otaku of that era, where he's just this like just this fat fuck, like nasty. I like 2D better than 3D, like kind of idiot.
Yeah.
But and honestly, probably my most disliked character in all of Trigger Happy Havoc, to be honest. His arc is really unfulfilling. There's nothing really. He's a what do I have written here? He's a fat, gullible retard that occasionally has some funny moments, which is true.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah. I do like his stoic voice changes though. That's kind of funny.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes when it's like, I don't know. I'll save her.
Yeah.
I say what? Like some of his quotes are pretty funny, but the most kind of interesting part of his character is that he's like, when he's about to die, he's one that actually remembers the past. Because as it's revealed, one of the big clues that points us in the right direction is that he calls everybody by their last name.
Yeah.
And so,
it's I like that bit because it's sort of a blink and you miss it sort of thing, especially if you don't interact with Hifumi at all. But if you go out of your way to interact with him, yeah, it's very much every time he addresses Makoto, it's always, oh, Mr. Naegi. So I thought that little quirk was very good to include in the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And he comes in, and then he dies, and it's like, oh. Well, you will not be missed. But what do you guys have to say about Hifumi Yamada? He don't matter.
It don't matter. All I can say is in terms of the whole fake murder thing, Hifumi once, shame on me. Hifumi twice, shame on Spike.
Yeah. Could you imagine? Because I think it was chapter 1 or whatever, where we were playing it together and we were both doing voices.
Yes.
Oh, could you imagine if I was doing the voices for him in this chapter? Where he's like freaking out. He's like, I'm going to kill him. Like, I'm going to kill him. What an incredible.
Hifumi was overall, like, he was quite an entertaining character. In certain respects, just because like he was like this weird kind of like otaku pervert, but I don't know. Like I said, I despise Byakuya. Do not hold a mirror up to me. I will punch it. So like he was like my second least favorite character. Also, just because he's like a simp. It's, I, the Somnium Files, has the simp character, which is Ota, which is also like somebody that we all knew and hung out with actively in high school.
But I like Ota a lot more than Hifumi, that's for sure.
But yeah, I like Ota a lot more. I don't know, like Hifumi, mostly he was like intolerable just because he's like kind of a weird creep. But he did definitely have like entertaining moments, and then yeah, every single time he had the voice line of "I will save her," was like that fucking got a kick out of me pretty much every single time.
The say what?
Yeah,
that one
that's
always
a good
gets
one.
me.
That's a good
one. Another thing too, I just noticed it right now because I was like looking. I said it's like his little like side tails of his like hair makes him look like an Orthodox Jew.
Yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Oh my god! It's like this guy's like Jewish.
I remember there
or
being somebody who I was like, I feel like the Hava Nagila is playing very softly in the background right now. I don't remember which character. I'm pretty sure it was Hifumi.
Yeah, the booze is playing pretty good now, but
who's playing Jerusalem of Gold?
Eight Crazy Nights.
Bum bum beat dum dum dum.
I wonder if that guy ever wiped his ass with the wrong hand. Yes.
Oh boy. Anyway,
we should
move on to I got here Yasuhiro Hagekure. Because I don't really know where else to put him. I think this is his most relevant chapter.
Hero is a nothing character, and it kills me to say that because like
he's a nothing character, but I like him.
Interesting, but he's nothing. Yeah, I like him. He's charming in his own way, especially like in the next chapter when he tries to do certain stuff, and it's funny just because he's so dumb. But he does nothing. He's vapid. He's vacant. He's there, but he isn't. He exists, but he doesn't. Like most of the time, I forgot that he would fucking exist. And somebody was like, "Oh yeah, go talk to Yasuhiro," and I was like, Who the hell is that?
He ain't got nothing to say.
Oh, right, like
He
the
got
weird
nothing to
spiritual
say.
hippie fucker. Like, okay, I see. But yeah, that was like the extent of it, more or less.
Andrew, do you got much to say?
Honestly, no. I kind of feel the same way regarding him. I found his mannerisms, especially in a lot of the later class trials, to be very, very irksome. Like, there's moments where you have to somehow prove that a person who isn't dead to him, which is just like, okay, is this padding for time, or is this really just like how dumb they wrote this character to be?
Like he thinks they're a ghost or something like that.
Yeah,
and it's just like really,
yeah, so.
we're wasting a endless debate or whatever on this guy. on this.
Yeah, so there's stuff like that bugged me. I will say though, there is one moment, and if you don't interact with him at all in the daily life stuff, you won't get it. But there's one moment where he makes a prediction about your guys' future, and it actually ends up becoming a reality in one of the hidden alternate endings, which genuinely got like a guffaw out of me. So that'll come later. But like that was my only highlight from him, is that little nod that comes again at the end.
I got a little bit written for him. Mostly that, like, I do like Hero. I'm a sucker for like the lovable idiot that like means well, but he's just so stupid. I always think of the CG where he's like, oh, I went to grab a hamburger and then an UFO stole it. Yeah, I love that CG so much that it makes me laugh just like looking at it and thinking about it. I think his talent's really interesting though, because like it's interesting because he's 100% right 30% of the time, and with no hiccups. Like he is 100% right a third of the time. Like for example,
60% of the time it works every
in time. Yeah,
that's right.
For example,
Sex Panther.
there were two major predictions that he said that if you just don't leave, like if you don't think about it, it doesn't happen. He said to Makoto that they were both going to make it. That's true. Mm-hmm. And he said there will be no more murders.
Oh.
And there were no more. And there were no more murders after that. Spoilers to everybody. And the spoilers say there were no more murders. He was 100% right on both of them.
Huh.
So it's one of those. He's an idiot, but he is right. His clairvoyance actually does work. But I think like one. Another part too. He's an idiot, but he pays a lot of attention in the trials. Mm-hmm. Like, there's a lot of other characters that just kind of like, they're whatever. They don't. Yasuhiro, like, in the endless debates and stuff like that, like, actually pays a lot of attention and says a lot, which is kind of like really interesting in a way. And the last thing that I have, this is my favorite one. This is my favorite, like, quote of the entire freaking chapter. It's like, it's like, why did you try to frame me? Because you are stupid. That's my favorite quote in that entire chapter. It's like,
I can respect that, honestly. I mean, it wasn't right what you did, but I can respect that.
Because you're dumb.
Basically, I guess from there, we should probably move on to Celestia Ludenberg.
Yes.
Or
the Queen of Lies herself.
Yeah, the Queen of Lies, or Taiko Yasuhiro, as she's really known. But, yeah. Does anybody want to start off with this? Or?
I'll do some shit.
Okay, go right in.
So part of the interesting part, obviously, is the fact that, I don't remember how exactly it is, but, like, Yasuhiro is given as a tell. And so obviously we only at the time know one Yasuhiro.
Yeah.
From I think it's Taka. No, it's Hifumi. It's Hifumi after he gets killed the second time.
Yeah, right when he's about to die.
Yeah, he reveals Yasuhiro. So obviously everyone immediately, it's one of those red herring. Also, especially because, dumb. So you immediately gravitate towards, it's Hiro. But then at the same time, Hiro is just, like you said, he's so dumb. He's so like gullibly innocent, almost, at least until another chapter. That that you just kind of like, there's something. And it kind of goes into the whole, this is one of the most easily picked apart chapters, one of the weakest chapters. Which then obviously we find out, that's Celeste's real name for English. Last name.
Mm-hmm.
That's her like real last name or first name or whatever.
Yes, you hear her real last name.
Last name. And so then that kind of like that makes so much more sense. I always really liked Celeste as a character because like the entire time, her as the queen of lies, but a lot of times that's just shown in like a quick little pop up. So you may or may not pay a whole lot of attention to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like the whole time she's basically saying, no, we should all just get comfortable here. We could make this like a real kind of like home kind of thing. So it's weird, but you don't actually really suspect her necessarily.
Yeah.
She does act real sus like the whole time. So you do tend to be a little bit more like, wait a minute, what's happening? But she doesn't lend herself towards being suspected as a mastermind of this whole plot. Because the whole game, she's been the voice of, no, fuck it, guys. Let's just deal with it. We've been given the cards have been dealt, so to speak. We're sunk. Let's just live with it.
And also,
and then it turns out that the whole time she has.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, sorry.
She's also the one that introduces the rule that everybody should stay in their dorms at night.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So you have all that kind of stuff where like she's generally doesn't seem to be too upset about where she's at, and then you find out that she has the weird fantasy about living in a castle with a bunch of guys pretending to be vampires. I respect the hustle. But see, you don't necessarily suspect it, but at the same time, as the case starts kind of formulating and you're starting to see like Hifumi and this moving between multiple rooms and like this framing with Taka where like he's actually been dead all night, nobody knows or what have you, or however many hours he's been dead for, and you're like, Hiro's not smart enough for that, and neither is Hifumi. Like, who else? Who else? And then that's when you get more into the whole fact that Hifumi was simping for Celeste the entire time, and you're like, I see. I see how it is. But like Celeste I really liked as a character, especially when she's outed.
Oh yeah.
And the whole like fancy like French or German accent or whatever the fuck she's trying to play off. And then she'll like drop it and be like, that fucking retard, he fucked it up. And you're like, this is amazing. This is fantastic.
Has the best freak out in the entire game. Everybody freaks out. She has the best one. The quote that I have here in like all caps in my notes, it's Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it. Like, that's my favorite quarter vote. I love her. I love Celestia. She's great.
Yeah, she's a great character. I love her so much. But yeah, like the freakouts when like the mask slips, so to speak, beneath the mask, as it were. Yeah, those are fucking amazing. I got such a great amount of entertainment out of those. When it's Celestia fucking Ludenberg. God damn it! Like the accent is just
it was great.
Gone.
It's great. It's just like, gone. Immediately gone.
This is beautiful.
Yeah,
this
and
is
her sprite is like throwing you the finger.
Yeah, and she's throwing like gang signs. Oh, it's great. It's great. I love Celeste as a character. She's fantastic.
Oh boy, Andrew, you got much to add?
Honestly, no, not really. I agree with you guys. How the drop of the it's hinted at first at the beginning of the chapter, but then the major drop of her character at the very end at the trial when it's coming to light how it really is the mastermind, and then her going right back to her calm demeanor as soon as she finally just surrenders to her fate.
Yeah,
I thought
she becomes Taiko really again. Yeah, she's no longer Celeste. She knows the whole ruse is up.
Yeah.
Well, that was also actually a very admirable thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, essentially, as the ultimate gambler or whatever she is, she played her hand and she tried. and then she lost. And she comes out and is like, I have no interest in like dragging this out or being a sore loser or whatnot. I lost.
Absolutely.
I tried to do something and it didn't work.
That's true. And I have it here.
Let's just continue on. Let's get on with it. I don't want to drag this out any longer than it has to be.
Absolutely.
Dragged out, essentially.
And I want to throw it in. Like Sayaka, she gives the keys to the gang's hope even when caught and about to die. She gives the keys to where alter ego is, even when she's about to die.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing. But, no, like, from my notes here, apart from I have J.E., we'll get to it. She's my favorite killer in the entire game. Like, just straight up. Her plan to confuse, like, to use Hifumi in here, I think is really brilliant. I think the execution's, like, really sloppy, but I think it's really good. A lot of people with her, they think her motive is just, like, the $10 million to make the castle and do whatever. And that is certainly a part of it. But personally, even though they kind of like talk about it a bit more, she is the only person in the game, in my opinion, who kills because she fell into despair. If that makes any sense. Like, Leon killed in self-defense in some weird, messed up way.
Yeah.
Mondo killed in a fit of rage. After this, there are no more murders, so we'll put that into account. She was the only one that killed because she thought that was the only actual way to get out.
Yeah.
She looked at the situation concerning alter ego and didn't believe it. Especially, and this is one of those things where, like, especially when Kiyotaka and, like, Hifumi start developing this relationship with it, that's where I personally think it's like, oh, okay, that's it. That's done. And that's when she starts to develop her plan.
And it plays very much to her role as the gambler. So, like, you know, I've gambled, lost $100. I've gambled before and spent $8 and won almost $1,000. What was those based on? Absolutely nothing. The time that I won, I closed my eyes and then pointed a finger in a direction and then just said, that's my game. Whereas she's the ultimate gambler. So she looked at all the evidence she had and weighed it against, and what is my gamble? That was her, like, whole thing. She was gambling. She was gambling on, this is my only
What
ticket
does she
out
have
of
to
here.
lose?
And then, yeah, it was...
What does she have to lose?
And it was a bad hand. It was, as the gamblers say, it was a bad hand. And it was nothing else. It wasn't anything. It was just a bad hand. She gambled and she lost, which is what happened. What happens to everybody. It doesn't matter how good of a gambler you are. Go watch the poker tournaments or whatnot.
For sure.
It doesn't matter how good of a gambler somebody is. They're going to lose.
And using this gambling terminology, the house always wins. And that's the mastermind. The house always wins.
For real.
Yeah. I have here as well, in my notes, she ain't the queen of liars, but she's the queen of fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because she really is that. She's not the best. Because you're the best gambler does not necessarily mean that you're the best liar. In this case, it's shown that she's not the best liar. She lets things slip. She said, the big one was saying that both Mondo and Hifumi died. And nobody caught it in the moment until it was brought up in the trial again. And then another thing's like the ha-ha! That always makes me laugh. But, like I said, she ain't the queen of liars. She's the queen of fake it till you make it. And she did. She faked it till she made it. And so it's one of
I'm assuming you meant Taka and Hifumi? You said Mondo?
Or sorry, yeah, Mondo. Hifumi and Taka. My bad.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah, all these are good points. I found it really telling how out of all the murders that had happened thus far, hers was the only one that was genuinely like premeditated. It had like a plan. She had an accomplice. And at least at the time, it seems like this is just a genuine act of unspeakable evil that is taken out for selfish gain. So at the time, I thought her character was very much, this whole time she was just this evil spinstress who was not redeemable. There's some stuff that gets revealed later on that has made me double back on that opinion. But yeah, no, at the time I thought you guys may have like hated Mondo for his act, but I thought that this one was like the genuinely evil act in terms of like how she manipulated those around her to do her bidding before eventually taking them out herself. Because when it's revealed in the trial, and again it goes back to that comic thing, when you're piecing together the full act, it's painting both Hifumi and the unknown mastermind at the time in the worst possible light. They're drawn with these evil facial expressions. They're shown with heavy shadows and just
with the
like,
gray man.
It's unforgivable.
I call him the gray man.
But then, the gray man. But then, as it turns out, Hifumi was merely manipulated into thinking that Taka had abused her, and that's why he ends up agreeing with this. Sure, he wanted to get back Alter Ego for his own strange reasons, but at the end of the day, he thought that someone that he had come to regard as a friend was genuinely hurt, and that's the only reason why he thought it was necessary to kill. So
that's a good point. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Still a fat bastard to me, but it's true. You made a good point there. You had a breathtaking there.
You're breathtaking.
But are we good for this chapter here?
I
think so.
I think so.
Basically, the last thing I have to say is that Celeste saved an otherwise pretty damn lackluster chapter, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes. Great.
It's Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it. I love that screen so much. It's awesome. Alrighty, moving on to chapter 4. With chapter 4, it's a relatively shorter chapter compared to like a lot of the other chapters. It doesn't take a whole lot to go through, but in it, there's a lot of stuff that happens. So for example, Kyoko gives you the files concerning the school. Another element we forgot to mention here, which we will talk about probably when she comes up. In chapter 3, Kyoko was pretty much gone for most of it. They didn't know where she was, and it is revealed that Kyoko found a secret room within the second floor bathroom that held a bunch of files. At the end of the chapter, after she gives the keys to Alter Ego's locker back to Kyoko, Kyoko tells you about the secret room. You go to the secret room, and in that secret room, you see a bunch of files and blah, blah, blah. You open the files, and there's one big note. And the note is, you must never leave. And right behind Makoto Naegi is a masked maniac, which is the mastermind at this point. This is the first time, apart from Monokuma, who's doing his Monokuma antics and doing yada yada, this is the first time the mastermind actually reveals herself. Oops.
Oops.
It's a oops. Itself. We'll get to it. Reveals itself. At the same time, when my Makoto Naegi wakes up, he goes to the gym and sees Sakura and Monokuma fighting each other, saying that Sakura will not do this anymore and will so on, blah, blah, and whatever. And then the other big revelation of this chapter, outside of the trial, is that Alter Ego has solved all the files and wants to upload himself into the network. And that'll come to the end of that chapter. But what I got here is that first thing that it's like, thankful that this chapter was only in a couple rooms and not a couple floors. It's true. It's true.
Oh my god.
It's true.
That was a breath of fresh air.
It's true. It's like, holy Christ. At least it was only in a couple rooms. Case wasn't bad. Thankful that it was contained to a few rooms instead of all over the place like the last one. immediately thought this one was a suicide due to how the body was revealed. Is the big one.
Yeah.
That one really two things. One, the music changes. So like in the other ones, it's like this kind of like siren-y sort of, almost kind of like Scream that shows the body. This one is like an angelic sort of like kind of like aria, and it shows Sakura smiling.
Yeah.
And I thought it's like there's something about this that's not quite right. And then the last one that I have that has to do with I guess the case before going into characters is good to see Byakuya freak the hell out in this chapter.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part of the chapter, but I'll let you guys continue. Andrew, what do you got to say?
So regarding the case itself, I guess the lead up towards it, it's revealed to everyone that Sakura was secretly working with Monokuma and the mastermind the entire time, and this leads to a bunch of animosity towards her. So when she tries to sort of, I guess, bridge the gap between those who don't trust her, they, understandably in fear, lash out and try to kill her. It ends up turning out that they fail in their efforts, and she chooses to instead take her own life in an effort to protect her friends. And then when it comes down to the trial itself, you have her best friend at this point, Hina, trying to steer
the best girl in the whole game.
Our Okinawan queen. She tries to steer the trial into covering up the suicide, possibly as a way to protect her friend, but also as a way of getting back at everyone, because she feels that at the time she felt that Sakura.
That's the big one.
She tries to steer it away because she's under the impression that Sakura took her life out of this sense of despair at the way that she's being treated. And it eventually comes to light that that's not the case. Sakura took her life because she wanted to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect her friends. So it's sad that is the way that's the avenue that they had to take with this character in order for her to protect everyone. But it does make sense at the time with all the lead up and the mysteries finally being unraveled, that at least from what I can see, there maybe wasn't any other way that she could have done it. But anyway, yeah, that's how the case plays out.
It's incredibly important. Two big details in that. One, how the mastermind's actions in this chapter, and two, how that leads others to despair through that lie. One of the things, we'll kind of mention it a bit. I'll mention it a little bit now. Monokuma switched out a suicide note in this chapter that was supposed to be Sakura's. That's a complete fabrication. And in doing so, the fact that the mastermind did that shows that they're losing control. They had to. This is the first time they've intervened in the game itself to get what they want out of it, which is to cause people to do this, cause people to despair, especially for Hina, where she would throw everybody, including people like Kyoko and Makoto, who are presumably innocent and did not antagonize Sakura, to the wolves to die because of this. So that's a big portion of it. But Wiggz, I'll let you continue on what you think of the chapter.
I liked this chapter a lot. Obviously Hina's like one of my favorite characters. For two very obvious reasons.
Two very big reasons, shall we say?
Toko does not like those reasons at all.
No,
not at all. Not at all.
Neither Toko nor Jack.
I did like. I'm pretty sure I did all of Hina's.
USOB.
I had all of the her skills and whatnot.
She has a lot.
Offers. Yeah. I really enjoyed Hina as a character, just because it's kind of like she doesn't. It's less of she doesn't know when to quit and more of she doesn't know when to stop. But I thought it did bring a whole lot of depth when she essentially tries to kind of take out everybody with herself. Like, when that kind of came out into the trial where she's like, I'm the one that did it, I'm like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I did not know what it was, but like I remembered that Sakura had the powder on her shoes and whatnot, all this kind of stuff, and I was like, no, Hina, you're too precious. You're too soft. There's no way you did this. No, that didn't happen. That's not how it worked. And so it was fun kind of trying to like piece together. Like I was pretty sure it was a suicide to begin with when the locker was actually open when we invaded, but it was a locked room, so how did that happen? And it's like, okay, so she murked herself. Okay. I didn't know how necessarily it all fit together, but like I had a pretty good idea of it. But it was still fun kind of like trying to piece all of the puzzle together when Hina's like, it was me, and it was like, no, it wasn't. Shut up, kid. Shut the fuck up.
It's true. It's true.
And then being that Sakura essentially like kind of had her back against the wall. Like I actually really enjoyed this case where she was planning this the whole time and then went to talk to the people who had drifted away from the rest of the core group, so to speak. The people who were like, I'm not engaging with this whole little like powwow that you guys are running in the morning. Fuck that. Like, you know, Byakuya basically telling you to go fuck yourself, and then Koko just being a masochistic pervert who is waiting for Byakuya's verbal abuse.
Stop breathing. Is this where he tells her to stop breathing, or is it the one where he tells her to stop talking? She just doesn't.
I think he tells her to stop
mouth.
talking. Don't open your mouth. Yeah. And so like, but Sakura is trying to mend that wound before she knows she's on her way out. She knows what she's gonna do, what she's gotta do. Well, gotta do. That's debatable whether she had to do it or not.
Yeah.
But she's essentially trying to like still be noble in death, where
absolutely
she knows what's happening. She knows what's going on. She knows that the kind of the house of cards is falling around her because Monokuma was like, hey, everybody, you know that there was a spy working for the mastermind? Well, guess what? It was fucking Sakura. You should kill her. And she's actually like, it's very much a rebellion against them as well, because she's taking that option out of their hands, because she knows if she takes herself out of the equation, it's going to remove the power from the mastermind and Monokuma and restore a lot of it to the people remaining, especially in terms of like kind of healing that wound. She's like, okay, now everybody has a common enemy. They're united against me. I can do this moment of kind of sticking it to the man, so to speak, as well as more or less kind of giving my friend something to fight for. And granted, Hina almost fucks that up.
Absolutely.
Kind of.
Absolutely.
Because she's like, my bestie is gone. There's no point anymore.
Not her fault, though, which is the crazy part.
Literal murder, suicide altogether. But yeah, she was manipulated because they recognized that they were losing the power. Mastermind and Monokuma were like, well, Monokuma is the mastermind. Anyway, the mastermind realized that they were kind of losing control of the situation and did what little they could to retain it. But the mastermind, in as much as we've kind of talked about it, they're starting to intervene more and more as the situation is kind of spiraling in a way that they didn't anticipate. They are still bound by the rules that they've set, which kind of comes in later in the last...
Absolutely, the last two chapters.
It comes in the last two chapters as to why. Because if this is just among us, why are we so dedicated to making sure that all of this is maintained? What is the point? Why are we so obsessed with this? And then it kind of comes in later, like, oh, that's why. So they don't directly intervene until they're starting to lose control of the plot, so to speak. It's like in Survivor when they split up the two camps, and then the one camp, through various factors and or retardation, just can't survive on their own. And so then all of a sudden the producers are like, we have to intervene. need. We have to make sure these guys don't die. We've had one medical evac this season. We don't need another one. So in that regard, like, they're like, son of a bitch, we have to do something in order to kind of like maintain the narrative. So,
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Andrew, you got much to add for Sakura or this chapter in general?
Oh no, it was just I found it very interesting that the choice of using a reality TV as part of the description. I wonder if that'll come up again later. I especially liked how, at least in the conclusion of this chapter, and I alluded to this sort of at the beginning, how this becomes that one pivotal moment where everyone decides that they no longer want to participate in their game. Even those who, up until now, were perfectly content to engage with the game for whatever reasons. This is where they decide all together, no, we're taking a stand. This has gone on too far. Enough of this nonsense. We're gonna find you. Some people make the promise of finding whoever's behind this whole thing, whoever's controlling the Monokuma robots or whatnot, and killing them. So it felt like a real sort of turning point that, okay, no, from here on out we're now sort of in the end game, so to speak. It was good. It was a good piece of growth in that respect.
Oh, for sure, and we'll speak on that because we're probably talking about Byakuya. Byakuya, whatever. What? Say what? We'll talk about that a little bit later, but yeah, like this is the part where like the mastermind's game starts to unravel, and it unravels in many different ways. Basically, the big one before Sakura kills, or not killed, like kills herself, but denies the mastermind in two ways. One, denies him a kill that they really wanted. They wanted somebody else to kill her. She killed herself. The second way that was important for Kyoko, she busted down the door to the headmaster's office before she killed herself. Mm-hmm. Which is one of the big ones. For Sakura here, I got like Mondo, but without the weakness.
Yeah.
And probably one of the strongest characters after Chihiro. And Sakura's one of those characters, like, she frequently, especially in this chapter, gets enraged, but will calm herself down and think her actions through. Mm-hmm. And I really like that. I really like that about her character. She cares deeply for her friends, even for the ones that turned against her.
Oh, yeah.
And because of that, that's why she took her own life. Because she used this as a way, nobody else will have to die. Mm-hmm. Nobody else will have to do this. And the only thing I would have wished differently is that even though she's like this sort of mole for the mastermind, I wish she would have done something even just a little bit treacherous to warrant all the hate. Because I get it. Like, you know, it's Monokuma's like, oh, she's there. She was a mole the whole time. And then leaves. And it's like, okay, but what has she actually done as the mole? Nothing. She hasn't actually done anything up to this point. It's through Monokuma's like motives that actually do things. To the point that Monokuma actually tells her, no, hold on. People are actually killing each other. Hold on your betrayal to kill somebody else before. And so it's kind of neat in that regard. As for Hina, what do I got? She's the most like bubbly and warm character in the entire game.
Oh yeah, easily.
Which is true. A little dumb, but she's always helpful in every single chapter. She always does, except for this one, which she's trying to specifically redivert and do things. She's always the quickest to humanize people too, which is another thing that I noticed. Like, for example, she was the quickest to humanize Alter Ego and say that she was their friend. which is
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it does touch a little bit about how, unlike whether or not artificial intelligence, and this is a very important discussion, especially nowadays, on how artificial intelligence can be seen as, I don't know, living in some respect.
Yeah.
And she dives full in headfirst into saying, yeah, no, this is a separate person who is our friend and is helping us.
Which in a way is true. Which is very true. To me, especially the first time that I played this, I love that, like, the motive to frame herself, to me, came as a surprise. Like, I had these at the time, because I was playing this game, and you're playing this game very, like, logically, very, like, trying to figure out all the logical, like, gaps and things. And so I had, I put it in my notes, I had, like, Byakuya blinders on. So when it came to such a simple, emotionally motivated action, it actually kind of caught me off guard. Not as much as it did to Byakuya, mind you, but, like, it caught me off guard, where it's like, oh, damn. So that, like, that's the motive. Let's see, what else do I got? What Monokuma did in switching the suicide note was cruel and an act of desperation on the mastermind's part, which is true.
Yeah.
And, of course, after that, misguided since Kyoko and Makoto were innocent, which is kind of... It's one of the... I don't really think Hina's character, like, really kind of reconciles with that after the fact, where I don't think she really recognizes that she would have killed, like, 2 innocent people for it. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that she was in despair. She was under the effects of despair, and that's why she did the things that she did.
Yeah. 100%.
As I said before, Monokuma did it because he's losing control of his killing game. Let's see, other notes. Hina subdued fan service. This is, like, she's got a little bit of fan.
You want to talk about Hina fan service? You talk about fucking, like, chapter 3, I think it is. The one where she's, like, in bed in a tank top with, like, her panties
you don't know
and stuff like
nothing.
that.
Yeah.
You do not know nothing when it comes to this series. This series gets so much worse for that. That's what I mean by, like, subdue fan service, because it's like, this is pretty tame as far as this series goes for, like, fan service. It's pretty wild, like, especially Danganronpa 2 and 3. Like, Danganronpa 3, without context, somebody calls one of the other characters that's pretty, like, sexually kind of, like, not open, but, like, pretty, like, you know, like, oh, whatever, it's, like, hot and shit like that. He calls her a cum dumpster, an actual cum dumpster. That's the levels we're gonna reach at. So this is pretty subdued, to be honest.
Jesus.
But after that, I have, and this is gonna hit like a brick wall if you didn't even notice it, Persona 5 Morgana.
Like the actress?
Yeah. Listen to Hina's
never gonna
voice.
be able to unhear that now.
Listen to Hina's voice. That's Persona 5 Morgana.
No.
I know it.
You can't do this to me.
I did that to a friend of mine. He's like,
Take it
no,
back.
you can't do this to me. It's like, I can, and I will. It straight up is. It's Persona 5 Morgana. Oh my god.
That's not true. That's impossible.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good. Let's see, what else do I got for this chapter and everything like that? Yeah, another note once more. Seeing Byakuya freak the frick out was wonderful. It really was.
Yeah.
Because this, we'll talk about it, I guess, a bit more when we get to Byakuya, but, like, this was the moment where he got out of the game. And we'll explain why later. But it's one of the, like, seeing him freak out and how, like, his super logical, like, blinders did not suit him at all. Like, he could not suspect for a million years that somebody would do something for something so emotional. Caught him off guard.
Well, this is also the chapter where I believe Kyoko alludes to that in the beginning of the chapter.
Yeah, and at the end as well.
Where Kyoko actually, like, says to him at the beginning, you know, people feel for each other. Normal people feel for each other. And your logic
is gonna bite you in the ass one day on. And then yeah, he has his like super spurg out during the class trial, and Kyoko is like, "Fucking told you so, retard. I told you that like people having normal human emotions is gonna come back and bite you, idiot." Like,
God, I love them. I love them both.
They're great. They're both great characters.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to that next chapter. I got alter ego meets his demise. Or does he? We'll get to that soon.
Yeah,
Or does he? He gets to it.
Like, until we got to whatever you're alluding to, and we'll talk about later on. But at that time, because the nature of the game is that whoever is black and is discovered needs to be executed, and Sakura was already executed, the Monokuma, the mastermind, decides that they got to kill someone. So they find the thing that everyone was fighting for in the previous chapter, alter ego. And let me tell you, man,
Yeah.
it was that moment I was like Cooper from Interstellar, just smacking in vain against the bookshelf, going,
No, exactly.
don't leave me, Murph.
And that caught me off guard because I thought, like,
Alter, don't leave me.
I thought the gang was actually gonna win one. I thought the gang was like, oh, okay, this is all settled and done. And then Monokuma was like, oh, we actually have to kill somebody, you know, sort of thing. And I knew immediately who it was. The computer that we left in that room attached to the fucking Ethernet port. I'm like, no.
That's also like kind of that's kind of led to in throughout the whole chapter, like throughout the entirety of like the gang knowing about Alter's existence, is Kyoko saying, don't fucking go into the change room.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
absolutely.
they're gonna notice. And then what do you do every 2 seconds? Somebody's in the fucking change room talking to alter ego. Either Hifumi, because he's got his weird little pervert fantasy. Taka, because he wants to see his bro again. You, because reasons. Kyoko in there and shit like that. And it's like, man, you haven't seen these bitches bathe since day one. And all of a sudden, they all in the bathhouse. What the fuck? Why are they all going in there? Why are they going in there as a group? And you have like the weird little Monokuma being like, oh, hormonal teenagers in the bloom of youth. Being like a weird little pervert himself. But at the same time, like, it's very much kind of like blatantly put out there that, Kyoko told you what not to do to make sure that Alter stayed secret, and that everybody violated almost immediately. And so, of course, the mastermind was going to know about it.
Absolutely.
And they're also operating off the assumption that the mastermind didn't know about Alter in the first place. And then the mastermind says that allegedly they knew about it from the beginning because they saw Chihiro take the laptop, which is entirely true, entirely possible. Who knows? We'll never know the truth. But so like it's one of those things that very much makes sense.
Yeah, but in their own arrogance didn't understood that perhaps life lives on in different ways.
Life finds a way.
But the final note that I have here for this chapter is that goes to show, even without a tragic backstory, even people like Hina can be manipulated to almost killing the whole gang.
Yeah,
absolutely. Which is the big takeaway.
For real. For
me, this chapter, the big takeaway was the fact that the mastermind actively intervened. And it's like, This is where you're losing control when I played it all the way back. Now I have the hindsight of knowing what happened, but oh well. Anyway, gang, we good for chapter 4? Move to chapter 5?
Yeah. I would like to make a quick
Go
sidebar.
ahead.
That it is currently 1740. It has been pitch black outside for 7.
Jeez.
For people that are maybe in the know or not to know, it's 1:40 in the morning Italy time, and it's been pitch black out for a lot of time too. I don't know. I can't count. I'm drunk. But anyway. Anyway, chapter 5. Let's get on to chapter 5. Let's see. Chapter 5 is kind of a weird chapter. It's very weirdly paced. And a purposefully dissatisfying chapter.
Yeah.
For reasons we'll get into here. But it's like, it's kind of like, I don't even know where to start with that. This chapter, like, it's odd because we go back to what Hiro said. In chapter 3, that was the last murder, and it was true. In between the events of this thing, Makoto Naegi gets sick, and in his illness, through his like fever dreams or whatever of being in and out of consciousness, notices the mastermind again holding a knife that they had found. And this knife that they had found, Kyoko said, oh, we'll give it to Makoto. He's the most trustworthy individual. He puts it in his locker. The mastermind grabs the knife, holds it up like he's about to kill Makoto, disappears. Then Kyoko shows up again, and then disappears. This is the last we'll see of Makoto for a good chunk of this chapter.
Kyoko.
Or sorry, not Makoto, Kyoko.
There you go.
For this chapter. And then from there, several days later, some things pass. And then this masked individual, which basically is like somebody in a lab coat with like a lucha libre mask, is basically the way I would describe it, shows up in the garden with a knife to the chest. And then this is the one chapter where we mentioned it before, where Genocide Jill and Toko's like switches between the two comes into big play.
Yeah.
Where this was the first time where I noticed where like when Toko got sent out and then Jill came back, I'm like, whoa, what? No. Something happened and something didn't happen. But basically at the end of this day, I'm not trying to spoil this thing, this trial is kind of a throwaway trial. And the reason why is because the mastermind at this point has lost the plot, literally. They literally lost the plot. And we'll get to that soon.
Yeah, real.
But what do you guys think of chapter 5? Chapter 5 is probably the weirdest chapter in the whole game. Because it's like, it's there for chapter 6 to exist. If that makes any stupid sense. Like,
Yeah, it's set up. Yeah. Andrew, I'll let
Andrew, what do you think?
Oh no, yeah. I was just about to say, like, it is just a chapter that exists to lead up to number 6, the penultimate one. I mean, there is a bit of a case, a murder to discover, and a mystery that begins that gets now properly unraveled. There's been hints of like further goings on at this school, and further history between a lot of the characters that has been hinted at, but now is coming more and more to the forefront, and that'll eventually get fully revealed in chapter 6. But chapter 5 very much is just there to very much lead up into the final one, and I guess sort of sow some seeds of doubt with between yourself and I'd say Kyoko, just with the way that she always just appears right when you need her, and she apparently seems to know a lot more than she's letting on, and has been for the past however many hours you're playing this game. So yeah, that's really all I have to say on chapter 5.
There's quite a few revelations that we didn't really touch on, but one of them is that in chapter 3 and in chapter 4, there's 2 photographs that are discovered. The first photograph is shows Mondo, Leon, and Chihiro kind of like in a normal school environment, kind of like hanging around, dicking around, whatever, with the outside windows showing the outside. So that's a big like, what? It's immediately treated by Monokuma as like, like nobody's gonna believe you. And I don't. Did he say anything? Did Makoto say anything about that? I think he did, but it was like it hey, like, do you really believe what Monokuma did? Oh, that's clearly fake.
Yeah, I think he mentions it optionally to people. But everybody's just kind of like, oh, Monokuma's fuck.
Yeah. And then the second one has to do, if I remember correctly, Photo has Sayaka, Celeste, and Hifumi.
That's right.
And it's another one where it's like, oh, okay. Now this one's kind of like, eh. These photos, they get revealed later in chapter 6, and we'll get to it. But, this is one of those where we kind of mentioned before with Kyoko, where she's always off doing her own thing. She's always doing these other weird things. We'll also talk about that in her section when we get to it here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
There is a reason for it, though. And it's one of those things where the most interesting part of chapter 5 is the class trial, and it's how not antagonistic, but like how basically with how the murder happens is that this body is discovered in this garden, and the only people, because the night prior, Byakuya, Toko, Hina, and Hiro were in the gym disassembling Monokuma.
Mm-hmm.
They found a Monokuma completely 100% inert, took their chances, and spent the whole night disassembling him, even going out to the bathroom in pairs to make sure that everybody knew what was going on and things like that. The only people that didn't have an alibi in this chapter was Makoto, who was sick, and Kyoko, that was doing other things. Another thing that's revealed is that because Byakuya does not trust Kyoko, he takes away her keys to her dorm room. And it's revealed that if you do not sleep in a dorm room, Monokuma will come after you and you'll get punished for it. So that all leads to things in there. But naturally, the biggest part of it is that that Kyoko, when it comes to the class trial, she's missing this entire time up until the class trial. And there's a lot of stuff that happens with the body. Like the body is discovered, things like that. Genocide Jill is like, oh, let's see what's under the mask. It blows up because people were moving around too much. And then the corpse is a charred corpse where we can't identify what it is. Mm-hmm. And so in this, or go ahead.
Well, so there was a couple things. One of which was Andrew made a point that I was gonna say I disagree with. I don't remember exactly what. But I would say a lot of the point of the chapter isn't just to make sure that chapter 6 exists, but it's also just it's also an immersion chapter to see how much into this world are you. Because if I remember correctly, at the start of this chapter, before you have your weird fever dream, is also when Kyoko tells you about a certain, if I'm
Mukuro
yes.
Ikusaba.
Yeah. So, yeah, the 16th student. And throughout the whole thing, there's various inconsistencies and whatnot. But even before you head into the trial, and this is something that comes up based on various factors, is Kyoko says something along the lines of, if I am convicted now, you'll never know what actually.
Yeah, at the start of the trial.
It's also very much so it's very much a thing of how much do you actually trust Kyoko? Has Byakuya kind of swayed you, or like based off of your interactions with Kyoko, like do you kind of trust her? Are you curious as to like kind of what is going on? Also, there is a glaring inconsistency where they're like, we never left besides in pairs. But when you get to the dining hall in the morning, the first thing you encounter is
there's only one.
Is Hina.
Mm-hmm.
Hina alone. So that already kind of casts doubt on their, we never separated from each other. You're like, well, I met one of you alone. Like, that's not an option that you can put in the dialogue. But this chapter does very much set for like eagle-eyed, either eagle-eyed players or the people who are playing on like a second or however many more playthrough, mostly like a second playthrough. As to if you've played once, you know what happened, and if you are paying enough attention on your first playthrough, this explains everything. You know 100% what is happening in this playthrough, from the state of the body and the various characteristics that are on it.
Yeah.
You know, hands, when you're investigating the hands or the body itself or whatnot, like, you know exactly what happened if you're paying enough attention on your but yeah, it does definitely serve a purpose in between, like, okay, this is these all guys saying, oh, we all spent the night 100%, we were together the entire time, but then you can't trust that because when you first met one of their members, she was alone.
Yeah.
Maybe she had enough time to go up and do the murder, maybe she didn't, but at the same time, she was by herself. So already, you shouldn't trust what they're saying about they were together the entire time. Like I said, you never get the opportunity to bring that up. You never get the point. You never get the truth bullet or whatever to say, like, that doesn't make any sense because I found Hina in the dining hall by herself. So how are you sure?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But ultimately, it all comes down to, and obviously there's a very pivotal choice later on in the chapter as to, do you trust Kyoko or do you not trust Kyoko? So if you've been playing and maybe you've been interacting with her or paying attention to what she's doing, maybe you say, oh, there's something going on and she knows what's up. She's pretty sharp at that. Or maybe you haven't been paying that a lot of attention or haven't interacted with her that much. And you say, like, oh, obviously she's guilty. She's lying. And then things go a certain way. So, like, this chapter was really good. Because
it was really good. Yeah, it is really good.
I really enjoyed all of the various aspects from Makoto's like fever dream almost to them disassembling Monokuma to this random person. Some parts of it are very obvious. Once again, if you're paying attention, where it's like the body was dry, but the sprinklers kick on at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
But
that
there's
was
this tarp that's only dirty on one side, and you're like, okay, so obviously they used the fucking tarp, and it was there before 7:30. They just come on, I'm not that stupid. But there
how
are
many
some
chickens?
people who are that stupid.
But
who
how
never would have.
How many chickens?
How many
How many
chickens?
chickens?
How many chickens?
How many goddamn chickens
fucking
are there
let
in the
the-
coop?
Who let the colonel in here? What the fuck? Like, I don't know.
When
I
I
really
played-
liked this chapter. It was a very good chapter in terms of its nuance. I love this chapter.
When I played this chapter all those years ago, I laughed my ass off like a maniac when like the truth bullet came out. It's like chickens in the coop. I laughed so hard. And I'm like, what? This is actually, and it's revealed why, and it's actually really clever. But
yeah. Well, I think part that might be why this one didn't quite land with me. It's because there were so many elements that it's just like, okay, this should be glaringly obvious, not just for us the player, but for literally every character who has a semblance of a brain who's left. So Byakuya should have no excuses as to why he can't himself also piece together the whole tarp/chicken situation. Like, or why are we even having to debate whether or not Kyoko is a ghost or not with
Hiro. It's like,
Hiro.
she's a ghost. It's like, do we really have to do this one like nonstop debate segment? We really have to do this. But I think it's time to talk about one of the main four in this game. In Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny, the snooty as hell Meister.
The ultimate asshole.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a damn prick. I like this guy, but yeah. It's
Oh man.
Yeah, does anybody want to start, or do you guys want me to kind of like put a couple things in or whatever?
I'll start. He's a fucking shithead, and I hate him.
I love Byakuya, man. I love these
Oh my
snooty
God.
characters in these games.
Yeah,
Because it's
I
like
just have a thing for that.
They're both They're both right, and they're also like, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because he's like immediately taken as a sort of like rival, and in the beginning chapters especially, as like a secondary antagonist in the Killing Game.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's taking it seriously. And so that ends up developing in chapter 4, where that becomes his unraveling. It becomes his unraveling where it's not just like emotionally. He's like, he literally doesn't understand that people will do things because of emotions, not just 100% pragmatically like a robot. But, and I have here, it's like due to several reasons, like he thinks his victory is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And so he stays arrogant through most of this game up until chapter 4. And then the second one is the freak out about being monumentally wrong, how he didn't see the suicide because he was too pragmatically like fixed on it, as well as the mastermind altering the case with the fake suicide note changed him for the better. That was the moment that he changed. And it's because there's a part of me that's like, is that he changed because of policy or whatever? Or did he change because he was scared? Because he finally figured out like his survival was not a foregone conclusion. That something could happen to him. And so, yeah, that's what I think. What do you guys think?
I mean, like, yeah, I use the exact same words that I was going to use with the whole victory being a foregone conclusion to him. I mean, like, this type of character, this character who has everything going for them, is on top of the world. They have the chops to back it up. They are arrogant. They have they see themselves as far above everyone else. Your Seto Kaibas or your Edgeworths from Phoenix Wright. Those types of characters, I think, make fantastic foils for any sort of protagonist that is supposed to be like
Absolutely.
Either up and coming, or
Absolutely.
maybe doesn't have all the answers, but eventually comes to the conclusions. Especially when the conclusions you end up coming to include pieces of information that they never once consider. I think this is actually hinted at very early in the game in chapter 2, when it's, well, like we didn't really touch upon this, but in chapter 2, when Chihiro's murder is discovered, and the reason why his body is dressed up in the way like the Genocide Jack murder killings is because Byakuya had come across the body before everyone else, and because he takes great pleasure in the hunt itself, the game itself, not necessarily like the means, but like the actual like act of discovery and the puzzle, he decided to dress up the murder case like those sort of like the Genocide Jack, just to make it more interesting. It's literally just a selfish reason of making things more interesting for him, because as far as he's concerned, life is a purely zero-sum game. And he and his family have already won. It's just a matter of everyone else coming to that same conclusion. So when you're able to come up with different pieces of information that he doesn't consider, it shatters him. It shakes him to his core, because you have proven that there are weaknesses in his like you said, foregone conclusion. And then that comes to a head when he finally breaks and realizes that he does not have control over the situation that he himself is in, and I think that's what inspires the character change. Is the lack of control that he is so used to having. Heck, even when you interact with him in the side stories, he doesn't want to hang out with anyone. As far as he's concerned, he's doing you a professional courtesy by allowing you to spend time in his presence. So it's just seeing that type of character essentially break down and eventually come to open up towards those of a admittedly lesser status, I think that's what really compelled me most to this type of character, and to Byakuya in particular.
Absolutely. Byakuya, and he's not the only one, but he is a great foil for Makoto. Makoto is a character who is he's very emotional and he relies on others. And Byakuya is the foil because he is independent and logically driven. He thinks he's the best. He knows his family is the best. And it's not up until the next chapter where a lot of things get revealed that can really shake that. But it's one of those where it's interesting that his reasoning in the last chapter that it's no fair. And so I'm not going to play the game anymore, which is really, I know I can actually lose this. So I'm not going to play this game anymore. And so, pretty much, yeah, you said everything that I had to say. And I already said it before. The only thing I really have to add is, this is more like a meta thing that has to do with the other Danganronpa games. He's the most grounded of like the minor antagonist characters, but not personally as a guy who's played the other games. Not as ultimately interesting as like Nagito or Kokichi, which are like two characters from basically in every Danganronpa. There is like a Byakuya figure who like in every single class trial is always like pushes. They always push. They're always pushing. They're always like, whether to find the truth or whether for some sort of ideology or for some sort of reason, they're always pushing. They're always like, maybe you're not right. Maybe that information isn't right. Maybe that logic isn't sound. There isn't like that. He's the most grounded of them, like the most normal character out of them. The other ones are quite outlandish. One of them is like his ultimate power is like really kind of goofy. The other one is the ultimate supreme leader, as it's known. And each one of those, like, I both love these characters though. Like I love Byakuya and I also love like Nagito and Kokichi. Kokichi especially, and like it's funny, I mentioned previously that in Danganronpa V3 there is a quote where somebody calls somebody else a cum dumpster. It's Kokichi that calls somebody else a cum dumpster. But it's like, I love Kokichi, and we'll get to it eventually whenever we do V3. I love it because he pushes, and he keeps pushing. Like, pushing beyond reason, beyond, like, you're such an asshole of a character. You're such a genuine prick pushing this limit and doing these things to these characters. But he does it because he is right in a way to get to the truth of things. That's why he does it. And it's like, I love those characters in these Danganronpa games because like the characters like Byakuya, like Nagito, like Kokichi that like really push, that are always like they need to get to the bottom of things, or when they present something that's false, you want to stomp on that shit and say, no, that's not actually how it is. That's not the truth. And it's like, oh, you're clearly the villain, or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, shut the hell up. I'm going to beat the shit out of you until I figure it out. And that's why these type of characters are fun. And so, like, I like Byakuya for that. And so, that's all I got to say. Wiggz, you got anything to add?
I'll just say part of it is Byakuya's certainty in the Togami line and like his family and how unshakable his confidence is really comes into the end game, so to speak. When certain things are revealed and how that affects him. And it's very well set up. Like, I still, like I said, I don't like Byakuya. Maybe it's better if I play any of the other.
Oh my god. You'll either love or hate like Kokichi and Nagito. Because they're like,
okay,
they're taking that, but they're those characters, but taken to like a Danganronpa level of like, not absurdity, but that sort of, that psychopopness, that sort of like spectacle, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah.
They're not as grounded as, like, Byakuya is grounded in a way where it's like, screw this guy. I know this asshole. I've seen this asshole somewhere. The other two are not. These are characters.
Yeah.
These are like, yeah, they can't happen.
Okay. So, I just found that interesting where it's like he has this unshakable confidence all the way through until a certain moment. And then that confidence is shaken. And he doesn't really know what to do. Because that's been like the pillar that's been holding up his whole house of cards.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it's like snatched out from beneath him, which obviously chapter.
Yeah.
Which we'll get into shortly. But I did find that very,
Yeah. No, they're
and I think that's about.
no. That's good. That's fun. Now, are we good with Byakuya here?
Oh yeah.
And get
yeah.
to-
Bakugan Toonami is the best boy.
Bakugan. Yeah. I don't know how many of these movement cups I've had by now, but it's more than 10. Every time
I've finished the entire bottle of eggnog, and I'm on the second.
Yeah. Well, the Pampero that I'm at is almost at the bottom. It's almost done. So it's like, that's like 1.5 liters of Pampero, whatever. Anyways, the fact that we're still this coherent is quite a miracle and shows that we are better than everybody. So
Sure.
to
Yes, of
everybody
course.
that listens to this trash, understand that we love you. But also, we're better than you. I'm just saying. But anyway, we're on our
It's a foregone
Byakuya.
conclusion,
It's a
you might say.
foregone conclusion, yeah. Anyways, moving on. Whew. Chapter 6.
Oh, wait! Before we go
Oh,
on to chapter 6, there's just one thing I gotta mention
Go
quick.
ahead.
It's just chapter 5. I obviously you're supposed to like side with Kyoko, who up until now has done a lot in her power to aid you for reasons that you don't understand.
That's right. We forgot to
way
mention that.
quickly
We
end
forgot
the
to
game.
mention that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you can choose to throw her under the metaphorical bus, which, as a sick person I am, I was curious and I had done. And you do unlock a secret ending where those who remain at this school, and you get this one scene of showing how everyone is adapting to life there. And this might be a bit morbid, but Hina ends up having multiple children.
It's not even the most morbid part.
several.
I was gonna say, as long as Hina remains in her underpants, I'm all right with that,
That's
my
right.
son.
So she ends up having multiple children with
That's not-
multiple of the guys. So this is the part that made me fucking like laugh out loud at like 2 a.m. because I had known about Yasuhiro's prediction with the side story about how the mother of his child would be the same as yours, and lo and behold, it was fucking Hina, which I lost it at that point. I had to turn in for the night because that was just fucking crazy.
Honk,
But that's
honk.
not even the funniest part. The funniest part is that everybody had kids with Hina and nobody had kids with Toko. And she's like dead. And they're holding her framed picture. That's the best part of that, like, that secret ending, so to speak. That's the best part.
God, it was so fucking wild.
Toko was too busy trying to get the guys to peg each
That's
other.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah, that's
the Fujo
probably
shit
true.
that she is.
Yeah, she just stayed as Byakuya's concubine, but
Anyway, I had to get that off my chest. We can move on to the actual true ending now.
the real ending.
Yeah. So I guess in a part to lead up to chapter 6 that we should have probably mentioned before, Kyoko through this entire chapter has been uncharacteristically kind of antagonistic against Makoto. Mostly because, as set up in the trial, we're the, like, Kyoko and Makoto are the only two without alibis, quote unquote, to the rest of the gang. The rest of the gang have all been together. Kyoko's been doing off something, and Makoto has been, quote unquote, sick the entire time. He also had the knife that killed, quote unquote, this person, and so on. And so it eventually, there comes to a part of the trial where you recognize that Kyoko's actually lying. And so the choice, as Andrew stated, is whether to pursue that lie or not. And so letting that lie slide is what gets you to the rest of the game, to chapter 6. And in doing so, that's actually like a huge moment that we'll talk about in chapter 6. But the big thing, and this is another one where like the chapter is rushed. It sometimes feels rushed. It is quite literally rushed because Monokuma says, "Oh, I'm at the time limit."
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah.
There's an arbitrary time limit that he made up all of the sudden, basically, that we didn't know about beforehand. Basically to get people to vote, and well, it will be revealed in chapter 6. It is basically there to get rid of either Kyoko or Makoto, and in doing so, they get rid of Makoto. They all vote for him as the person that killed this entity. And so, Mukuro Ikusaba. And so, in the sequence, Makoto is in the execution sequence, about to die. At the last second, even through death itself, comes Alter Ego and saves the day, stops Makoto from getting squished, and he falls down into a trash pit. And which starts our chapter 6. And in chapter 6, this is the first thing that I have is this is the dun 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 chapter where everything gets revealed. And naturally it has to be that way. Every Danganronpa is this way. Even to a fault. It's the 6 chapter format where it's like everything gets revealed. In this one, it's revealed that Kyoko is the ultimate detective, which is like, oh shit, really? That makes a lot of sense. Damn, really? That makes a lot of sense through the entire game. That everybody has amnesia, that she has amnesia, that everybody comes together, and basically that trial was fake, and we figure out like, okay, through accessing different areas. Previously we had, in the prior chapter, we had accessed the recording room. So it's this room with like a big PC in the front and all the screens. I'm talking with my hands too much again. Fucking shit. I don't care. With all these screens, that is every single camera in the entire school that is covered by cameras. And so with that, we end up figuring out, like through connecting to a TV that connects to the camera. We don't really understand why. This chapter, we understand why. Because the killing game is being broadcasted on all the cameras to outside the school. For what purpose? We don't know yet. Since we know that it's being broadcasted, Kyoko comes down, saves us from the trash compactor, like a Star Wars, and leads us through, and we meet Monokuma again. And in this time, we challenge Monokuma into saying, you blatantly lied. You straight up made up this trial. Let us figure out the murder of that person and the mystery of the school. You'll let us all out, and we'll solve everything. And Monokuma says, yes. And so now it's like, now it's ready to get to the end, get this shit done, and the music for the investigation changes. Because we know we're at the end, baby. We're in chapter 6. So, from there, oh, there's tons and tons and tons of reveals. I don't even know how to approach this chapter. There's so many reveals. We'll start with the murder, and basically, the murder of the person, the former what they called mastermind, was Mukuro Ikusaba. This person that throughout this entire game, we're thinking of, oh, they're the mastermind, they're the person behind everything, they're the 16th student. They're all this sort of thing. In a sense, they were the person that died in chapter 5, but that's not how things actually really panned out. This is, I have written down, the best class trial in the game because everything gets revealed. And including, and we might as well get to it, including Junko and Oshima as the mastermind, changing positions with her sister Mukuro Ikusaba at the beginning. So for the people that have been listening so far, all the way back in chapter 1, when Junko, quote unquote, Inoshima, got stabbed by the Holy Spear, Gungear, and got killed that way, that wasn't Junko Enoshima. That was her sister, her twin sister, Mukuro Ikusaba. And that's one part of the mystery. The other part of the mystery is concerning the rest of the school and all that sort of stuff. But before we reach into that, Monokuma goes, every room is unlocked. Boom. Have fun. We'll reconvene at the class trial. So from there, the Monokuma room is unlocked. The tape room is unlocked. The dorms, and this is one of those, I forgot it this time as well. There is a set of ladders in the dorm rooms that I forget that lead to the faculty dorm rooms, that lead into the secret for Kyoko Kirigiri, that lead into the secret of Junko Enoshima, and what the hell is going on in Hope Speak Academy. Eventually, after all that stuff, it leads to the class trial and everything being revealed. Let's see. I guess we should probably just reveal everything about the trial and then get into the characters.
That makes sense.
First thing that I have is that Byakuya and Kyoko are uncharacteristically clueless in the final trial, which is one thing that I notice. Where they're like, pretty much it's Junko, as is revealed, basically letting everything go and showing everything, and then Makoto figuring out the rest. I got here, the series of plot twists with Mukuro is freaking awesome. Going from she's the mastermind to she's dead to she's still alive, used Junko's body to she's just a pawn and was killed by Junko. There's like 4 or 5 twists that have to do with Mukuro in one case. Like it's actually, like it's crazy. It's crazy you playing it in real time. That's like, how many times does it switch back and forth, where you don't even know until you get the portion where you have to like, beep, 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 who did it, and you select Junko Enoshima, who's already dead. And that's where like everything, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's actually brilliant. What else do I got? Oh yes, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is an awesome twist. That's the mystery. This is a post-apocalyptic game. At the end of it all, it is a post-apocalyptic game. Because the tragedy already happened. The apocalypse already happened. We're a streaming Big Brother series for people who live after the apocalypse. The apocalypse, known as the tragedy, or the biggest, most awful, most tragic, most despair-inducing event in human history. What else do I got before we get into characters?
Do we talk about...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do we talk about the real length of time that the characters had spent there?
We'll get to that soon. I got a couple more, there's a couple more, and then, yeah, we'll get into that. I got, the investigation is the strangest of all chapters. Everyone is isolated, apart from Makoto and Kyoko, who investigate with themselves alone. Huge exposition dump as a reward. Your reward for everything is figuring out what this shit's about. And then the last point I have for chapter 6, not counting the characters, which we'll get into. Ending is great for the economy of information. This is the last thing I have to say on that. So, what do you boys have? Keep fucking talking with my damn hands. I'm slapping shit all over the place because it's like, oh, it's because I'm impassionate about this discourse. So, what do you boys have to say about chapter 6? Wiggz, we'll start with you, because why the hell not?
As always, it's a great chapter, but once again, to the eagle-eyed player, a lot of the mystery falls apart very in terms of the fact that you put the puzzle pieces together very fast. So, as we've kind of alluded to, all the doors are unlocked, which includes the staircase into the faculty dormitories, and you end up coming across the former headmaster's dorm, which then leads into some scenes with Kyoko and some discoveries, including the key item, which is a student handbook, but that accesses everything. Accesses anything. Like, there are certain things that are only accessible by the student handbook. And it just so happens that when you go past the, or when you're on your way to the, excuse me, I had whiskey throat there for a second. When you're on your way to the headmaster's dorm room, you pass by a locker room that has a bunch of these lockers, and Kodo makes this comment that, oh, these obviously must belong to like the class previous to us. This must belong to like the 78th class. However, upon revisitation with this universal handbook, you're able to actually access 2 of the lockers, which gives you access to a locker that seems to have the possessions of Hiro, and another that seems to have the possessions of Kyoko. And this whole time, Kyoko has maintained that her whole goal, as she reveals to you when she tells you she's the ultimate detective, her goal into getting into this academy was because her father had abandoned her when she was young. She had remained with the rest of the family, and he was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. And yet you find this notebook that's written in her own hand, in her own scrawl, that talks about how she had met him, and a cryptic warning. So you kind of discover these things and you're like, okay. Especially when combined with like the photographs, you're like, I know what's going on.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, there's so many things that you encounter that if you're paying enough attention, you know what's going on the entire time.
Yeah.
And as I alluded to in the previous chapter, when you're going over the body, and especially as you have access to the cryo lab and stuff now, if you know what you're doing, you know exactly what happened. When you come across this body that, oh, there's other wounds that are a few days old, where she's got like wounds all over her body, consistent with like being speared and whatnot.
That's where I figured that out.
This was our false Junko, so to speak, combined with the fact that I think it's Byakuya tells you what her dimensions are. And oh, she was 5'7", and these were her measurements and whatnot. And then if you actually look through the report card, you can see that that's the exact same dimension as Junko Enoshi.
Mm-hmm.
That she was 5'7" with like the exact same measurement. And so you can piece things together relatively quickly if you're paying attention. For a lot of people, it's probably going to be a bit of a surprise. But if you're like kind of making note of all these things and whatnot, you're like, that makes so much sense now. I understand. And you're not going to be able to assemble the full picture on your own, but you're more or less going to kind of be able to figure out most things.
Yeah. I remember in the...
Yeah, it's a great chapter that allows you access to so much stuff. So.
Yeah, I remember like in the final trial, there's like the Hangman's Gambit, where it's like figuring out the words and it's like amnesia, and I'm like, no shit. Like, no shit, it's amnesia. Like, yeah, no. But keep going.
I think most of what I had was fine. I don't know. I really enjoyed it as a chapter, just the various kind of things where, if, like I said, if you're paying enough attention, you can more or less kind of figure out the twists for yourself before you even come upon
absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, even if you have figured out a lot of it, there are still things that come as a surprise.
Well, exactly. It like you understand the how, you don't understand the why.
Yeah.
And even trying to understand the why is satisfying.
Yes.
So, Andrew, what do you think with chapter 6? What do we think?
Well, regarding the full mystery of the school itself and how everyone ended up happening there in the first place, I liked having the little hints being peppered all throughout the game, and all those coming to a conclusion. And while while it was probably obvious where it was sort of leading to, I still felt that is a fairly satisfying conclusion, and really gave a lot of the other characters, even those I might have thought of as despicable, as being a little bit more nuanced on second viewing. Regarding the murder itself of Mukuro Ikusaba, and the body swap between her and Junko, for me personally, like, I am not that eagle-eyed individual, so there were a lot of stuff that I ended up overlooking, because I fixated mostly on the biolab and the morgue bit, and I was thinking, oh well, did someone die, or did we think someone died, and actually the case wasn't. The case was actually the fact that they didn't die, and that's why that the number of cadavers isn't lining up. It didn't occur to me that it was a case of someone being murdered twice until like that point got brought up, and then I went and doubled back through the student profile list and realized, oh crap. Oh well, that's why I saw the boots on that body before, and that's why those wounds are all like that, because it was literally right there in front of me. I just didn't open up the book. So for me, the twist was very effective, but that's only because I am at that point. It was probably late in the evening, and I wasn't paying as close attention as I probably should have been. So for me, it worked effectively.
And that's so great in its own right. Because whether you see it from the beginning or not, it's the effect of the reveal that matters in the end. Mm-hmm. And this is a freaking awesome reveal. I'm going to be real. Let me sip. There's nothing left. Let's talk about before, because naturally to get into it more, we'll have to talk about the characters. But let's talk about Kyoko Kirigiri. Are, at this point that we didn't know, and is revealed in chapter 6, the ultimate detective. So, do you guys have anything much to say first, or do you need me to go ahead and say some stuff first?
I think we had sort of alluded to it earlier on how throughout the game she comes across as very, very cold and aloof. And I think you pointed it out best, Tom, when you said that her outing Chihiro's sex was probably the most heartless and cruel way she could have done it. But it spoke to her desire, and as she herself admits, to find the absolute truth.
Absolutely.
Because for her, the ultimate good that can be achieved is just absolute truth, regardless of whether or not that truth is good or bad. So for her, she's very much detached from her emotions, similar actually in a way to Byakuya, while at the same time also being able to recognize that those sorts of emotions can affect things, which is why she's able to sort of criticize his actions. And as she goes throughout the game, she warms up more and more to the other characters, namely Makoto. As it turns out, as she quickly becomes the actual sort of co-protagonist Deuteragonist in place of Sayaka. So I thought sort of that evolution of her being sort of detached, emotionally unavailable, and then slowly opening up and coming to care for everyone beyond just absolute truth was fairly well done. It spoke to the good writing, I thought.
Absolutely. And you kind of, when you mentioned with Byakuya and that, I have actually written here, makes a good foil to Byakuya in Toko while they are confrontational in their isolation, Kyoko is neutral and always watches the others. She is, as a detective, and it is mentioned in her narrative, she is neutral. She's not about good or bad. She's about the truth. The Danganronpa. The truth bullet. As we say it. Hey! As we say. But, I also got here, unlike Byakuya, who has a rather violent change of direction, Kyoko slowly but surely trusts Makoto. All of the ways that she quote-unquote uses him, because a lot of people say, oh, she's always using him. She's always using him. And the way that she uses him, quote-unquote, is her putting his trust in him and taking risks to find the truth. She knew that Makoto would do it and would trust her. That's my interpretation of Chapter 5 and why Makoto did not pursue that lie. Because Kyoko told Makoto if she died, the truth would die with her. So, other things with Makoto, let's see. Ultimate detective. Yeah, revealed to be the ultimate detective. Here we go. Ability so powerful that Junko erased her memories harder than the rest of them.
Oh, yeah.
And tried to get her killed in Chapter 5. Absolutely. Absolutely, it's true. That the trap in Chapter 5 that got Makoto sent to the execution, that was not meant for Makoto at all. That was meant for Kyoko. Because Kyoko was getting to the bottom of it. And so that's a really cool detail that I really do like. Wiggz, do you got anything before I continue on my diatribe?
No, I don't think so. Everything kind of played out, connected to a lot of what I had said back Chapter 5, building up into it. So.
Alrighty, that's fine. Then I'll continue on. The rest that I got for Kyoko, excuse me, is the manner she doesn't handhold Makoto allows him to grow as a character and overcome his circumstances. It's integral to the first case that he reaches the truth of his own volition. And that's true. She, a lot of these cases, kind of reaches the conclusion pretty quickly, especially like the first two. As shown, especially with Chihiro, where she was the one, due to her detective's background, even if she didn't knew that, was the one to discover that Chihiro was a boy and not a woman. Things like that. But the fact that she always lets Makoto get to the bottom of things is really important. Because she trusts that, like, that's part of his character and he needs to know the truth and come to terms with that truth every time to get to the bottom of things. Because otherwise he would, in my opinion, fall to despair. And that's not what needs to happen. Even though she doesn't understand, that's what the central conflict's about. But
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do I have? I got one last one. People think that she is mistrustful of Makoto, but she genuinely tells him everything that she knows. And the rest is literally amnesia. And this is one that I really understood this last time that I played it. She tells him literally everything. And everything that she didn't tell him, she didn't know herself.
Yeah. Yeah, there comes a point where she does reveal a lot of what she knows around the case. And when she asks Makoto to reciprocate after he had witnessed Sakura and he's unable to because he doesn't want to implicate his friends, she actually gets really, really frustrated with him. Because her revealing all this information is not only a sign of trust, but again, it's what she's ultimately trying to achieve, is truth revealed to everyone, especially her friends.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So with that, are we ready to move on? Or do we have anything more to say for Kyoko? Andrew?
I think we're good with Kyoko.
Okay, then we're good there. I will say one thing in intermission, and it's funny, I just recently noticed this in my absolute drunken stupor. From a drunk Tom, I want to thank the Tom that wrote all this trash down. Because if I didn't write this trash down, I would not appear as smart as I am now and as lucid. Just straight up. Just absolutely straight up. If I didn't write this trash down, there's no way I would have pulled it. I couldn't pull this out of my ass. I could probably pull quite a bit of it out of my ass. But I'm looking down and I'm looking at my notes and I'm like, damn, this guy's pretty smart. This guy, he knows what he's talking about. I'm like, yeah, no shit. It's me that wrote it. It's
not
sober.
his own horn or anything.
This guy gets it. He gets what's going on. But anyway.
Well, of course he does. He's me.
Yeah, he's me. Anyways. Oh yeah, there we go. Only 2 more pages. That's kind of crazy. Oh boy, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this whole time. Let's talk about Junko and Oshima. We're at this point. Junko and Oshima. I've been waiting this whole time just to talk about Junko. But do you guys want to talk before I splurge? Even though I think you guys might maybe splurge as much as me, but
I'm gonna let you go off.
Andrew?
I feel like you've been waiting a long time to splurge. I have a little bit of criticism regarding her connection to the wider mystery. But I genuinely want to hear what you have to say first before I go into that.
Well, here we go. First statement that I have to say, and this is true, even in my drunken stupor. Straight up my favorite character in Trigger Happy Havoc. The perfect mastermind for this killing game and a fire villain. Fire, as they would say, the young children would say. I love Junko and Oshima as a villain. I absolutely adore her. I love like every little aspect of her. I even jokingly, for the people out there that do not I keep slapping shit with my stupid hand, whatever. For people out there that are not in this server, and the server that we're currently in, that do not know me, there's like this stupid little like log that I have where it's my delusional log of like, oh, all these fictional characters, like, oh, are they a Tom daughter? Are they a Tom wife? Are they a Tom whatever? Junko and Oshima is listed as the Tom daughter prodigy. She is like, oh my god, she's so perfect. She is a perfect mastermind in every way. I love her. I love the multiple personalities as a front for the spectacle of it all. And when the theater stops, the mask drops with it. And she's a singular Junko and Oshima. Like, it's, how do I say? Like, let me just, I guess, continue with my notes. I love, like, she is this series personification of despair. And I love it that it is a high school girl. And in doing so, in this end, because, like, to put it out there for the gang that doesn't understand, because we get it, because we just recently played it. This reveal is like, what? Like, it's not just, like, you come to the conclusion that Junko is, that it's her. That it's like she switched places with her sister, but you don't get it. And then when you get it, and when she's actually there to, like, explain herself and explain the mystery, and even challenge you to actually figure out that mystery, she's switching personalities left and right. She's switching personalities from, like, oh, you peasants, like, to that, to, like, a very, like, somber and sad one, to, like, a serious one, to, like, fuck yeah, like, I'm gonna rip your ass off, like... She's switching characters on. She is so steeped in despair that she's bored. And so she frequently switches characters. And in doing so, and in having, like, getting to the bottom of this freaking mystery, This mystery that we've been talking about for 5 hours and 19 minutes. And this is where we get the fact that the personification of despair is a high school girl. That, in doing so, shows us what Danganronpa is all about. And that is spectacle. Everything from the psychopop aesthetic to the soundtrack to how everything, it is spectacle. It is like a theater case. It is like a bam, boom, bang. That's what it's all about. And that's why, like some other murder mysteries, they're good, they're not fucking Danganronpa. Because Danganronpa is all about that damn spectacle. And that's why, like, I got more shit to talk about. But, like, I've been playing these games for 10 plus years. But Danganronpa is as stylish as all hell. And she reflects that. Like, and that's why Junko's so cool. That's why, like, I love her as a villain. Even her showing up in chapter 6 for real and only having this limited space left, like, a huge impression on me. So, I got more to say, but I'll leave it at that. I'll let you guys pick apart the dumb bullshit in my simping of this perfect Tom Totter prodigy. I love her. I love Junko Enoshima. Junko Enoshima. Go right ahead. We'll go Andrew. You go ahead.
Okay. Well, oh boy, don't hate me too much, but
I already did.
yeah, I knew I was setting myself up for failure with that. But at the end of it all, I was just left wondering, like, how? Because on the one aspect, I understand how it's quite, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Is poignant the word I'm looking for? I don't know. I'm gonna say that. It's not even the right word.
Poignant. Poignant.
Probably not. Poignant, yeah. How it's, like you said, this high school teenage girl who is the ultimate fashionista. That is her shtick. So she's already on top of the world at the point where people want to be her or be with her, right? So she has everything, and despite all that, she decides that there is too much random awfulness in the world. What's the point of it all? She gives into nihilism. She gives into despair. She delves into a deep depression. I get that. That's powerful messaging. But I'm left wondering how she is able to pull it off. Because even with her sister being the ultimate soldier and can probably help plan out some logistics, at some point how did they set up this whole game in the first place, and then B, how did they somehow convince the rest of the world to also take part in their shared collective misery?
Now,
and that's the part I'm still left wondering as to why. So I'm left wondering why, or how, I should say.
Let me explain. And this is
School me.
In the vacuum of this game, it's not really explained because it's supposed to be fun and not a general wider setting. In the expanded material for this, Junko Enoshima is not the ultimate fashionista. She becomes the ultimate fashionista. She is the ultimate analyst. And she understands everything perfectly. It's not quite why she's in that pit of despair, but she understands trends. That's why she becomes the ultimate analysta. Or fashionista, sorry. I'm mixing the two.
You're blending the two.
There's no more Pampero. It's gone. So that's what at the state that I am at now. God damn it. I'm clanking shit all over the place.
This is what happens.
This is, to the audience out there, we do really have to apologize because our Tomcasts don't really go this long. They maybe stop at 4.5 hours. We're an hour after that, and so we're even more inebriated. And I'm flapping my arms everywhere and thankful that there's not like trash on top of me and all over the place.
Tom, can you imagine the Drunkard cast that we'll record next year if we're all in the same place?
Oh God!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I don't think, like, as a technical sense, I don't think I can because I only have the one microphone. But could you imagine?
Yeah, we could all fight over it.
It'd be 10 hours long. I don't even know what we talked about. If we did it on Mass Effect 1, it would be 10 hours long. Just straight up.
Oh, absolutely.
It absolutely would be. Like, there would be, like, unedited, impromptu. We gotta go grab, like, a bite to eat first. We'll be back. But, as that aside, but getting back to this nonsense, I don't know if, like, it registers every time that I, like, twist my arm and it, like, snaps in my old age. Where, like, it's all the cracks and stuff. I don't know if it picks it up on the microphone.
We'll probably hear it in the editing room.
Yeah. We'll get to that soon. That little spoiler. But, yeah, Junko Enoshima is the ultimate analyst. And so, with that, she became the ultimate fashionista because she could figure out trends before they happened and did it that way. And through that, because of the despair that she's felt her entire life, she used that and her sister, who Mukuro Ikusaba, even though we don't really have anything written about her, because she's one of those characters that's expanded greatly in, like, other material, but not in the game that we're talking about. She loves her sister, like, they're twin sisters, but she loves her, like, to the bottom of her heart and follows her to the very bitter end, as happens in chapter 1. Junko does not share the same thing. And if anything, I have it listed here. It's right at the bottom here. Why she killed Mukuro, quote unquote, for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Which means, what are we gonna guess, fellas?
Just because.
No reason at all. And that, like, to me, out of all the things that she says, that's the one that impacted me the most. And that made me, like, understand the depths of despair that she was in, that Junko was in.
Well, I was gonna say Junko. Just ask Enema shitbag.
You can't say that about my daughter.
You can't say that about my wife. She does kind of, like, talk about it, where it was like, yeah, they were the ultimate despair, the two of them, which obviously comes in later with Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls. She does kind of talk about it a little bit, if you kind of press her on it, like, I don't fucking kill your own sister, and it's not as simple as because I could. No, but it's not far off. It's essentially like this was the most despairing.
It's deeper than I could. It's for no
this is the
reason
most
at all.
Despairing thing.
Because I could is not the same as no reason.
This is the most despairing thing that I could do. Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean. Like, it's essentially, I did this for the ultimate despair. Because I knew that she, or at least as far as Junko sees it, she's like, this is kind of how I would want to go. Realizing that, more or less, because Junko's in such, like, a depressive, manic state almost, this is the ultimate depressive thing. This person who I loved so dearly murdered me for the sake of despair. And that was essentially, at least that was my takeaway from it. But she's like, yeah, I did it not just because I could, not just for anything at all, but just because, like, this would be the ultimate despair. This person that you loved so deeply betrayed you in such a manner. And she's like, she would understand what I just did. And this would be the ultimate, like, despair way to go out. Would be to be murdered by your own sister for the sake of despair.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's like, yeah. I got a couple more things to add, but, like, Andrew, do you got anything to add?
Other than, like, if we think back to when Mukuro was killed in the second chapter,
First chapter.
Like Junko
but-
first chapter I should say. Junko may think that this is the ultimate. This is probably a mercy in some respect that she's granting her sister, other than the whole killing them for no reason at all. But it's tragic in the sense of Mukuro, because the death comes out to her out of nowhere. Presumably, she's the only one who doesn't have her memories wiped since they were in on the whole scheme, and then she gets. So she probably thought that she had some degree of immunity, only for it to be killed. And then she's even like questioning, why me? Why did this happen? So it's just tragic that she had this. Even though she was one of these great despairs, she still had some measure of faith in her sister, only for that to have been proven completely to have been a non-factor, as she was just killed just as easily as anyone else. So I just thought that there was a little bit of that tragedy in that aspect between the siblings.
Oh, absolutely. From what I understand in the expanded material, Mukuro followed her sister because she loved her. Junko, this is a part that we would have to analyze after going through the other games. Keep slapping the stupid freaking filter. Going through the other games, going through the animated material and all that sort of stuff to figure out, because there's a central argument that still goes on to this day that's like, did Junko actually love the rest of the students? Mm-hmm. And there's an argument to be made that she loved her sister and she loved the rest of the students. And because in her loving them, the despair that she caused them was like extra cracked for her. And it's like this weird, there really is no other character I can think of in media that is like that. That's like, we'll do those things, we'll care about these characters in these ways, only for this to happen because that's part of her shtick. Like, it's very, you can...
I will make a note on that. In regards to that sort of thing, actually, there is a character that I would somewhat say has a similar motivation, which is actually, if you're familiar at all with the Hannibal Lecter series, and especially the television series Hannibal, which is obviously portrayed very excellently by Mads Mikkelsen and Hugh Dancy, and there is a character in there for which both characters have a great affinity for, or at least as much as Hannibal could for an individual. And there's this like really kind of fucked up scene at the end of one of the seasons. You think this character's been dead the entire time, and turns out, oh no, she wasn't dead. Here's like the setup for the whole season is that they know at this point that Hannibal is like a serial killer. Hannibal. Anybody who's familiar with it is familiar with it. And they're essentially kind of trying to entrap him. And the season finale of season 2, I believe it is, 3 or 4, is they know, or at least the people who are important know, and they're trying to kind of trap him. But now it has come to the point where the FBI higher-ups are like, whether he's a killer or not, you cannot legally do what you are planning to do. This is literally entrapment. We're going to lose this case. We're going to lose this case if it ever goes to court, which is it's going to keep going the way you're going. And so this character who they, Hannibal and the Will Graham character played by Hugh Dancy have, that you think has been dead the whole season, comes back. And oh, this is so wonderful. This is so lovely. And then Hannibal fucking kills her. Again. For real this time. In front of Hugh Dancy. And essentially explains to Hugh Dancy, the Will Graham character, that it was like, it shouldn't have been like this. Like, we could have all been kind of together. But because I care about you so much, and because you betrayed me, this is what you get. Like, this is the despair that you get, despite the fact that he has been caring for this individual who was deeply wounded at the end of the first season, I think it was. Like, she was in a bad way, and he cared for her the entire season just for at the end, for her to get her kind of like touching moment, and for him to get his kind of touching moment as like, oh, this is so sweet. For him to be like, as he puts it, he always had in his memory palace a moment of when you drop a teacup, and he would drop a teacup just to see if it ever came back together. And as he tells to this Will Graham character, I brought us back to the moment when the teacup shattered, which is when she died the first time, allegedly. But because of your actions, the teacup remains shattered. It never comes back together. And so it's like a very deep thing where it was like, had you not cared so much, I would never have done this thing. And so I feel like that very much plays into Junko's thing of like, had she not cared so much about these other people, these people around her and her sister, it never would have happened. Had she been as despairing as she likes to portray, never would have happened. She would have been so despairing that they wouldn't have mattered in any event. But because she had the amount of care that she did with the amount of despair that she did, she took the actions that led to trigger Happy Havoc, which was, in a fucked up way, a way to show that she loved them. Because if you don't care about somebody, you don't give a shit what happens to them. It's when it's the same thing, and this is maybe an easier analogy for people to digest. That was explained to me back in like grade 3 or grade 4 with Mr. Jolly.
Oh, jeez, that is a deep cut.
Boy,
that's the deep lore. Why are so many divorces so bitter? And it's not because people hate each other as much as they did, but it's because they loved each other as much as they did. That led to them wanting to twist the knife, so to speak. Because if you don't care about somebody, you don't care. Bygones are gonna be bygones. How many people have you met that have pissed you off in traffic and forgotten about it 10 minutes later? Versus how many friends that you've known for 15 years who fucked you over on something and you've remembered it for the last 10 or the last 30 years.
Absolutely.
So that very much plays into Junko, where it's, if she didn't care, she wouldn't have done it. It wouldn't have mattered. Everything would have been despair anyway. She would have just turned everything out. But because she
That's
cared,
the maximum despair. The ultimate despair.
Plot. Yes, absolutely. That's the way I look at it.
And that's a great way to do it.
If I had known I had to watch Hannibal to get the full picture, I would have done that. You didn't tell me.
Well, that's what happens when you're drunk at 3 a.m. That's what you get.
Also, very, very few people are ever going to be able to match my levels of Hannibal.
The fact that Hannibal retardation came out of a Danganronpa discussion is beautiful.
Well, it's like I had a disagreement with a friend of mine, and between the family and whatnot a little bit ago, myself and his family and whatnot. And later on, he told me, he was like, I feel like you were doing stuff just to see what would happen. And I was like, I didn't think about it at the time, but you're absolutely right. I just kind of wanted to see what you guys would do. And I was like, oh shit, I'm evil.
Yeah.
Ultimate despair Wiggz.
Rip.
Oh, wow. Andrew, you got any much to say?
Oh my god, I can't follow up with that. my take was pedestrian compared. you take it away, Tom.
Well, I don't really have much to say apart from how much I love this character, because she's my beautiful, perfect prodigy daughter. But from what Sober Tom wrote, thankfully, back in the past, we can. Thankfully, I'm not inebriated enough that I can still read, which is crazy. but
Still reading English.
yeah, exactly. I got written down charismatic, sexy, cool, stylish, and completely, in capital words, insane. Which is true.
Right.
She makes despair something that is like a virus, something everyone is capable of, and makes it seem fashionable, like gossip, something to be shared and infecting others with it. And it's true. That is an aspect of the despair that Junko portrays that is so interesting. Like, it's not just like this abstract concept of like, I'm so sad. It's like, no, it's something you can spread. It's something that is like, it's like gossip. It's like fashionable. It's interesting. And this goes into Makoto, which we'll get into soon. But the other things that I have is refreshing to see a villain that is feminine, intelligent, powerful, and cruel for the sake of cruelty. Usually they have a sad, sappy, sympathetic backstory, but Junko's too cool for that. And it's true. You know how many women villains there are in like media in general that have to have like a oh, I got raped, or I got sexually assaulted, or I got some horrible thing happened to me. Junko's better than that. She's above all that bullshit, and she just suffers to despair.
I mean,
she does have her own.
to make a comment on that, it's like the OG, like animated and live action original from the 90s, Cruella de Vil.
Yeah.
Why did she want to kill Puppy? Because she wanted to kill Puppy. Because she was evil.
That's a good point.
The fact that young me was enamored with bland clothes is an entirely different topic.
That's
But like, she was evil for the sake of it. She was just evil. There was no description. There was no justification. And I haven't watched the new Cruella one with Emma Stone.
Yeah, Emma
I think is
Stone.
her name. But that is a big gripe that I've seen with a lot of people, which is like, no, she was just evil. There was no tragic backstory. There was no like trauma in her past that justified this. In the Dodie Smith 101 Dalmatians book, she's just bad. And it's cut and dry. She is bad, and that's the end of it. There's nothing terrible that caused her to be bad, because some people are just bad. Some people are just like, through one reason or another, fuck.
Yep. And that's Junko.
Junko is a perfect example where it was like, I think they're in Ultra Despair Girls. It goes into some of the more like, oh, their life was hard or something like that may semi-justify it. But at least in Danganronpa, it's like, no, she seemed like she was doing pretty good. She was the ultimate fashionista, world-class model. But she was doing that. She was doing great. But just because of maybe how smart she was, or just because of who she was as a person, she was fucked. She was evil. She was bad. And that's all you needed. You didn't need anything past that. And I mean, frankly, that's something we've lost with villains as a whole, is just the loss of sometimes they're just bad. Sometimes they're just evil. You don't always need a justification for why bad people do bad things. Sometimes people are just bad.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you shake the pepper shaker a little. You grind the pepper shaker a little bit too hard. You get something. You get a big piece come out, and it comes out at you with cooking. And it's not the pepper shaker's fault. It's not the pepper's fault. It's just that grain of pepper broken that way. Rip. Sucks to suck. Too bad. You got a spicy piece of soup or steak or whatever the fuck you want.
Whatever
Whereas
retarded
today
analogy
it's
you
like,
want to
no,
use.
it was actually because that piece of pepper was picked
A
by
pepper was
somebody.
raped.
Diamond mine crimic. Yeah, that piece of pepper was raped back in the Congo before it got picked. Like, what was it? What? I think Family Guy did it with the apple and the worm. Ah!
No, man.
Mr. Worm violated me. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you need apparently in modern era you need that for like any justification. It's like, nah, sometimes shit just sucks. Sometimes you can do whatever you want, and sometimes things can go your way, and you still just end up getting fucked, or you could just turn out bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is what it is.
And I guess to cap it off or whatever, and to kind of tie into what you just said, the last thing I have written for Junko is a force of nature, the personification of despair, refreshingly, irredeemably, capital words, evil. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. I love Junko Enoshima. She's great, man.
I love it. Oh, she's fucking
fire.
amazing. I love
That
the
whole-
personality switches like every 2 seconds. That was so funny.
Which one of her personalities is your guys' favorite? Of like the ones that she switches through?
The secretary.
Oh, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good.
for no reason, I'm sure. Fuck, I don't remember all of the personalities that she goes through.
My two
What
favorite
is it? You
ones.
got like the punk rocker.
Yeah, that one's fun.
got-
They're all fun in their own
You
way.
got the cutesy one.
Yeah. Oh wow, that was really cool.
I don't know. They're all good in a different way.
Absolutely. My two favorite ones are the one that I usually use for an image, which is like the one as like her pompous like queen, sort of like, it's like, get down on your knees, peasant. Like that one's awesome.
Yes.
And my second favorite one, which sometimes is my favorite one, is the one where she has Monokuma in front of her face and she speaks normally, but speaks with the Monokuma voice. Because that to me
one's
was
pretty
like,
good, too.
Oh yes.
oh,
That one is fun.
it like at first when it was revealed, it's like there's no way that can be Monokuma. Like that can't actually be Monokuma. Until she did that, she hugged Monokuma like up to her face and then did the Monokuma voice, except just without the filter. And it's like, wow, it's really stupid. You know, it's like that is Monokuma. That is the mastermind. She's the GOAT. She's fire.
She is her.
She is her. I am him. I am her. I love Junko. Junko's awesome, man. Great villain. Anyway, should we get to the end? Did we get to our final guy?
Fucking probably.
Yeah, we're almost at 6
hours.
hours. Sorry, Andrew. We'll reveal that soon. Anyways, the final one that we have, the final character to speak about, naturally, of course, is Makoto Naegi. Our protagonist, the person that we've been playing this entire damn time. And so, with it, does anybody want to start with him?
Oh boy, this really is a tough one, isn't it?
That's literally, it's funny you mentioned that. That's literally the first thing I have out. The first note I have out of all the characters on my notes, he's the hardest to figure out. It's a battle between self-insert MC versus defined character that evolves throughout the narrative, is what I have.
That's yeah, no, that's literally it. Because like as I mentioned at the beginning, like when we first are introduced to this character, this person that we're going to be embodying for however many hours, they literally go through this painful effort of describing themselves as plainly and simply as possible. Again, they have no skills, no noticeable skills, no discernible traits, nothing that separates them from the chaff. They have really no business being here except for the fact that they were just drawn out of that lottery, and thus they are earning themselves the title of the ultimate lucky student. When we first get into the game, he thinks himself as like absolutely unlucky because of all of the situation that he's in. But his luck does kind of play out. I mean, it could be because it's just he's the player character and he has to live all the way through. But like he survives through the entirety of the game. There's nothing that really draws him to too strongly desire to want to murder anyone. Sure, his family disappears, but like he's of the opinion that they're still okay. And as it turns out in later releases, at least one of them is okay. So there's luck in that regard. Despite the fact that he's the same sort of build as Chihiro, he's not the one who feels he needs to improve himself, so he doesn't end up getting caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time with Mondo. He doesn't have any deep secret that requires killing over. He's not motivated by greed. He ends up actually becoming this beacon for everyone to rally around, and this does play into his new role that he comes into, because as the player character, taking an active position in engaging with everyone and figuring out the truth and solving these mysteries, he helps inspire the ultimate counter to despair, hope among the students. So as far as
and becomes the ultimate hope. That's his
there it is,
actual.
becomes the ultimate hope.
That's his actual ultimate ability. Is the ultimate hope.
So like at first, I think it shows a great deal of growth how we start with a character who has almost nothing going to them, becoming the linchpin to the eventual deconstruction of this whole mystery and getting out of the game. So I think overall it is a tough character to really pin, but it's a good character. A great character. I'll say it. He's a great character.
He actually is a great character. There was one in my research that I was doing. I didn't write it down because I'm stupid, but mostly because I don't think I remember where I found it. Where there was an analysis where in the first chapter, there is a split between self-insert MC and actual character. And after that chapter, he's no longer an MC, like a self-insert. He is his own character. And then continues on that path. I don't quite remember the specifics of it, but it was pretty, I read it and like, damn, it's pretty good. I was in the middle of fixing some wires on my phone, so I didn't have anything to write down, but it was pretty fire when I did it. I got down, personally, I think the latter, and he has a subtle but interesting character arc throughout the game. And then I'll continue with that. Wiggz, do you got anything to say about Makoto Naegi?
Not a whole lot. Like, it is kind of mostly covered, just the fact that it's like he may initially seem kind of like more of a blank slate, but as we kind of went into KOTOR discussion, like, no, he is very much his own character as much as you are guiding him. He's his own thing. That's all.
Yeah, pretty much. What else do I got here? Got like a bit of a character arc here where he starts off goes from trusting nobody but Sayaka. The one person that he trusted betrays him. Then starting to trust the others. After chapter 2, he starts to trust the others. Which evolves into chapter 5, trusting all, placing all of his trust into Kyoko to sacrifice him. And then eventually after that to becoming the ultimate hope. What else do I got? Almost never jumps to conclusions. Always sees the best in everyone. Hears out why the person murdered someone. And still, at the end of it, blames it on Junko. Or the mastermind in this case for most of the game. What else do I got? Foil for Junko and that he's the ultimate hope for her ultimate despair. She lived knowingly her entire life with despair, while Makoto unknowingly lived with hope in all of his life. A big difference there. She lived always knowing that she had despair, that it was always there, that it was always part of her, and will never leave. Makoto did not know until this moment that he had lived his entire life with hope. Written more, let's see. If despair is fashionable, stylish, and easy, hope is unpopular, hard, and requires rock-hard morals. Next one after. But like despair, hope is infectious and everyone can succumb to it. Everyone succumbs to despair, and due to that becomes the ultimate hope and overcomes the despair of the others in the end. And beats the whole thing. And that's all I got. That's all my notes. That's all I got to say about Danganronpa. Well, at least from a...
We finally hit the end of the novella.
We did it. We did it. We did it. That's my notes. Thankfully, I had these notes as a sort of moderator because I'm drunk as hell. So, I'm quite intoxicated. But at the end, now that we've reached all this thing, gang, what do we think about Danganronpa?
Fucking love it.
This shit is fire, isn't it?
Yeah. No, this was good to go through. I'm kind of regret. I got a bit of regret that we weren't able to do it all in person all those years ago.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
But yeah, I'm good if we got to do it this time. If better late than never.
Better late than never. Absolutely. It was nice. It's been a long time since I think it was like the last time I replayed these was in 2017 when the release of Danganronpa V3 came out. But it's like, man, it's been almost 10 years.
Yeah, it would have been around that time because I remember that was part of it when we were in the Oppression Palace. Yeah.
The Oppression Palace. I was recording in the Oppression Palace and also recording in my house around the same time. It's also when Danganronpa V3 came out. The Evil Within 2 came out. That sort of stuff. Nier Automata, like around that same time. So yeah,
I know Nier Automata for sure came out around that time. I remember anytime we got into the, I think we're still in Jeddah at the time.
Yeah.
And that was the only thing.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
Was on
Absolutely. Isn't it crazy that's almost 10 years ago now?
Yeah, it disgusts
It's disgusting.
Me and I hate it.
Every time, especially maybe now that I'm stupidly inebriated, it makes me think like, damn, we're so old now. We're all in different spots of the world. But still, we can hang out like this and talk about freaking dumbass video games for 5 hours, 58 minutes, 35 seconds. As of right now.
That's why Tomas Eduardo, with all of his European time off, and me working on call where I only work like 1 week, needs to come over here and we can game it.
You know,
now that my house actually is suitable for people, we just game
you know
it for
what's
like
funny?
a month.
I was thinking this in my head recently, and I thought it was like, oh, maybe you should come over here. But I also thought that I should head over there. I thought about it when Persona 6 comes out. That might be a good reason. If Persona 6 comes out, I might actually come over there and just spend like an entire month and we just blast through it. I might actually do that.
That's one of those other things we're gonna have to make sure that the Waste Wizard has the time.
That's true.
On.
Yeah,
That way
That's true.
Fly him up from
That's true.
Leicester, so I don't have to
It's not even that he has to
drive
fly up.
5.5
I'll
hours to
drive
pick him
my
up again.
ass up there with my ex Dragula, aka now known as Lola, as my mom's car, as it's not now. Hi, Mom. If you're listening to this, I'm sorry for being the embarrassment of being a drunkard at 3:24 in the morning in Italy time, but whatever. It is how it is. But, anyways.
Are the embarrassment for being a drunkard, or are you just
No,
fun?
I'm not embarrassed at all. I lied. I lied because I'm a lying scumbag.
That's right. That's right. Which is fun.
It's
You're
just
a
fun.
fun scumbag. I love it.
Yay! No more notes. Isn't that crazy? This was fun, man. I told you guys that this discussion was going to be insane. That it was, and here we are.
Yeah, I already knew
It was going to be amazing. And so I'm glad that we all made it.
6 hours.
We all made it here to 6 hours. It'll be less than that because some of it will be cut out. The intermission will be cut out, whatever. But just saying.
Yeah, our intermission was like 15 minutes, and our introduction was like 5.
Yeah, a good chunk of it. So,
we're still gonna be well north of 5.5
which is still
hours.
disgusting. But to be honest, for a game like Danganronpa, it's warranted. It's warranted.
Real.
But from there, gang, since I'll get to publicly shame Waves for not responding now at this moment. for anything to go apart from Call of Duty and Halo, and I do not feel like Call of Duty and Halo. If you've ever seen the meme of like they're sucking the life out of him, that's how I feel right now. So having to think of a Call of Duty and Halo. So I will pause it for the next Tomcast, whenever it ends up happening. Certainly not now. I will pause it for the next one, Nier Replicant, aka the first Nier. That's the one I'm gonna pause it.
It's not Metro, but I fuck with it.
Andrew?
Well, it sounds like you guys are in agreement, so Nier Replicant it is.
Nier Replicant it is. Sometime next year, i.e. in 2026, in late 2026 probably, after this thing comes out, we will be doing Nier Replicant. Look forward to it. We'll get to it eventually. But for the meantime,
Actually,
I will do this part publicly because, of course, I naturally have to. But if you listen to this part all the way now, we need to give a humongous applause to Andrew here, because Andrew's actually going to be the one that's going to be editing this.
Gosh,
If not, then I'll edit this part out of it, and nobody will know.
That's okay. I just hope that I can stand up to you. I mean, looking at that time and kind of how our thoughts came out at the end, it truly was a deadly discussion, a deadly review,
a deadly
retrospective, a deadly DrunkardCast.
Yes.
yeah, you picked the wrong fucking DrunkardCast. You went into an investigative.
Oh gosh.
You went into an investigative game review with Tom and I. You
Exactly.
should have known.
Exactly.
I should have known better.
You'll see the timeline for this, and you'll either be pleased or horrified. If you're horrified, kill yourself.
However, his sacrifice will be remembered
Absolutely.
in the coming top.
Yeah. Absolutely.
If this part still remains,
And as your grand vizier, I will endorse.
No.
I will endorse the waste
That's
wizard.
true.
you.
That's true.
Well, all I can say to the audience is that if this part still remains, I hope you enjoyed.
Absolutely. And I'm sure Andrew will do well. Andrew's got a lot of things. There's a lot of technical things that we'll have to figure out eventually, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But that, we know that the next one after whatever this is going to be Nier Automata. Don't know when that's going to be recorded. But with that, there's
Nier Automata or Nier Replicant?
sorry, you're right. Nier Replicant, aka just normal Nier, the first one before Nier Automata.
Ooh, gee.
Specifically the one from 2021, because that is basically the remake from the original Nier from 2010, which in Japan it was known as Nier Replicant, and in the West it was known as Nier Gestalt, but that's another conversation. To lead from there, we know that Nier Replicant will be the next one-ish, whenever we get to it. With that being said, gentlemen, will the class trial reconvene for Danganronpa 2x2 when it comes out?
I don't see why not.
Oh God, yes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's exactly the answer I want to know.
Yes.
It's a hell yeah.
Yes.
It's gonna be a hell yes.
Yes.
Just screaming.
Come to Papa.
Hell yeah. That's exactly what I want to hear. So eventually, sometime next year, which will be perfect for the gang, especially for those that haven't played Danganronpa 2, because it's going to be a full remake of Danganronpa 2 plus another scenario. Now, I can already visualize it. We will talk about one scenario at a time. Otherwise, it'd be like a 12-hour discussion. We're probably not that long, but it'll be a long one.
No, that's right. It wouldn't be 12 hours. It'd be 24 hours.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true, because Mike would probably be in it, because he'd probably be available.
Oh God.
That's 4 tracks to record. Anyways, to leave it at that, gang, do we have anything more to say? Is there anything left to say or record or do?
if the listeners want to listen to Metro, then they need to shield Tom. That we need to do
absolutely.
Metro. But I need to play Khan's story, the VR thing first. So actually, it works out well for me.
It's true. Andrew, you got anything more to say?
I've said my piece.
Said your piece. Okay, I will say this as the guy, the Chosen One, which is crazy. Even though we're uploading on Tom the Chosen 2. At this point in time, when this video is out, watch whatever trash I had released recently, especially the top 10 games of 2025, which would probably be a long ass, stupid, ridiculous. I don't think it'll be as long as last year's, as in 2024's top 10 games of 2024, because that was 2 hours and like 53 minutes or something ridiculous. It was. I had a lot to say. I don't think it's going to be as long as that, but it will still probably be a long video, which means give it a watch if you haven't watched it at the time as this video comes out. And apart from that, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Thanks for, if you listened all the way to this part, thank you. As per usual, we appreciate every single one of your listens and views for something as monumental as this. And even though we love doing these because we like doing this trash and sitting around and discussing till 3:32 in the morning Italy time. I don't know what time it is over there. It's probably like 5 or something. Something innocuous where it's like, it's really not that bad. Yeah, shut the hell up. I don't give a damn. I'm staying up till 3 in the morning to do this trash. Inebriated, drunk, and probably, I don't know, pissing myself or something. Maybe. But either way, as I wanted to say, in my drunken stupor, thank you everybody for watching this program and watching all the way here. And I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the discussion on Danganronpa. If you're one of those people that didn't play the game and played all the way through and now you want to play it, damn, you stupid as hell, boy. But I hope you enjoy it either way. And then I hope you don't listen to the other Tomcasts that we have to do with the other Danganronpas and you enjoy it at your own pace. So with that, this is Tom the Chosen One. And boys, you got anything to say before we head out?
You already took the shillery, so I guess I'm exempt from that.
Alrighty. Wiggz, you got anything more to say?
We got more surprises in the future.
Absolutely. But from there, gang, this is Tom the Chosen One wishing you all a happy, wonderful day and or evening, wherever you may be. And with that, hey, take it easy.